Walking through the ruined city with monsters everywhere, one guy said, "I'm so sick of them." Suddenly, when he heard a noise near him, he stopped in his tracks and turned his head to see where it was coming from. After walking a few more meters to the source of the sound and seeing a rather interesting picture in front of him, he said with a grudging grin, "Why does this fool make everything so difficult by running so far away?" It was as if it were somewhere in Anian, wasn't it? The next moment, right in front of him, he saw three monsters surrounding one man, knocking him to the ground. Realizing that this was the man he was looking for, the guy said disappointedly, "Oh, I finally found him, but he ordered me to live a long time." As he continued to watch the monsters tear apart the dead man, he added, "What a sight." The next moment, all the monsters who were busy eating suddenly turned their heads to him, and he received a notification. Monster 435, 222, and 221 have spotted you. With a disappointed sigh that he would have to fight monsters again because of someone's incompetence, the guy said, "I wonder if it's possible to disable this stupid function of naming each monster." At the same time, the monsters let out a piercing howl that seemed to be intended to intimidate the stranger who had invaded their territory. Having carried out a psychological attack, all three monsters rushed to their victim, who came to them on his own. Noticing that he would now have to confront the monster, the guy put his dagger aside and then activated the skills. Received system notifications. You activated the addition. You activated the multiplication. After the battle, the guy headed back to his place of residence. As soon as he arrived at the checkpoint, he knocked on the gate and shouted, "Hey, do you hear me? Open up." As soon as there was a knock on the gate, it immediately opened, and a guy named Jun-gin, who was a high-difficulty player, appeared inside and happily said, "Hyung, you're back at last." When he met the guard, the guy said, "I don't have enough nerve cells left. Can you send someone else?" And Jun-gyun replied, "Well, Hen, you know that no one else can do it but you, and what happened to that idiot who ran away?" In response to his question, the guard heard that he was dead, eaten by scavengers, to which he exclaimed in shock that he had played so quickly, but he had played on a high difficulty level. Hearing the surprise in his friend's words, the guy just shrugged and said indifferently, "When I came in, I saw 3 A-rank monsters enjoying a meal." After receiving a sudden report on the situation from outside, Jun-gyun nervously said that, and then mentally added that there were A-rank monsters there. Imagining those powerful monsters in his head, he added in his head that players at a high difficulty level are strong, but even one A-rank monster is no match for such a monster in strength. But there are now 3 of them in the vicinity of us, and we need to deal with this urgently, the guy asked anxiously. "Where did you see them?" Report back. In response, he said, "Don't worry, I've already killed them," and then confidently said, "Okay then." Having reported that the strong monsters had been eliminated by him, the guy said, "I'm hungry, let's go to the dining room." And he heard the guard say, "Hey Hen, do you hear me? Just tell me honestly." Turning his gaze to Kang Tae-san, a player with a low difficulty level, Jun-gin asked, "You don't play on a low difficulty level, do you?" "I'm right." In response to Kang Tae-san's question, he waved his hand and said, "This is nonsense. There were a bunch of other players with me, and we made our way through the maze together, if you want to ask them." After hearing the recommendation of his friend Jun-gyun, he followed his trail and asked him if all the Izyas except you were killed, and the survivors sometimes appear but die of wounds a few days later, to which he replied, "Are you serious?" Then the boy looked around at the ruined city and said again, "I can't understand how a light player can survive here, even for an average player, so your calmness is rather suspicious, Hen." "Hey, do you hear me, Hen? Why are you so strong, for example? I'm at a difficult level, but I still can't compare with you. What's the reason?" Then, in response to his question, he heard that it was because you are lazy asses, and that's the whole reason. And then he added happily, "Oh, you're at it again." Arriving at the dining room, the boys took their seats at the table where they were served food, and Kang Tasan said, "You couldn't find anything better. Could you at least grow yams or corn?" In response to his friend's words, Kim Jun-gin took a bite of the vegetable and said, "Well, what can you do? Potatoes are cheap, easier to grow, and we have restrictions on distribution. By the way, Hen, you still haven't learned the skill of fast cultivation," to which he replied that he had forgotten. "I'm a light player. How did I get such a skill? Especially since wherever we go there is food." To which he replied, "Indeed." The next moment, someone shouted somewhere on the street, "Don't joke, it's not true." To which he was answered, "Calm down, please." Hearing the screams, Kang Tasan said that it looked like someone had returned from a sweep, and Kim Jun-gyun answered him as if it were so. Then the guy added, picking up his potato, "Well, I think he'll be arrested and reprimanded for disorderly conduct." To which his friend replied, "It turns out he's a hardcore player. Looks like you'll have to intervene, Hen." The next moment, Tasan came from the street, and hearing his name, the boy clutched his potato in his hand in anger. At the same time, an angry newcomer exclaimed, "Don't lie to me, this can't be the planet Earth. After the last raid, everything should have been over." Continuing to make noise and disorder in the camp, the guy shouted that it was a joke. "Don't try to put this nonsense in my head." At the same time, looking out of the dining room tent, Kang Tasan asked where Lee Tae-yong was now, and he was told that he was currently on reconnaissance. Trying to somehow resolve the situation, an elderly man approached the noisy boy and said, "Young friend, this is really the planet Earth. While you were in the maze, the world changed a lot. Calm down and listen to what I have to say." Before the man could finish speaking, the angry guy punched him in the jaw and shouted, "Stop lying to me!" Seeing what had just happened, Kang Tasan said in frustration, and then heard from Kim Jun-gyun, "Well, good luck then, friend." And then he added, "If you eat my potatoes before I come back, I'll multiply you by 0, he said. After ensuring his food, he got out of the car and said to the furious newcomer, "Unfortunately, it's all true and humanity is facing extinction." To which he said, "Stop lying." And then he asked you in surprise what was jammed in there. Asking the newcomer a question, Khan heard an angry exclamation in response. "This can't be our planet. Do you know how many players there are in this game? Do you think they could stop a bunch of monsters? It's all a lie." And then he thought, here he goes again. Most players who return to the planet Earth after completing the maze's clearing begin to slowly go crazy because they are unable to accept the new reality. This happens quite often, but it is impossible to get used to it, and in this case, there is only one way to prevent it. Looking at the angry guy who was making a ruckus in the camp, Tessin said in a stern tone, "I'll have to hit you on the cauldron so you finally realize that your name is not being played with here." Noticing a system notification with a challenge to a duel, the guy said to Lee Jong-chun, "Are you really offering me a duel, and who are you anyway?" After learning the name of the guy who had challenged him to the duel, Lee Jong-chun opened the general chat and said haughtily to Kang Tasan, "You're the light one who constantly sends all kinds of nonsense in the general chat." He spread his hands in front of him and mockingly said, "It's ridiculous. You're challenging a hard player. Don't you know that the difference between us is just as huge as heaven and earth?" In response to his loud speeches, the arrogant boy said, "Shut your mouth and fight if you can beat me. I will show you the real reality you are looking for." The words that came from Kang Tessin's mouth hurt Lee Jong-chun quite badly, after which he angrily exclaimed, drawing his weapon, "Watch out. If I suddenly finish you off, it won't be my problem." Pulling his sword back to prepare for the attack, he activated the augmentation skill, increasing the attack power by half, as well as the concentration that made his strikes more accurate, and the harder hit that gave the next attack increased damage potential. Seeing his opponent's skills, Kang Tasan was surprised to hear his own head say that he had increased his own power and hit quite hard. The next moment, Lee Jung-chun attacked the guy to instantly finish him off and end this senseless fight with an obvious outcome. As soon as his sword touched the enemy, the guy saw a system notification that the user Kang Tasan had activated the skill of zeroing the first strike. The damage inflicted on Kang Tasan was 0 points. Seeing this, Lee Jong-chun exclaimed in confusion that this was possible. At the same time, holding his opponent's blade, Khan asked, "So, how are you doing?" Hearing the question from his opponent, the guy thought in confusion, "But why didn't my shot work? What kind of ability is this? I've never heard of it before." Having not received a message from the angry guy, Khan, preparing to attack, exclaimed, "Well, now it's my turn." Having been hit by Lee Jong-chun, activating the skill of resistance, which was supposed to reduce the damage received by half, he thought painfully, and then saw the notification of Kang Tasan's skill. The last judgment bypasses any defensive skills of the opponent. The damage to Lee Jong-chun was 49 points, and when he saw this, he exclaimed in confusion. When he came to after the shock of what happened, the guy swung his sword and thought only 40, so he could not overcome the huge difference in statistics between a light and a hard player. As soon as he finished his thoughts, he noticed that his opponent activated his skill again and then asked you 10,000 health points. I'm right. As he swung his fist to repeat the attack, Kang Tasan saw a notification, added amplification, your damage doubled, added to multiplication, your damage quadrupled, activated skill. Last judgment bypasses any defensive skills. Seeing that this time it might not be the same as last time, the boy screamed out in fright, to which Tessin replied, "What happened? Come on, take it." Immediately afterwards, the blow struck the enemy's head, pressing it into the ground with such destructive power that even the crust of the earth was destroyed. After inflicting 9,604 points of damage on Lee Jong-chun with his attack, Kang Tasan asked, "So what do you understand now?" Looking at his defeated opponent, the boy added that this place was indeed the earth. Hearing once again the words about the truthfulness of his movement on his native planet, Lee Jong-chun groaned heavily and exclaimed, "Stop joking with me." Shedding tears after having to come to terms with the harsh reality, he added sadly, "Why did this world suddenly become like this? If I had known, I would never have gone to clear the maze." Once upon a time, peace and tranquility did reign on planet Earth, but it was only until a certain turning point in humanity. This very moment came quite unexpectedly, when one day the heavens parted and giant hordes of monsters fell to the earth. And so, when the monsters began to destroy everything in their path, every inhabitant of the planet had to make their own choice. Each person was presented with a window in which they could choose the level of difficulty, which included low, normal, high, and hermit. And so, after a person made his or her choice, he or she immediately moved to a mysterious place called a labyrinth, and they were able to return to Earth only when it was completely cleared. However, that was not the worst of it. The biggest horror awaited them on their return after clearing the maze, when they arrived home to find their home planet in a state of ruin, teeming with monsters. After the battle was over and the newcomer, who did not want to accept reality, had calmed down, Kang Tasan said, rubbing his hands together, that we still had to try to save the world together. Hearing the joyful exclamations of his friend, who was approaching him and shouting, "Hey, you're a good guy," he asked him unhappily what was going on, and he replied, "Of course I have to see my hen in action," and then added, "You talk too much." While Lee Jong-chun was being dragged to the hospital, Kim Jun-gin happily said, "You did really well. This news always hits players very hard, even those who chose the hard difficulty level." After catching the potato thrown to him by his friend Kang Tasan, he asked in surprise what was so special about me teaching such a weakling, and was told that he was not a weakling, but you were too strong. Having bitten off a piece of the vegetable he was leaving for storage, the guy said disappointedly, "Well, the potatoes are cold, and that's why I didn't want to interfere." To which his friend replied, "Hen, tell me honestly where you got the skill of multiplication. I'm also interested in where you got the skill of the last judgment, against which no defense can stand, where you got the nullification of the first strike. What kind of cheating skills are these? In general, I have only seen them from you. How did you manage to get them at all?" he replied, with a lot of hard work and effort. Having received a banal answer from his friend Geum Jungin, he said offended, "You always say that, is there really another new player today? What a rush." To which Kang replied, "I don't think so." The next moment, the people gathered around the leader, who had returned from a business trip, joyfully shouted Lee Tae-yong had returned. After a while, when Kang Tae-san arrived at her office with the girl, he said, "Humanity will soon be destroyed, and you are so worried about interior decorations." Looking at the vases and other decorations in the girl's office, the guy added, "I've always been sick of your love for all kinds of luxury." Putting his hand to the frame of the painting, he added, "There are monsters roaming the streets everywhere, and she even managed to deliver such a huge painting without a single scratch." Walking along the painting of the Last Supper, which was quite impressive in size, he added that she was the only one who was able to clear the maze so quickly. The next moment, turning his gaze to the leader, Kang Tae-san added, "And why the strongest among us was a girl, you can answer my question." In response to her friend's words, the girl looked at him with an interested look and said, "In such difficult times, it is quite useful to have something to be interested in. Maybe you will find a hobby for yourself." Hearing the girl's proposal, the guy folded his arms in front of him and replied, "Let's talk about it when I have at least some free time." Then Lee Tae-young asked, "So you taught that new guy a lesson?" Reviewing her characteristics and smiling happily, the girl added, "A player at a low difficulty level teaches a player at a high difficulty level. Where else you can see something like this?" Having put her characteristics on display, the girl heard the boy's displeased voice, "Have you decided to brag or what?" In response to Kang Tae-san's question, he said, "No, I just checked your show," and then added, "You're just showing off for a pathetic light player." When the boy put his characteristics on public display, the girl, evaluating them, said in surprise, "I knew it. You're really pathetic," and was answered with an offended tone, "You're picking a fight." Then, extending her hand to Kang Tae-san, Lee Tae-young said, "I told you that this is just a test for a light player. Your performance is quite good." So the design of the mysterious maze, which everyone who chose the difficulty level got into, is divided into 4 levels of difficulty. When the player finished the maze, his growth stopped, and it was simply impossible to continue, no matter how hard he tried to become stronger, which is why the difference between the difficulty levels in the characteristics was simply enormous. And most of the hard players had thousands of times better characteristics than Kang Tae-san. However, for some reason, none of the players of a difficult level could withstand the surprise of his shot. And all this was because the guy had certain special skills, and the same ace pointing a strange device at the guy, the girl said, "Stand still." Giving the order, the girl slowly approached the guy and activated the increased skill to increase the attack power by half and doubled it, as well as the perfect accuracy skill. This skill increased her accuracy to 1%. The next moment, she rushed at the guy at high speed. However, the skills that Tae-san earned after the girl struck the wall behind the guy, she heard, "Well, why did you do that?" At the same moment a notification appeared. The skill of nullifying the first attack was used. In response to the boy's question about her sudden actions, Lee Tae-young replied that she just wanted to do it for fun, zeroing the first attack, the last judgment, the exponential attack, simple time stopping. You have all the skills that can be called cheating. You have 200 of them, I'm right. To which Kang Tae-san replied, dusting himself off, About 230. Then the girl said to him, "You said you got them in the maze by moving with a special strategy, and I see from your example that we should have studied the maze in more detail while we were there, and we should have concentrated on getting as much power as possible instead of rushing to clear the maze." In response to Lee Tae-young's words, the boy replied, "Who knows? It doesn't matter anymore, because it's all in the past." Hearing her friend's words, the girl sat down in her chair and said, "Well, I don't quite want to say that you are incredible, but if you had chosen the level of difficulty of the hermit from the very beginning, we would have been guaranteed victory." Taesan's skills were quite high, but the effectiveness of all skills depends on the level of certain statistics. When he heard the girl's words, he suddenly remembered the words of upset people who told him that if you only chose a high level of difficulty, even for a hermit. In other words, Taesan could not use his skills to even half of their potential. In response to Lee Tae-yong-kong's words, Taesang replied, "Maybe let's not get into the details." Approaching the chair in which she was sitting, the guy sternly said, "You just came back from patrol." And he heard the same thing in response. "Well, if you want it so badly, a new wave will begin soon." Hearing the news, the guy's breath suddenly caught in his throat. However, the next moment he gathered his thoughts, he smiled slyly and said, "So, I guess we can't live right." By wave, players mean a massive attack of monsters. With each wave, people lost new territories, and even more fighters in the first wave lost soul. But in the second wave, half of the players with a hardcore difficulty level, who represented a considerable combat power, were lost. After the end of the third wave, the territory over which humanity still had control shrank to a small town. When Kang Taesan heard the news, he asked how many of them there were, and the girl replied that there were 2 S-rank monsters, dozens of A ranks, and hundreds of B ranks, and 1 apostle with them. Hearing the information about the composition of the enemies, Kang Taesan thought, 2 S-rank monsters, even for Lee Tae-young, is a problem, and we have few hardies who can handle A-rank monsters. And there is no point in talking about the apostle. He is much stronger than S ranks. Is defeat impossible to avoid? The next moment he heard, "You have to try. I ask you to take on 2 S ranks." When I heard the request from the girl Kang, I was surprised to hear you exclaim that you wanted me to die. To which she replied that I needed to study for the apostle, and you are the only one who can compete with S ranks. You know this very well. Hearing Lee Tae-young's request, the boy said, leaving the room, "How did you get me?" And then heard you say that you were going to tell the others. And he replied, "You need to at least give them the opportunity to prepare mentally, and you want them to die without knowing anything." In response to this, the girls said that maybe it would be for the best if they had time to enjoy life a little bit. And I heard in response that I don't think so. As soon as Kang Tae-san closed the door behind him, the girl, after a short pause, said thoughtfully, "Tae-san is quite strong. Perhaps he will lead us to victory." The next moment, clutching the purple stone in her hands, the girl nervously added, "I'm a coward myself." After a while, the codes for the 4th wave spread around the camp, and some of the residents began to speak in fear, shedding tears. I knew that this day would come one day, but it didn't make it any better. At the same time, Kang Tae-san, who was standing next to Geum-jun-gyun on the wall, asked how you were doing, and he replied, "I've already accepted it. And if you look at it that way, we've been holding out in impossible conditions for quite a while. We have even lived longer than some people, and I would say that this is a blessing." And I heard in response, "Of course, you will die." At the same time, seeing Lee Jong-chun down behind the wall, who was in complete shock, the poor man said to Geum-jun-gin, "He went through so much trying to survive and make his way through the maze to get back to Earth, and on the same day he finds out that he has only a little time to live." What a terrible fate. Shifting his gaze to the indifferent Kang Tasan, he added in surprise, I thought you would be furious. Humanity would not have survived a day without what you did. In response to his friend's words, the guy looked at the ruins of the city and replied, I'll tell you the truth. I'm so angry that it's tearing me up inside. Now I'm happy. Immediately after these words, a tear in the sky appeared somewhere in the city, and silhouettes began to appear. With each passing second, they grew larger and larger, until the monsters themselves began to appear from the mysterious portal. Seeing what was happening right in front of him, Jaeum Jung-gyun happily said, Wow, it's just chaos. Who were you supposed to defeat there? To which he replied, 2 S ranks. Having received an answer to his question and seeing that his friend was about to leave, the boy added happily, I'll see you in the next world. It looks like you're going there first, so wait for me. Without answering his friend's words, Kang Tasan only picked up speed and then activated the long-range jump skill and took off. When he was in the air at a bird's-eye view, he activated the next skill called Total Observation. Using the skill of observation and assessing the situation on the battlefield, upon landing, the guy received a notification that you see horrible creatures in front of you. Looking behind him to see his enemies, he said menacingly, Well, are you glad to see me in front of you? At the same time, he began to receive notifications from the system. Mental stability check, self-control check, fear check, instant death check, all checks passed. You have mentally withstood the encounter with terrifying monsters with the help of iron will skills. You have unshakable confidence, and your body becomes invulnerable. Finding himself right in front of a pair of S-class monsters, the guy confidently looked into their eyes and said menacingly, Get lost, you creatures. Activating his full observation skill again to find the enemy's weaknesses, the boy mentally said, I hope none of them are defensive. But unfortunately, one of the monsters had a plate that read, Monster Type 7 Protective General Health, 148,551,233. After assessing the characteristics of one of his opponents and activating the skill of accelerated mobility, the guy said with a grudging smile that 148 million and I would not be able to neutralize him for ages. Stepping back from the first monster, he turned his gaze to another with an observational skill and said, Okay, what about this one? Another enemy had a monster number 5, type attacking ranged, total health 1,255,212. And then the guy added 1 2/10 of a million, but at least it's doable. Rushing into battle against a long-range monster with less health points, Kang Tasan said in frustration, I don't have a single move on either of them. After cutting off some of the limbs of the attacking monster, the guy saw the damage to the monster, 542 points, 32 points damage to the monster, 738 points, and then thought about the tentacles attack reduced. So you have to hit him in the head and then abruptly change your direction and plan of action to win the battle. As soon as he started to approach the enemy, the latter activated his skill and fired a laser beam in the guy's direction. Having come under attack, Kang Tasan used the skill of zeroing the first blow and reduced the damage to 0, after which he mentally said this monster attacks with tentacles that are so fast that it is almost impossible to dodge them. Looking at the trajectory of the monster's next strike, which was right next to him, and he could see it with the help of the observation skill, the guy thought, so all I can do is this. It's just about predicting the trajectory. I have only one chance to dodge, but if I calculate the trajectory wrong, then trouble can happen. After going through the possible plans of action, the guy used the acceleration skill and began to skillfully wade through the enemy's attacking light beams. Having dealt another blow to the monster after breaking through its line of defense, Khan mentally added that the battle should not be delayed. After hitting the enemy, he received a notification that said the damage done to Monster 5 was 48 points. The next moment, Noticing that he was going to attack, the guy jumped away from him, but he still had to use his skill of nullifying the second blow to avoid suddenly dying, after which he rushed back into the fight. As soon as he started to approach the attacking monster, he noticed that number 7 defensive monster appeared right in front of him. Then Kong saw that he was defending the second monster. A defensive monster protects a ranged attacking monster because it sees that the latter is in danger, and they were specially sent in pairs. After striking a defensive enemy, the guy managed to activate his skill. Then he received a notification that you forced the enemy to accept the fight. Immediately afterward, a protective dome opened over the monster, and no one could enter or leave it. After activating this skill, when left alone with the enemy, he received a notification for 1 minute. Only monster number 7 can attack you. Clutching the sword for battle in his hand, the boy mentally said, "If Lee Tae-young had been with me, everything would have been different. She was passing the maze at the hermit level, and she had legendary equipment and high characteristics." After which he activated the doubling skill, doubling his strength. The next moment, he received another notification. The multiply attack power skill was activated, the last judgment skill was activated, and the skill bypassed any defensive skills of the opponent. Thinking of her friend, Kang Taesan mentally added that a defensive monster would not be able to hurt Lee Tae-young much, and that was why she would first deal with the attacker. Only with me, it's not like that, as the enemy is coming at him, which has already opened its mouth. The guy added, "No matter what kind of monster is attacking or defensive, any of them will destroy me with one blow." Having used all his skills to multiply the damage, he said dissatisfiedly, 9,604 is still not enough. The next moment he activated the skill overload of the specified skill, after which he locked for 30 days and restarted the multiplication. After activating the multiplication skill for the second time and using some additional skills, he was convinced that his chances of winning had increased slightly. Rushing into battle with the enemy, he confidently exclaimed that first, we need to deal with the one with the most health. My skills are the only thing I can rely on. 9,604 by 4 is still not enough to get to 100 million, and that's why I had to reach the limit, after which I used the copy skill, which allowed me to make the next attack twice. After striking the enemy with his sword, the boy received a notification that the damage done to monster number 7 was 92,236,816 points. Having duplicated the attack with his skill, the guy inflicted even more damage than was necessary for victory, and then received a notification that monster number 7 was defeated. Only when the barrier dissipated, a beam of light from the attack of monster number 5 of the attacking type of 22,000 plus came at Kang Taesan. Having suffered a sudden attack, the guy managed to stay on his feet and activated the endurance skill, after which the lethal damage was cancelled, and all damage that would be dealt during the next 5 seconds would be nullified. Leaning on his sword to stay on his feet after a heavy blow, he mentally said, "I've used up all my attack resets and only have 1 more stamina left. Now comes the hard and tedious work of hitting, dodging, and so on ad infinitum, except there is one small problem." Looking at his mana supply, he noticed that there were only 21 units left out of 820. Smiling tiredly after seeing what he saw, he added, "I have no more skills. I will have to work with ordinary attacks, taking off 1,200,000 total health drop by drop, so I have to hit him 25,000 times. I can't do it." As Kang Taesan continues to fight his hard battle against the enemy, he receives a notification that you are in a state of complete concentration. Your mind and body are melon, and a miraculous power has been imprinted on your soul. Since you are not in the maze of gaining the skill height of concentration is sealed, seeing that the new skill is not available to him, the guy waved his sword and said, "Shut up, you." Closing the notification window, the guy went back into battle against his enemy, who was at the limit of his capabilities. After a short period of time, After inflicting another 48 points of health on monster number 5, he finally achieved his goal and destroyed monster number 5. Holding his sword in the monster's still body, Kang Tae-san, breathing heavily, raised his head up and then received a message from the gods of all dimensions who cannot contain their admiration for your feat. After taking a little rest after the battle, the boy looked around and thought about how long this battle had been going on, as if a whole month had passed. Well then, I have nothing more to do here, so I'll go back, and then headed back to the city where his comrade's fight was to be accepted. Walking through the piles of dead bodies that were scattered everywhere after a hard battle, Kang Tae-san felt a strange chill on his skin. Looking around at all the dead on the sides he had crossed paths with and partially knew, the guy said unhappily, "And so many people said that you are the last hard players in this world." With his head down and his teeth gritted, he regretfully added, "Then why was I the only light player left alive?" Recalling those moments when he was still in carefree contact with his jaded comrades, Khan added, "Why did I come back when you all died here?" Also noticing among the fallen soldiers Gyum Jun-gin, the boy added that it looks like you also went to yours as promised. As Kang Tae-san sat down to close his friend's eyes, he suddenly saw Tae-young, who was also nearby, staring at the wall. Looking at her motionless and bloody body, which showed no signs of life, he added that Lee Tae-young did as well. The strongest person in the world, the only one who has completed the maze at the level of difficulty of a hermit, she also lost in this battle. As soon as he started to approach the girl, he saw a puddle of unknown substance in front of him, which was full of danger. The next moment, a kind of eye appeared from that substance, attached to the tissues and muscles, and focused its gaze in his direction. Thinking about what was happening, Kang Tae-san mentally said that the apostle then received a message that it was looking at you, your death is near. Having deactivated the intimidation effect imposed by the monster, the boy angrily shouted and said, "Get out of here!" The next moment, activating his new concentration skill, he swung his sword and dealt an incredibly large amount of damage to the enemy. After striking the enemy once, the guy confidently exclaimed, "Come here, you rascal, I'll get you now." However, the difference in strength was felt very strongly, and the enemy at one point pierced the guy with its tentacle, lifting him somewhere in the sky. Feeling an incredibly strong pain that pierced his body, the guy mentally said, looking at the enemy from below, "Is this the end?" When the health decision slipped to a critical level, Kang Tae-san received a notification that said, "Your health is 0. The activated resilience skill Invisible Power will save your life for 1 minute." When he saw that his life would continue to go on because of the skill, the guy grabbed his wound and angrily shouted, "Bastards, let me die in peace. I can't feel my own legs. This thing must have pierced me through my heart and spine." But resilience only postpones the effect of inevitable death. It does not heal fatal wounds sustained in battle with rivals. Having lost all lust for life, the guy looked down at his head and said disappointedly, "I'll be dead in 1 minute." And it seems that the monster knows it too. From the curse. If only in the past, when I was faced with the choice of my future, I hadn't chosen a low level of difficulty to complete the maze. Then, even at a normal level, I would have definitely remembered myself as a young boy. But no. When his head began to overwhelm with all sorts of emotions, the guy began to scratch the ground with trembling hands and angrily say, "Useless idiots." Remembering all the bloody bodies he had seen on the way here, the guy angrily exclaimed, "It's all your fault. You didn't even try to level up more carefully when you were going through the maze. You all went out of it as fast as possible and rejoiced in how you could be so weak even though you were on normal and high difficulty." Remembering also my friend Kim Jun-gin and Lee Jang-chun, whom Kang Tae-san defeated in a duel by pounding his fist on the ground, I would exclaim angrily if you tried at least half as hard as I did. Raising his head to look again at everything that was happening in front of him, the guy barely held back his tears and said, "We could definitely do it." The next moment, he ran to the ground and smiled happily, accepting his fate, and thought, "It doesn't matter. It's all in the past. I made my choice. There's no point in blaming others for anything. Our humanity would have come to an end anyway." But he finished his thought when he saw a bright glow from the hands of the girl to whom the monster was approaching. When he saw a strange thing in her hands that emitted a strange light, the boy wondered what it was. As he slowly began to crawl toward Lee Tae-young, the boy wondered in his head if she was protecting an object. Hearing a strange noise, the monster immediately turned back, noticing the guy crawling toward him, and then snarled, and then heard an order to stop. After activating the last chance skill, Kang Tae-san gained the ability to use one of his skills without any restrictions. Immediately after, he said, "Stop the flow of time," as a result of which he received a notification activated the skill. Simple stop time within a radius of 100 meters time stopped slowly approaching the girl. Kang Tae-san crawled to the right place, and then opened his hand with a stone and said, "Look." In the description of the magic stone in Lee Tae-young's hands, it was written, "Bezor of Ouroboros, Bezor of the gods controls the cycle of life of the universe, and a single use brings one person back to the past." Realizing what he had in his hand, the boy was surprised to find himself back in the past. But why Lee Tae-young? After activating the ability of the stone he took from the girl and restoring the flow of time, the guy saw a monster coming towards him, but he smiled happily and said confidently, "Bye." Moving into the future, the boy saw himself as a small boy cornered in a dead end, curled up in a ball with his arms around his knees, listening to Kang Tae-san say, "You're a worthless idiot. Why were you even born into this world?" Recalling these words, which were often said to him, the boy thought, "When I was little, my parents needed me only to take out their anger. I believed their words, no matter how horrible they were, and I also believed in the insignificance of my existence, and because of this weakness, I chose a low difficulty level when I was faced with a choice in the monster invasion. However, since then, time has not stood still, and I have changed a lot. Now I know for sure that I am not worthless as they said, and that I definitely have abilities." When he saw a bright light in an unknown space in front of him, he closed his eyes so that it would not blind him, and then opened his eyes and found himself in his room, in the house. Not realizing whether what he was seeing was actually happening to him, the guy reached for his phone and mentally said, "I really went back in time." When he unlocked the phone, he saw that it was 11/02/12/31/2019. When he was convinced that he was really not in a dream, he began to recall the terrible times when it all happened, and it happened on the 1st of January, 2020. No one could have imagined that something so unpredictable and horrific would happen at the very beginning of the new year. While tasting the pizza he received in honor of the new year, the guy happily said, "Oh my God, I haven't eaten it for a long time. It just tastes like luxury." Continuing to enjoy the benefits of earthly civilization while it was still possible. He added in his mind that after the apocalypse, we would have nothing to eat but potatoes and monsters. After finishing his festive meal and wiping his mouth, Kang Tae-san thought, "I could not have imagined that Lee Tae-young had a magical object that could turn back time. However, there is still one question that cannot leave my mind and has been on my mind lately. Why she did not use it until the last moment. As far as I know her, she would definitely use this magic stone and hide somewhere, but this is just my guess. I can't be sure." Looking at his phone, which showed that the new year would start in 2 minutes, the guy mentally added that it would start very soon. As the last seconds of the countdown sounded, fireworks began to explode everywhere, and people around the world were happily counting down the last hours until the new year. Everyone was happily preparing for the holiday, receiving and giving gifts and welcoming guests, hoping that everything would be much better in the new year. But unfortunately, everyone was very wrong in the new year, and when the clock struck 12, the whole world turned into something horrible. Hearing some strange noise, a man walking on the street said in surprise, "Hey, did you hear that sound just now?" and was told that it must be a show somewhere. As soon as the hour hand pointed to 12, a bright red light appeared in the sky that no one could ignore, and the man looked up and asked what it was. At the same moment, the sky parted and some unknown claws and giant glowing eyes began to poke out of it. Standing on the balcony of his apartment and looking at this sight again, Kang Taesan heard what the monster was. Looking at the monster climbing out of the portal that opened in the sky, the boy mentally said at that moment, "I was quite scared, me and everyone else. But now I know what it was, just a monster in the rank of a hard player. Such a monster does not pose a threat." But isn't it about time we all received a notification from the system? He finished his thought and a system window appeared right in front of him. The same thing appeared in front of every person in the world, and it said, "Congratulations, your world is threatened with destruction due to the invasion of hostile beings, and any weapon you have invented is useless against them. However, you have nothing to fear as long as people read the notifications received by the system. A B-class monster has already broken into the human world." With each passing second, more and more system windows appeared with information about what was happening, and in them, a merciful deity was riding over the ramparts. And it was this deity who decided to give you the only chance to survive in this world in these difficult times. All of you will be given your own choice, and after making it, you will all end up in the same place called the maze. So in order for you to gain the power to be able to confront monsters, you must clear it, after which you will be moved from it with certain abilities gained. At the same time, Kang Taesan, heading to meet the fleeing people in the direction of the monster, said with a grudging "Aha." Very merciful. There are no words to express the full range of gratitude. Looking at the window with the choice of the difficulty level of the maze, the boy added with a grudging smile that this deity wanted to enjoy the spectacle. "Well, if it wants it so badly, then let's go." Activating the window for selecting the difficulty, the guy moved to a room with a door. At the same time, a description of each level appeared above it with illustrations that said, "Easy difficulty level on each level. You will have access to a lot of food and safe places. Even mediocre and weak players can pass this difficulty level if they try." The normal difficulty level at this level is the difficulty of getting food, and the number of safe places is much lower. It is much harder to survive at this level, but if you do not get frustrated and try your best, you will definitely succeed. Hard difficulty. This difficulty level will put you through a pretty tough test of food, and there are very few safe spots on it. On this, monsters will fight with you until their last breath, and all in order to destroy you if you fail to find a safe place. You face a terrible death. And the last mode is Hermit. At this difficulty level, you will go through the maze in complete solitude. You will not be able to meet anyone from your world on your way, and you will only encounter hostile monsters and NPCs on the road. Your luck, insight, and wisdom will be put to an impossible test, and at this level, your probability of survival is 0. If your life is important to you, we strongly recommend that you do not choose this level of difficulty. Seeing what he needed, Kang Taesan entered the Hermit's level and smiled happily and said, "You're there. I'm right, so wait for me." Heading toward the bright white light that appeared in front of him, the boy received a system notification that said, "You have chosen the Hermit difficulty mode. We wish you success." The next moment, the boy was transported to a city where he was to begin his adventure of passing the labyrinth on the difficulty of a hermit. Looking around, he mentally said, "Oh, nostalgia, how familiar everything is here. I just can't help but think about it." Bending his head down and smiling happily, the boy added in his head how many years had passed since that time, And here I am again. Hearing the sound of the notification, the guy opened the player's dialogue and said in surprise that there was already a message in the general chat. I don't know who it was, but he thinks pretty fast. For me, chat is the only way to communicate with people who have chosen other difficulty levels. With the help of chat, all players could share experiences and ask questions, so everyone helped each other out. When the player asked where they would end up, Kang-ta-san only wished him good luck, and then closed the chat, mentally saying that I would need the chat a little later. But for now, there was no point in communicating with anyone. Heading to the very beginning where it all started, he thought about what I need to check now, and then suddenly remembered the dialogue with Lee Tae-young where he was asked by Tessin what NPCs are on the light. Thinking about the question, the guy answered that ordinary NPS talk with programmed phrases, and what other ones did you have? To which the girl replied, yes, others, after which he asked in surprise, really, what kind of ones? Then, looking up from her meal, the girl said, well, how can I explain it to you? They have intelligence and move freely of their own accord. It seems as if these are real people. During his recollections, Kang-ta-san has already arrived at the meeting place. Looking at the familiar guy, he mentally said the gatekeeper of the maze was at a low level. He was an ordinary gray-haired old man. At the same moment, the guy said, well, you've already come, so... Honestly, I thought it would take you 30 days to get here. The boy smiled nervously and thought to himself, feeling the oppressive aura of power of the guy who was supposed to help him. Kang thought he was much stronger than Lee Tae-young, and he was just a goalkeeper. Rising to his feet and starting to stretch his neck, the maze gatekeeper named Brokenman said, well, first of all, I'm Brokenman. I'm the maze gatekeeper, and my task is to bring you up to speed. Hearing the name of the guy who introduced himself to him, Khan was surprised to ask you your name is Broken Man, and he replied that those who died at this level of difficulty without completing the maze become goalkeepers, which is cool, really. I think you already know what is happening in your world. Chaos destruction monsters go through the maze is an opportunity given to you by an omnipotent being. You wonder why we were given such mercy, but if humanity were simply destroyed, it would at least be painless. Hearing the words of the labyrinth gatekeeper, Kang-ta-san thought to himself, he speaks as if he had actually gone through all this himself. Lee Hyun-young was right. Watching the guy standing in front of him, Kang-ta-san added in his head, NPCs on hermit mode are real people. They are former inhabitants of destroyed worlds. Seeing that the newcomer was looking at him with a steady gaze, showing no emotion, Brockenman was surprised to think that with this guy his world was being destroyed there, and he was as calm as a rock. Of course, I would be very happy to knock him on the pot, and then explain everything here and there, but I doubt he will react to it. The next moment, pointing to a passage in the wall, Brockenman said, this is the gateway to the labyrinth. Some people call it a tower, but you can call it whatever you want. In a labyrinth of 100 floors, every 10 floors the atmosphere will change, the food and the driver will change, and you will have to look for any necessary information yourself, and you will get it all in the same way. After hearing a short introductory course in which he learned nothing useful, Kang-ta-san asked in surprise what was really going on. Having received the question, he asked another person who wanted to go through the labyrinth. Broken Man said with a yawn, what else can I tell you about what awaits you on each floor in the labyrinth? You will meet a merchant, and he will tell you everything. At the same moment, Kong remembered the words of his friend who had angrily said in their conversation that he was such a rude goalkeeper, and if you expressed dissatisfaction with him, he would beat you up. I almost died before even entering the maze. Just as he was about to begin his journey, the gatekeeper said to him, wait a minute. I have to give you something that you will need for the first time in the maze. Pulling a cloak and a sword from his inventory, Brockenman grabbed the entire spear and began to swing it. He made several skillful movements and delivered a precise blow to Kang-ta-san, but at the last moment stopped his weapon right before contact. However, what happened surprised the goalkeeper very much. The guy standing right in front of him did not react at all to his attempt to harm him. Then he took his zrai and smiled happily and said, "Here you go," and then handed the boy a leather armor and a sword. Looking at the item he had received from the gatekeeper, Kang Tessin saw a system notification that said, "Worn leather armor defense +1 can protect against minor scratches. Rusty sword attack +1 will break soon." Immediately afterwards, he added, "But it's made of bronze," to which Brockenman replied with a displeased look, "What's wrong with that?" and then said no. The next moment, when he noticed that the goalkeeper was thinking, Kang Tae-san asked him if something had happened, but he heard nothing. Then, finally, he received another item that was thrown to him with the words, and he also took it, a worn leather bracelet that gave 1 point of protection, which had been used for a long time and had already lost its properties, but could save him at least from the monster's bite. Looking at the additional item he was handed, he wondered what it was and wondered what Lee Tae-young hadn't mentioned such a bracelet. Upon completion of the distribution of items before the journey, Brockenman pointed in the direction behind him and said, "You also gained a few skills and something else, so you'll see it when you get to the maze." To which he replied, "Thank you very much." When Kang Tae-san headed for the maze, the goalkeeper said goodbye to him. "Well, good luck there." As soon as he was alone again at the entrance, Brockenman mentally recalled the guy he had just said goodbye to, and mentally said that the guy was smiling as if he wanted to enter the maze as soon as possible. In my time as a gatekeeper at the hermit level of difficulty, I have met many genes, but none of them have been able to overcome the maze. However, this guy who has just entered the room to take the test is definitely not like all the previous brave men. He is different. Perhaps the point here is not how much experience the person who wants to get into the maze has, but rather something more substantiated. And this something is the lust for life, sitting at the gate waiting for newcomers, or the return of old ones from the maze. Brockenman said it would have been good enough if he had survived. After walking a certain distance from the entrance, the boy noticed that a system window with information appeared in front of him. In this window, it was reported that the labyrinth was created by a great sorcerer from very distant times, and it is said that whoever passes the labyrinth will have one of his wishes fulfilled. But this world in the labyrinth is isolated, and no one from the outside can enter it or come to help. In this world, terrible creatures move silently and kill all living things. Everything in this world is against you. However, if by some miracle you do manage to survive in this terrible world and go through this dark and terrible hell, you will have eternal glory. While the guy was rereading the information from the system notifications, he was transferred to the first location, after which the system reported the first entrance to the maze over the top. The monsters that inhabit this world are dying from stabbing blows. They are not as strong as they seem. Seeing that he was at the very beginning of the maze, Kang Tae-san confidently said, "Well, let's get started." Stepping into the room, he received a system notification announcing the start of the main quest. There are quite a few mysterious places in the maze after clearing the floor. The reward depends on the number of secrets explored on the first floor of the quest. Taking a few more steps forward, the boy received another system notification that said, "Kill the first floor boss and go higher reward for clearing potions. Increase random characteristic reward for discovering secrets is unknown." After starting the quest and exploring the room, Kang Tae-san suddenly remembered his conversation with a girl who asked him if you had a Tisan merchant on the light level of the dungeon, to which he replied, "Of course. Is there a difficulty on which he is not?" Having received information about the trader, the girl asked him what he was like, and he replied, "An ordinary trader. Nothing special about him. I bought potions from him." When she heard what he was spending his savings on, the girl said, It's not like that in the hermit mode, where the merchant has a huge assortment, to which Khan replied, "You're bragging again." At the same time, she took off the armband from her left arm and demonstrated a rare item, saying, "Look, the black bracelet is a pretty powerful artifact. It reduces damage by 50%. After evaluating the item he was shown and understanding the information, Tessin asked in surprise that the merchant was really selling something like this. In response to his question, he heard that there were actually many more interesting things there, but I couldn't afford it. I didn't earn enough gold to buy other items. If you could really buy everything from the best merchant, you would be even stronger than me." While recalling the dialogue with the girl, the boy had already arrived at the first door of the maze floor. Having opened the first door, he came across to explore as many secrets as possible and collect as much as he could. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but now it directly affects me. As soon as he entered the room, he noticed an elderly man in front of him, and then received a system notification. "You have met the Lost King." And at the same time, the king said to the boy that you had already arrived. Coming closer to the man, Khan said, "Congratulations," and was surprised to hear him reply in a surprised tone that he was a well-mannered young man. "Well, let's start with your name." When the man asked you a question, the boy replied, "Tessin, you are a traitor," and he answered, "Let's say." When he received an affirmative answer from the man he met in the first room, Tessin said, "I just don't see anything in the windows, and it surprises me a little." After receiving a remark from a visitor who arrived at his shop, the man stroking his beard said, "I would be a fool to start displaying my goods. I wouldn't even need a whole floor, which is why you don't see anything in the windows, which you understand." Taking his pipe into his mouth, the man added unhappily, "I have no intention of showing you my treasures like this." When he heard the radical answer of the trader Kong Tasan, he was surprised to hear a trader who does not trade anything, and then asked, "How is this possible? Then why are you here?" Hearing the question from the newcomer, the Lost King pounded his fists on the table and exclaimed angrily, "Do you really think I'm here of my own free will? I've lost everything because of this madness that happened to my world, and I'm forced to spend my life here." After his rather emotional exclamation, the man suddenly became quiet, and then, with a short pause, said, "I'm not going to show my treasures to an impudent person like you," to which he replied, "Of course." The next moment, pointing to the passage behind him, pipe in hand, he added, "But if you can demonstrate what you're made of, then things can certainly change." As soon as Kang Tasan turned his gaze to the path that was being shown to him, he heard the words, "Come back alive, and then you will be able to see my best work." When he heard the requirement for him to use the store, the boy looked at the shopkeeper and thought, "So I just need to survive so that I can buy something from him," and then asked, "I understand that this is the only requirement." When asked by a traveler who came to clear the maze, the Lost King smiled nervously and said, "You are quite a strange fellow." After standing in front of the merchant for a while, Tessin suddenly said, "Do I have to clear the whole labyrinth in order to use your shop?" To which the merchant replied, "Of course not." And then the boy added, "Then I left." Looking in the wake of the strange boy, who confidently walked into the clutches of danger, the Lost King wondered in his mind what was wrong with him. Usually, they look at the descent into the dungeon and shake with fear, not daring to enter. So why is he so confident? I have a strange feeling that he has no sense of fear at all. I wonder if such people exist in this world at all. Comfortably seated in his chair, the man said sweetly, stretching, "Well, it doesn't matter anyway, because he won't be coming back from there anyway, I'm sure of it." Picking up his sword to be ready in case of danger, Kang Tasan walked down the corridor and mentally said, "This is a normal corridor, and at the end of the room, The first floor is arranged with a cash register, just like the light floor. But so far, I don't see any danger. But of course I'm wrong. Just because I don't see the danger doesn't mean it's not there. The next moment, hearing a noise behind him, the boy looked back and saw red eyes slowly approaching from the darkness. The very monster that first met him in the maze was a giant rat that was clearly not friendly. Noticing the system window that reported the enemy as moving quite fast, Khan exclaimed in surprise that it was a giant rat. At low levels, the giant rat was a fifth-floor boss, but here it is just a regular mobs, after which it notifies you of the damage it has done with a bite of 10 units. Realizing that the battle had already begun, the guy looked at the enemy with a disdainful look and said in his head, "A giant rat has a rather low level of defense. However, this is of course compensated for by this disadvantage. This monster has incredibly high speed and is constantly lost from sight, even when we all fight it for quite a while." Having tried to strike at the enemy who bit him, but failed in his attempt, the guy thought about it and added that this is an ordinary mob in the hermit mode, so now I see the difference between the difficulty of the levels. Looking at the monster that dodged his sword and jumped back, Kang Taesan said in disappointment, "He's as fast as I remember." On the easy level of difficulty, we had to spend a lot of time catching it, and we spent a long time catching it together until it was exhausted. The next moment, opening his characteristics window to see what he had at the moment, the guy mentally added, "But now I'm alone, and my characteristics are even lower than they were then, so logically I can't beat her." I also remember Lee Tae-young telling me that she just ran away from these monsters because she was so bad with the number of them in her case. In other words, none of the hermit players have ever even fought the giant rats on the ground floor. After reflecting on the situation and recalling the stories of his friend, Kang Taesan smiled slyly and said, "Well, now I understand how things work here." Rushing at the enemy with a sword to make him tired of running away, the boy confidently said in his head that the principle of rewards in this maze was quite simple. Rewards here are also distributed accordingly if the player achieves something that others cannot achieve at the same time. The guy again received a system notification about receiving 8 points of damage with a bite. Swinging his sword again and driving the rat away from him, which had gotten a hold of his limb, Kang Taesan added in his mind, either he would perform some feat that would earn him respect, then the reward should be appropriate, and my goal to become the strongest was to drive my sword right in front of the enemy's head immediately after the reflection was completed. Seeing that the danger continued to approach, the giant rat began to step back more to prevent being hit, while Kang continued to follow the monster, thinking I can't keep up with him, so I just need to predict where he will run. Having cornered his opponent, Kang Taesan noticed that he began to tremble and tried to intimidate him with his growling. At the same moment, the boy realized that he was slowly reaching his goal and said in his head that he was a living being, and therefore, like any living being, he could be studied. Looking for the slightest change in the monster's behavior, he added in his head the contraction of each muscle in the enemy's limb and a deep breath. Having noticed that the enemy was in a difficult situation, the guy finally achieved his goal and then received a system notification that said the giant rat was frightened and the enemy's thinking processes slowed down, realizing that he had gained the advantage in this fight. The guy said in his head, "Now it will be much harder for her to react to what is happening now. I am covering my ankles from her attack, which is why she will use the easiest and most vulnerable target." Concentrating his attention on the wrist with the protective bracelet, the guy mentally added that she doesn't jump very high, which is why the closest target for her will be. The next moment, after the monster's attention was distracted, it jumped at the boy, aiming at the exact spot he had predicted. Having dared the enemy to follow his instructions to attack the planned place, Kang Taesan raised his hand in the air and confidently said, "That's it. Now you're definitely finished." The next moment, a rat screamed, And then the guy started receiving system notifications that said, "You have struck a giant rat. Immobilized it. This increases the amount of damage done. 4 units of damage to the giant rat. You have dealt 5 units of damage." After the battle and the victory in the duel, Kang Tasan naturally went back to the Lost King and after a while arrived there. Holding the rewards from the monster in his hands, the guy said, "I came back at the same time he received a system notification the meat of a giant rat. If there is nothing else to eat, you can use it." At the same time, Kang Tasan for some reason remembered the words of one of the loner players who told him about the Lost King from the lips of one of them. "You saw this merchant, that old bastard. Why is he so difficult to bargain with? He's so stubborn." These messages were posted in the general chat. Some of them were even left by Lee Tae-young, who said that you have the same thing. He is a traitor, but why doesn't he behave like other traitors? Recalling the moments of attempts to cooperate with the old Lost King, the girl added, "Sometimes I want to give him a facelift several times, but I know what I can get for it." At the same time, Kang Tasan arrived at the merchant's house, and seeing the boy, he dropped his pipe and exclaimed in surprise that you were alive. Hearing the question from the vendor, the guy was surprised to hear him ask what was going on, and he asked if he didn't want me to come back, to which the vendor nervously exclaimed, "Of course not." The next moment, 2 items appeared on the merchant's table. Giant rat meat with a 96% quality, which could be eaten if nothing else was available, and giant rat skin with a 95% quality, which was a hide with rather warm fur. Looking at the goods, Kang Tasan asked, "You buy goods from travelers, right? Then how much can I get for this?" The king replied in surprise that you killed her, not ran away from her, but killed her, and he replied, "What is so surprising about that?" Hearing that he had indeed been able to finish off the monster, the Lost King thought in his head, and indeed it was the meat and skin of a giant rat, and of the highest quality. So he acted quite carefully without a huge number of chaotic blows. Turning his gaze to Kang Tasan, who was standing in front of him waiting for the price of the goods, the merchant added in his head, "I wonder how a newcomer can produce such a thing." The next moment, smiling happily, the Lost King said, "Well, it's okay. You passed the test. That's why I'll show you my goods." And then he said, "What do you have in stock?" And then he answered, "Everything, just tell me what you want." Thinking about what he really needed at the moment, the guy confidently said, "Do you have a siege shield?" When the Lost King heard the boy's wish, he said, "A siege shield means a tall one," which is correct. And in response, he heard exactly the same as the biggest one you have at the moment, and then added with interest, "Why do you need a shield?" In response to the merchant's question, the boy confidently remarked, "Imagining fighting monsters, I realized that I wanted to crush my enemies." As soon as Kang Tasan replied about using the desired equipment, the Lost King smiled and said happily, "Wow, that's right." Immediately after touching the wall behind him, he said to open the golden door, and a bright golden glow appeared in the wall in front of the man. Putting his hand into that golden glow, the merchant took out the desired item and asked how he liked it in his hands. He held a large siege shield that added 1 point of attack and 5 points of defense, and had the ability to block various types of blows. When the merchant held out the shield to the guy, he was surprised to think that it was much higher than I expected at a low level of difficulty, and that equipment of this quality could only be obtained at the 7th level. Having demonstrated the desired object, the old man put the shield on the arrow and said, "You owe me 500 gold pieces." And then, hearing the price, Kang Tasan thought, "I only have 234, and I need almost as much more, so I'll probably have to come back later." Heading for the exit of the room, the guy mentally said 7 giant rats, and the shield will be mine. And then he heard, "Hey, where are you going?" to which he replied, "I need more gold." Then, picking up the shield and throwing it into the boy's hands, the merchant exclaimed, "Don't worry, I'm giving it to you for nothing." And then he received a notification that you had received a giant siege shield. The next moment, noticing that the man began to pull out some potions and other materials from his golden door, Kang Tae-san heard, "You have about 250 gold coins." "I'm right. I have something you can buy with this money. Wait." Observing the strange behavior of the lost king, Kang Tae-san said in amazement in his head, trying to gather his thoughts together. What was going on here? Why such favor? Looking at the table with the various goods that appeared on the table in front of him, the boy added that it was not at all like Lee Tae-young had told me earlier. Observing the man's strange behavior, the boy was surprised to hear him say, "Wait, why are you helping me so much?" And the man replied, "Just look, you're doing him good, but he doesn't like me, so can't you give him a gift or something?" "You can think of it as my investment in myself." Hearing the lost king's explanation of the sudden generosity, Kang Tae-san asked in surprise what investment he meant by that. At the same time, having gathered all the goods in one pile, the merchant said, "Come on, choose any of these potions you can afford." And the boy thought no, he did not want to explain his motives. Walking closer to the table and picking up one of the potions, he saw a system notification with the inscription, "The treatment potion restores 50% of health. The price is 200 gold pieces." The guy thought, "I wonder if most of the goods he offers me now are potions. Some of them temporarily increase strength. There are also potions that increase speed for a certain period of time, and other things that are quite important when passing the maze." Starting to carefully examine the goods on the table in front of him, Khan added mentally, "But I need something else at the moment." Recalling the words of his friend Tessan, I added in my head that in solitary mode, potions are difficult to access and are usually reserved for floors above. Thinking about what he should choose from the assortment, he added in his head that he did not need them at the moment, and that buying them could backfire. However, I have a slightly different priority. Then the boy turned his attention to a set of weapons that stood near the table, where there was a bow that increased accuracy by 20% and a set of arrows that increased attack by 1 unit. Imagining a situation with other monsters with whom a direct confrontation could bring bad consequences, he thought, "I definitely need a long-range weapon. If I have a bow, I can prevent many unnecessary situations." Taking all his savings out of his wallet, Khan asked how much he would give for a rat's skin, to which he replied that it was of a quality of about 70 gold pieces. Then, holding out his hand with the money, the boy confidently said, "I'll sell it and take your bow and a set of arrows for it." Hearing about the choice the traveler had made among all the goods on offer, the man blossomed with joy and began to smile happily. He handed the desired set of goods to the boy and said, "Here you go," and took the purchased goods. Khan looked at the merchant cautiously and wondered what was wrong with him. Something really changed in him the next moment. And handing Tessan another bow after the arrows, the man said, "You know that health does not recover in the labyrinth, right?" Then the lost king added that on the ground floor there is a place where you can restore your health. It is called a living spring. You can use it as many times as you like, but only if you are on the ground floor. I will show you where it is. Opening the map and putting a marker with a renewable spring on it, the man said, "I marked it on your map. It's protected by an old man, but I think you won't have any problems with it." Hearing the favor the merchant had just done, Kang Tae-san mentally said, and Lee Tae-yong also told him about the source, but mixed it with some insults and wishes to hide there and die of hunger. Heading to the spring marked on the map, the guy added in surprise, "Wondering why the trader talks to me in a completely different way. Perhaps he judges us by our actions." This option is quite likely because Lee Tae-young was unable to kill the giant rat and simply ran away from the battlefield from the monster. However, unlike her, I was able to return back, even defeat the enemy, bringing the materials I had gotten from him, and even remain unharmed. Holding his shield in his hands as he approached the area where the monsters might appear again, Kang Tae-san wondered in his head if that was why he treated us so differently. After using his siege shield and striking with it only once, the boy received a system notification the giant rat is immobilized and will suffer increased damage 4.5 points. The enemy is defeated. The next moment he thought, there are still many questions I still don't know the answer to, and then received a notification that said the skill was activated, and he thought, I love her. Recalling the very moment of killing his first monster, he mentally said, when I killed a giant rat, a whole bunch of different notifications immediately appeared in front of me, all of which were related to this event. Then, in addition to the usual standard skills, I was able to acquire skills that could only be obtained on the 20th and 40th floors at a low level of difficulty. Recalling the moment of clearing the system notifications after the monster was destroyed, he was surprised to say that he did not know I would get such abilities, and the first floor is a giant pupil. Oh, and what is this? But it was the same thing right in front of him. Kang Tae-san saw a system notification with the inscription, Soul Skill, Otherworldly Intervention Skill, 100%. Your soul has reached a new level every time your soul wins. It will steal your opponent's power. Then he remembered his past, where he also received a system notification that said, you have entered a state of complete concentration. Your body and consciousness are now united. Your soul has been imprinted with a miraculous power, and you have gained the skill of otherworldly intervention. The next moment, he also mentioned the negative part of this case that came with the system notification since you are no longer in the maze of getting the skill cancelled. The skill Otherworldly Intervention is closed. After he finished recalling how he learned the skill in his past life, the boy mentally recalled the time when I fought that S-class monster. And then, with a huge effort, I knocked out 1 2/10 of a million total health. The system window appeared at that moment. I was too exhausted and didn't even pay enough attention to whether the skill opened because I was in the maze again. Trying to gather his thoughts to realize what had happened to him, the boy thoughtfully said that it turns out that even though I had returned in time, I was still able to keep my skills. But I didn't know the answer to this question and couldn't find it. So the only thing I could do was just move forward with my goal. Having found himself on the final line to the place he needed, the guy opened the map and said the source of life should be somewhere at the end of this corridor. But it was long. Having overcome some part of his journey, the guy heard someone squeaking, after which another monster appeared from the darkness. Then a notification appeared in front of Khan. You see a giant rat. Looking at the monster he met on the road, the guy said unhappily that it was obvious that in a long corridor it was impossible not to meet someone. The next moment he received another notification that said you were in a rather difficult situation, and then he looked back and saw a couple more enemies. After completing the inspection and assessment of the situation, he realized that the situation was not the best for him, and he would have to do his best not to die. After counting the number of monsters, the boy thought, although I am bigger than them, even with their small brains, rats realize that the 3 of them are much stronger. The next moment, the guy gathered his thoughts and instantly took out his siege shield and completed the concentration test and the test of absence of fear. After completing all the checks, the guy pointed his shield at the enemy and began to confidently move it to take advantage of the effect of a surprise attack. Waving his shield after closing in and forcing one of the enemies to retreat, he thought, now I just don't have a chance to make a mistake. I've seen too many strong players in my time who were ruined by indecision. As soon as he moved to decisive action, A couple of monsters behind him also did not hesitate and rushed into the battle. Then Khan received a system notification saying you have gained the skill, Unshakable Consciousness. All characteristics are increased. As soon as he gained the ability to resist enemies, he was able to easily repel the attack of a pair of giant rats that were approaching him from behind. Having destroyed one of the enemies with the help of the shield, the guy mentally said successful checks and increased characteristics. Now I can easily match the rats in reaction speed and catch them. After dealing with a couple of enemies behind him, the guy received a notification that you had defeated 2 large rats. Your level was raised, and he breathed a sigh of relief. When most of the attacking team is defeated, Kang Tae-san receives another notification saying that the giant rat is scared and the monster's mind is clouded. Seeing that his opponent had rushed at him without any hesitation, the boy raised his shield over his head and smiled slyly, saying, "Thank you for saving me time." Sometime after the end of the battle, the guy finally got to the source of recovery and then received a notification that you have entered the safe zone of the maze. Enemies cannot get here. It is so safe that you can be lazy. You were the first to see the beauty of a living spring. For the title of Discoverer, you get a bonus. Your intelligence level increased by 1, mana level increased by 2. Then the guy went to the water to recover. As he approached the pond and took the water in his hands, the boy tasted it, and then thought that the labyrinth was almost everywhere teeming with monsters, except for the merchant's shop and the spring, which were safe places. After tasting the healing water, Kang Tae-san felt a strange effect that swept through his body, and then received a system notification that said, "You have fully restored all your vitals." Feeling a rather interesting effect from the spring, the boy was surprised to think how refreshing it was. The stoma just melts away, as if I had a long and sound sleep. But I really need to sleep because the mental stoma will only increase if I continue on my way. The next day, after a sound and healthy sleep, Kang Tae-san woke up and immediately reached for the system window, saying, "It's been a whole day. I'll check the chat. I'm sure someone has written something." The first message in the group chat was written by Kang Jun-hyuk, a player named Hermit, who said, "Someone tell me if I should enter the maze." In response to the first question, another player named Lee Tae-young wrote, "Considering that no one who entered the maze responds, it's probably better not to. I'm going crazy." At the same time, Kang Dong-jun, a player of the normal difficulty level, asked who wants to clear the first floor with me. Trying to assemble a team, or at least find out more information, the guy added, "Can you tell me which monster will be the first?" The following message was written by Lee himself, a hermit. "I'm just going to go crazy." Seeing the active discussion in the chat room, Kang Tae-san mentally said, "I knew it. I knew most of the messages in the chat room from hermits at other difficulty levels. People have the opportunity to communicate directly with each other, but hermits only chat." Also, when he saw a message from Lee Tae-young asking people what to do, he was surprised to see the always confident Lee Tae-young so confused, and whether she was confident at all. Recalling the moment of viewing the girl's characteristics in his past life, the guy mentally said, "When she showed her characteristics, I saw that despite her behavior, she was anxious. Perhaps she was a coward who skillfully hid under a mask of confidence until the very end." After counting the total number of players who wrote to the chat, Khan thoughtfully said in his head, "Only one day after the maze opened, hermit players will begin to arrive more en masse no sooner than a month later. Now humanity is mostly still alive." Deciding that he couldn't just leave it at that, the guy decided to post a message in the general chat where he wrote a reward for the hermits corresponding to their level of difficulty. After sending his message in the general time, the guy mentally said that although she missed a huge number of rewards, she was the fastest to defeat the last boss, and thus became the strongest among people. At the same moment, Kong Tasan's message appeared to other participants who were waiting for someone's sign to act. Sending a message to the general chat with information on the ground floor, he confidently added that if I were them, I would not trust everything written on the wall. Having finished viewing the new messages, the guy sipped deliciously after a sweet dream and said, "Even if they believe it, I don't know how they will act. Only Lee Tae-young will survive out of 10,000 hermit players." After closing the general chat and pulling out the sword he had received from the guard, Kang Taeson confidently said, "Well, now it's time for me to go." After cutting up and bathing the meat of a giant rat in living water, which was 86% quality, the boy decided to use it for its intended purpose, to eat if nothing else. Holding this strange meat at the level of his eyes, the guy said thoughtfully, "I'll try to think about my goal and maybe it will taste a little better then." After putting the meat of a giant rat in his mouth, chewing and swallowing it, the guy received a notification that you ate a raw piece of meat, and then he felt sick. The next moment, the boy received several system notifications, which informed him that the result was negative and that he was poisoned. He began to drink the meat he had poisoned with living water so that he wouldn't suddenly die, and mentally said to himself that food poisoning constantly takes away health points for 2 days, and if you don't periodically drink an antidote or regeneration potion, you can die. For a beginner who knows absolutely nothing about this maze, poisoning can be a real nightmare and lead to a very high probability of death. Wiping his face after drinking the living water and fully restoring all the indicators, the guy thought with a sigh of relief. And that is why people who have experienced this will write in the chat that you cannot eat food without heat treatment. There is only one huge drawback to the maze. Food is rarely found in the maze, after which he began to repeat the same thing and eat rat meat again. Slowly savoring the pieces of meat cut from the carcass, Khan mentally said to the vendor, "You can buy a travel pack, but it's quite expensive and there are very few of them available." After checking his health, the boy made sure he was not affected by the effect of poisoning. After checking his condition, he added in his head, "And that's why the monsters of the maze will be the only most affordable way to eat." After which he took another bite of meat and got rat poisoning. After using the living water to remove all the negative effects and restore his stats, Kang Taeson thought that sometimes a player is forced to eat raw meat even when he is in danger, and that's when it's really the worst-case scenario. After completing another healing with water, the boy mentally rubbed his lips and said, "Well, I'm almost full," and then suddenly received a notification that said, "You have developed immunity from the poisoning you experienced. You've gained a skill that activates under certain circumstances for a long period of time, as well as immunity from diseases." Looking at the skill he had just gained, which said skill activated under certain circumstances for a long time, immunity to diseases, skill 1% currently available, immunity to food poisoning, the guy said. But everything changes the skill immunity from diseases. After learning more about the new skill, the boy said thoughtfully, "As I get better at this skill, it will protect me more and more from food poisoning, but it's a pleasure to be sick all the time to improve the skill, so it's time to learn another skill." Climbing into the water to get a few more new abilities that would be useful to him in the future, the boy said, "Oh, I don't want to." After being underwater for a long period of time, the guy received a notification that he could not breathe and then thought it hurt, but he had to endure it. Trying with his last strength to stay underwater to learn the skill, Kang Taeson mentally said, "I don't know where I heard it from, but drowning is one of the most horrible and painful deaths." Having observed a certain limit, the guy finally lifted his head out of the pond and then was able to breathe in with a full chest. But his suffering was rewarded. He received a notification from the system. "You held your breath so long that you almost died. You have acquired a skill that is activated under certain conditions of holding your breath." However, that was not all. After that, He received the following system notification while he was catching his breath. You felt death approaching. You have gained a skill that is activated under certain conditions by the death line. After the test was over, the guy removed the wet hair from his face and said tiredly, I hope it worked. Looking through the breath-holding skill, the guy saw the skill activated under certain conditions. Mana consumption unit skill unit. You're able to hold your breath for a long period of time. At the moment the duration is doubled, after which he said, with this skill you can pump breath holding. It is very useful to me in places of the maze from the air is poisoned. I think that not a lot of people will guess how to get this skill because it requires almost suffocation, but it also comes with the skill line of death. So 1+ and then opening another skill, the guy exclaimed in surprise that, looking at the description of his other ability, which said that the skill is 54%, you are able to sense the approach of death and activates in the most dangerous situations. The guy was surprised to hear that my skill was 54%. 54% are my readings from the future. How is it possible that I inherited this skill from myself before I traveled through time? Maybe it's because this skill affects my mind and not my body, but no, because I have 1% of the skill in calm consciousness and insight. Thinking about what could be the reason for such a high rate of skill, the guy said, I don't understand. Reaching into his vault to take out his weapon, the guy mentally said in the labyrinth of things that have no explanation, I can't afford to sit and think about everything. Pulling out his sword and moving on, the guy said confidently, I have many skills that have not yet been discovered, and I must not stop. After telling the rest of the players about the breath-holding skill and where to get it, Kong received a response in the general chat. He said, Kang Jun-hyuk Eseong-hyung, are you sure it will work? After which the guy nervously exclaimed that he was crazy. In response to his question, he received the answer that you don't know such a prince, who doesn't take risks, doesn't drink champagne. If the risk was small, you wouldn't have gotten anything. Now is the best moment. To which he replied sadly, but that's not what I'm worried about now. I can't. Forgive me, Hen. In response to his doubts, he received a well, it's not worse for you, only for you. Seeing this, the boy grabbed his head and exclaimed, even if it's not the way you want me to do it. At the same time, Kang Tasan began to hone his sword skills by activating the skill of holding his breath. After following certain steps to improve his skills, the guy said in his head that combinations of conditions and circumstances play a huge role in acquiring skills. If you use a skill in a certain situation, you can discover another skill. While swinging his sword during the breath-holding skill, the guy added in his head to apply the breath-holding in a still state and in combat, which are completely different things. After completing the training, when his air-holding skill was exhausted, the guy began to breathe hard to overcome the oxygen deprivation. However, this was rewarded with a couple of system notifications that said you have dealt several blows with the breath-holding skill applied. You have gained a special attack skill with breath-holding. You have mastered more than 10 different skills, and congratulations, you have now been awarded the title of skilled player. Having received some nice bonuses after the training, the guy looked at his sword and said in surprise, that's pretty good. After modeling the situation in his head, the guy said in his head, just as I predicted the movements of giant rats, I can apply the same to humans. With the help of a breath-holding attack, I can be completely unpredictable in my attacks when I attack the enemy. Opening the system window to view his skills, the guy said a wonderful skill that helped me in the last passage of the maze to open the statistics. Looking at his own characteristics, the guy thought in surprise, it seems to me that Lee Tae-young said that her agility after the first floor was 13, and now I have 21, which is much more. Leaving the safe zone, which had helped him quite a bit in his progress, the guy confidently said, now I can start building my basic skills. confidently walking down the corridor to his goal, Kang Tae-san thought. Basic skills usually cost 10 basic skills, and allowed him to overcome the huge difference in characteristics with his opponent. For example, skills such as increasing or multiplying or the last hit that ignores any opponent's defense, as well as zeroing the first hit or stopping time that works in a certain radius around the player. All these skills are the fundamentals that give you an incredibly significant advantage over all other players and beyond. Hearing the sounds of a monster near him, Kang Tae-san reached into his inventory for his bat shield while he thought, perhaps that was why the methods for unlocking these skills were specific. For example, the total observation skill could be obtained by pumping the insight skill 2 or 3 times. However, what if even on the first floor there is an opportunity to discover a basic skill that will be much more difficult to discover on the next floors? After finishing his thoughts, the guy received a system notification that said you can see a giant rat. This monster was standing right in front of him and preparing for battle. Deciding that he needed to make the most of the opportunity he now had, he said in his head, "Of course I have to get it." At the same moment, a giant rat attacked Khan and sank its fangs into his leg, causing 4 points of damage. Watching his health level 1 in the status window, the guy mentally said very cheerfully, "Bites into my leg, thinking that I can't answer like that a few more times." When he saw the system notification that said you were on the verge of death, you took 4 points of damage, the guy thought a little more. As soon as the limit was passed and the notification appeared, the guy instantly struck with his shield, driving the rat away from him. As soon as he completed the cycle of health loss, the guy received system notifications that said the skill level of the death line had increased to 3%, and the skill level of the calm consciousness skill had increased to 2%. The next moment, he received another notification that his life was in danger. This time, a rat tried to bite his wrist. By blocking the enemy's attack and throwing it back from him, the guy received a system notification you completely repelled the enemy's attack. You received a special block skill. Seeing what he got as a result of Kang Tae-san's efforts, he mentally said, "It's a good skill that nullifies damage below a certain threshold, but I don't need it." Having received another notification of a threat to his life, the guy repelled the enemy's attack with his shield. Continuing to perform the same action for several times, Kang Tae-san mentally said endurance. This is a special skill that nullifies the hit that was supposed to finish off the player and all subsequent hits for a certain period of time. Recalling the moments when this skill helped him out quite often, the boy said in his head that I was the only one who had this skill. Then, sitting on a mountain of lizards he had defeated, the boy heard from his friends, "Wow, Hen, and how did you get this skill?" And then his friend added, "I'm also interested." Not receiving an answer from Kang Tae-san, Gyun exclaimed in surprise, "Why do you have such cheating skills?" To which he thoughtfully replied, "Well, that depends. There are only a few ways to learn new skills in a maze, and the first is to learn them from another person, or, in another way, to do something that no one else could do before. This is the first way and finally the second." Continuing to keep the defense against the attacks of the monster, which could not calm down, the guy mentally said, "You can reproduce an effect close to a skill." Looking at the enemy who was on the verge of his rage, the guy mentally said, "I held my breath and thus acquired the related skill of practicing strikes using breath holding, and thus acquired the skill of striking while holding my breath. And now we return to the second way of acquiring skills. What do I have to do in order to get the stamina that nullifies the lethal blow?" Looking at his enemy who would help him acquire the necessary skill, Kang Tae-san smiled slyly and confidently added, "It's very simple. I will block attacks that were fatal to me." After blocking another attack of the enemy who continued to push, the guy finally received a system notification that said you had blocked several attacks that could have been fatal to you, and then immediately finished the rat. Proudly holding his head up after receiving what he wanted, The guy read the system notification that he received. You gained a skill that activates under certain circumstances for a long time of endurance. Leaning on his shield and raising his hand up, the guy confidently said that this skill will save lives. So is it really worth giving it up because of fear? After telling his friends about how he got the endurance skill, he responded with the words, I knew that Tessan was just sick in the head. And how can he be? And then he thought, this is how people react. Arriving again at the living spring to restore his health, the boy confidently said, but in the labyrinth, nothing can be obtained without risk. Kneeling down and taking water in his hands, he took a few sips, after which all his wounds healed and his pond returned to its perfect state. After recovering, Kang Tae-san sat down on the lawn to rest and thoughtfully said, I have perfectly mastered the skill of the line of death and the calm consciousness of what else I can learn. Thinking about what else he could do, the guy said, I have a couple of ideas, but in my past life, I had about 200 skills at my disposal. And then he heard a rustle from the bushes. The next moment, seeing an old man in front of him, Kang Tae-san jumped up from his seat and exclaimed, So there really is someone here. Immediately after these words, a man appeared in front of Kang Tae-san who was desperately seeking God, and he looked quite impressive. Quickly reaching into his inventory to get the equipment, the boy heard a great answer from a man who suddenly appeared on the horizon. Covering his body with a shield, the boy mentally told the monsters that the road to this place was forbidden, so he was an NPC. However, as far as I know, most NPS that are at the level of difficulty of hermits are crazy. At the same time, a person who was looking for God asked you are a traveler. Hearing the man's question, Kong was surprised to hear that he was a traveler, to which the man added, We call those who pass the test to pass the maze one of them, to which the man added, Yes. At the same moment, Thiessen recalled a dialogue with Lee Tae-young, who told him that when I was resting at a living spring, an old knight appeared, as if he were a servant of some god. Recalling the passage of the girl's story, the boy's memories were cut short, missing the main point, and he thought in confusion, What happened next I have to remember as soon as possible. Confused by the fact that he did not remember the girl's further story, the boy lowered his shield, but at the same moment the old man attacked him with his fist. As soon as Kang Tae-san regained consciousness, he heard then try to deflect this, and then saw a fist that was a moment away from his face, and the system alert Einzal used a fatal blow. All he could do was watch his inevitable death approach and the system notification that said, Einzal is attacking you. At the same moment, a system notification appeared in front of the guy, which said that the Deathline skill was activated, and as a result, he exclaimed, I'm definitely going to die, but still managed to raise his shield. The next moment, Einzal struck a direct shot right at the backboard that got in his way, followed by a loud thud. Feeling the powerful onslaught of the person seeking God, Kang Tae-san gritted his teeth and tried to stay on his feet, saying in his mind what a strong blow it was. Adjusting the attack so that it slipped through his defense, the boy swung his shield, knocking Einzal's fist to the right side of him, and then received 2 system notifications. You have withstood incredible strength. Your strength has increased. By 1, you have deflected an incredible blow of incredible strength. The skill of conditional activation of repulsion is open. Just as the guy was relaxing a bit from the fact that he had managed to avert the deadly danger, he heard a shout of, How about that? And noticed that another blow was flying right at his face, and he would definitely not have time to dodge it. Feeling the warmth of the mule's hand millimeters away from his face, Kang Tae-san said in his head, I definitely won't have time to dodge what kind of techniques he can use when he has such strength. After completing his combination, Einzal shifted his center of gravity to his right foot to keep his balance and exclaimed, Wow, that's just amazing. I never would have thought. Seeing that the damage done was only 35,211 points, he added, I thought I would knock out 100,000 points of damage, but it turned out to be only 30. At the same time, trying to get up from the rubble of the destroyed wall, the guy noticed that he had a notification that said the effect of the non-lethal blow skill was activated. Trying to collect his thoughts after a short flight, the guy opened one eye and looked at his grandfather and mentally said, "He smashed the wall of the maze with one blow. What is this?" The goalkeeper was also very strong, so in the hermit mode, the NPCs are only monsters. As he continued to lie on the rubble of the wall, Ainsal approached his opponent and said, "But besides all that, you surprised me quite a bit, boy." Recalling what exactly happened at the time of the collision, he added that at the very last moment you put a shield in front of you and then let go to reduce the force of the collision. In response to the admiration of a person who seeks God, Kang Tasan said offended, "I shouldn't stand there like a stuck man in such a situation," and was answered with a joyful voice, "Yes, that's true." The next moment, reaching out to the boy he was testing, Ainsal happily said, "I didn't mean to kill you at all. That's why I used a non-lethal blow. But even without that, I think you would have stood up anyway. I don't think it would have been a problem for you," which is what I heard in response when their hands joined. "Do you think so?" Picking up the guy from the ground and clenching his fist, the man turned his head to the side and said, "You fought for your life like a madman. I was impressed by your skills and you stood out. With such characteristics you were able to deflect my blow." Hearing Kang Tasan's words, I dusted myself off and thought in surprise. I knew that the NPCs in this maze were not bots but individuals, but he knew about the skills of this Li Tae-young did not tell me. At the same time, Ainsal added happily, "Honestly, I thought you were a weakling, but I'm very glad I was wrong. I give you full credit for your name, traveler." To which the boy replied, "Kang Tasan." Having received more information about the outstanding man, he extended his hand and said joyfully, "What a wonderful meeting. This is a real miracle. I am a seeker of God. My name is Ainsal." At the same time, the boy recalled the story of his friend who, after escaping from the monsters, arrived at a living spring to recover, and said sadly how sick of these rats she was. Unsuspectingly, she began to collect living water, saying, "Well, at least it's safe here," not even realizing that a man was approaching her from behind. Before she could even react, she heard a rustle behind her and looked back to see Ainsal's fist in front of her face and managed to shout out who it was. Stopping his blow at the last moment before the collision, the man who was looking for God huffed in surprise and then pointed his finger at the frightened girl and said, "You turn out to be a coward." Recalling a moment in the story of his friend Kang Tasan, Tae-young mentally said that the knight looked at her with a contemptuous look and left, and she never met him again. Immediately after turning his gaze to the man who squeezed his hand and continued to wave it loudly, the boy nervously thought, "What do you mean by that?" Tearing his hand away from Ainsal's grasp, Kang Tasan said, "Can I ask you a question?" To which the latter confidently replied, "Of course," after which the boy's voice sounded, "Why do you suddenly attack people? Do you like to insult the weak?" After receiving the question from Khan, the man scratched his beard thoughtfully and said, "Of course not. I'm a paladin. Why would I offend those weaker than me?" This was just a simple test for the guests of the source, after which the grandfather smiled happily. But Tessin was not amused at all. He only said unhappily that this was a test. Then the man raised his hand up and said confidently, "I check with visitors whether they have the will to fight for their lives in the maze and whether they are worthy of my attention. I am annoyed by people who know nothing about themselves. For example, you are worthy of your attention." After hearing Ainsal's praise, the guy said, "Well, okay, then thank you," and then thought, "That explains a lot. He evaluates people by their self-confidence. At least I know he won't be my enemy. After finishing his thoughts, the boy asked me if your name was Einsal, and I replied that it was the name my father gave me. Then, looking at the old man with a careful gaze, Khan asked, "You said you were in search of God, and what kind of God are you looking for?" There are many gods in this labyrinth, as I know, and they all appear in different places, so this is a rather vague answer. All of these maze gods are different, with their own characters and skills that give challenges and reward players who are able to complete them. However, most players didn't care about the gods at all, and that's because they could only be met if the difficulty level was hermetic. Lee Tae-young, who chose this level of difficulty and visited these mythical creatures, told me a lot about how evil and disgusting the gods are, so I know a lot about them. Hearing the boy's story, Einsal smiled happily and said, "Of course, the more people who know about the goddess, the better." Recalling who he reports to, Einsal added, "For example, I currently serve the goddess of love. Her name is Levanov. Our group, we all worshipped her. We praised her name quite loudly from dawn to dusk. She was just a wonderful goddess who connected with those who loved her. There is no goddess better than her." Immediately afterwards, Einsal added in frustration, "Except that my world was destroyed, and I am the only one who still knows anything about her and remembers her." When Kang Tae-san heard his grandfather's story, he asked in surprise, "So you entered the labyrinth to find her?" And he replied, "Yes, but so far I haven't found even a trace of her." Thinking about Einsal's words, the boy said to Levanov, "I know this goddess, and even more so thanks to Lee Tae-young's stories, I know which floor she is on." There was only one thing. When he began to recall the story, the girl Kang Tae-san recalled some unpleasant facts that the girl had told him. In the room where the goddess of love was found, she was bloody and showed no signs of life, which plunged the girl who found her into shock. After discovering such a terrible picture, the girl began to write to everyone in a common chat about what a horror it was, and that she was going to vomit from what she saw. Recalling the girl's words, the boy added in his head that it was so horrible that even Lee Tae-young, who had seen a lot in her life, almost made her inner world outer, and wondered if he should talk about it. After finishing his thoughts, the boy thought to Tae-san, "I was going to ask you something, if you don't mind," and he answered cautiously. Then Einsal added, "You're in a big hurry to get out of this maze," to which he replied with a firm "no." And then Khan thought, "My goal is not to get out of the maze as quickly as possible, but to become as strong as possible and collect all the rewards." When he heard that he was in no hurry and could stay with him, the man-seeking god joyfully exclaimed, "It's great. I'll teach you the skills of the goddess Levanov." And he replied, "Of course I want to." Confused by such a quick answer, the old man said in surprise, "I didn't even have a shadow of a doubt. I expected you to at least think about what the boy answered, and why would I refuse at all?" After accepting the offer from his grandfather, the guy looked down and said to me, "I have met a personalized NPC of such power that it is hard to imagine. Of course I want to know all the skills he knows." At the end of the reflection, Khan asked, "By the way, what do you want for teaching me?" After which he saw Einsal wave his hand and answered nothing. "Take it as an apology." Bowing before Tae-san, the man added, "For the sudden attack on you, though it was for the sake of testing, I used violence against you, a stranger. I am a paladin, and I must apologize for it." After hearing the man's apology, the boy said unhappily that maybe he should have just not attacked him, but he heard back that it would not work. Slapping his hand on his armor, the man added, "I apologize to you only because I consider you worthy. Otherwise, I would have just spat in your face and left." After hearing the weighty argument, Khan thought, "What a shot." Continuing his apology, Einzal said that his words were worthless, and I thought that since you were a traveler, you would definitely want to enrich yourself with new skills. And he agreed, of course. Having given an affirmative answer to the man seeking a god, Tessun thought it better to learn the skills not through fatal blows than to really risk his life, after which he heard, "I'm glad I almost shamed the gods with my behavior." Without hesitation, the man confidently added, "Well, great, we've solved the main issues. Now we can get down to business." Going out to the clearing where there was plenty of space, the man took a fighting stance and shouted, "First, try to hit me with your flimsy shield." Starting his training with Einzal, Kang Tessun mentally said that in the maze there are many different skills, and those that can be easily acquired are the basic ones. If a player suddenly has a sword, it is most likely that he will master the sword skill in a perfect format. If it is a shield, then you are guaranteed to master the skills of shielding, and if it is a spear, then, like the others, you will be able to master the art of spear handling. Any skill that can be acquired after you get a certain type of weapon, as the skill level increases, the knowledge of using a certain type of weapon also improves. Although it can be said that almost every player who finds himself or herself in a maze has this skill, and the more you use it, the more you master it. Recalling the moment when the goddess Einzal appeared in front of him, he added a skill that can combine all the basic ones. Looking into the eyes of the goddess of the circle, she touched him and shed tears. He added that although it was not a throw, it could well be considered the most useful. When he finished mentioning the skill given to him by the goddess Einzal, he said it was called the art of wielding air weapons, and even the goddess personally praised him, "And I want to teach you this skill." Hearing such a seemingly quite sensitive story from a man looking for weapons, Kang Tessun sighed and said with a disappointed sigh. Seeing the reaction from the guy who was not very happy about the skill he was going to be taught, Einzal asked him if he thought it was useless, and he replied that the fact that all the skills were combined did not change anything at all. Thinking about the skill after his words, the guy mentally said maybe the skill would be useful if it included basic skills and not the art of weaponry, as if you didn't combine them, it would be useless due to a bug in the system. And then he heard you had an extra hit. In response to the man's question, Khan answered, "Yes, there is one," to which he heard back a great number. Then the damage should be about 4, after which the guy added it was a basic stroke, so it most likely is. Hearing the words of his student, the man exclaimed, "Great! Then this must be the basic damage of the shield. So attack." And then Khan saw system notifications that said Einzal has activated target capture. Einzal will take a fixed damage hit. Seeing the man's mood, Tessun said in surprise that he was using the skill. "But were you really that serious?" Using his shield as usual, the boy struck from above, and then received a system notification Einzal took 4 points of damage. But despite the damage from the blow, the old man sat up and his eyes popped out of their sockets. Starting to rub his head after the blow, Einzal said in confusion, "Was it necessary to hit me so hard on the head?" To which the student replied, I'm sorry. The next moment, the man, holding back his irritation, said, "Well, use your fists this time." Hearing the order from the teacher, Kang thought, "I think he'll get angry if I hit him on the head again." Swinging his fist and preparing to punch a straight line, Kang Tessun shouted out, "Okay, here's the attack." After striking the armor, the boy received a system notification Einzal received damage of 2 units, but the effect of the strike was not. After the demonstration of the attack, the man asked, "Well, now do you understand the point?" To which he replied confusedly, "You wanted to show me that the amount of damage varies depending on the type of weapon." In response to this, Einzal confidently answered that this is exactly the case, and you grab quickly, which is why adventurers use one weapon, for example, if you take a glove plus 50 and a sword plus 20. And if you hit with a sword, the damage will be counted only from the weapon, but when you hit with a glove, only 50 units of damage will be used, so 70 units of damage is simply impossible. Hearing this, Khan said in disappointment. But isn't it obvious that if you could stack damage from equipment, all players would have hung themselves with different weapons? Looking at the pensive old man who thought he had told the truth, Tessan added that this is why they use the same weapon to try to perfect it. In response, Ainsal happily replied that it was very inconvenient to be able to use only one type of weapon during a battle. What a stupid rule. During the battle, you certainly have to risk your life, and it is obvious that the process requires the whole body to be tense, and from time to time, you have to use not only weapons, but also your arms and shoulders. In response to his mentor's words, Khan responded through the system. At such moments, only the slightest damage is counted, and it can be somehow circumvented, to which he replied, "That's what I mean. But my religious order, which serves the goddess Levanov, did not like my body, my weapons, and my weapons are part of my body. There should be no difference in their possession. And following from this, after many searches for a way out, I was able to develop the skill of the art of mastering air weapons, its effectiveness in the maze, a complete combination of basic skills, and the compounding of damage from all attacks and equipment." Hearing what the man seeking God had just mentioned, Kang Taesan asked in surprise what the whole attack was about. Then the man joyfully added, "That's right. You got it right. If you have a sword plus 20 and a glove plus 50, no matter what you strike with, the total damage will be 70. Hearing the man's words, Kang was surprised to ask how it turns out that there are more options for striking, to which he replied that this is how the skill affects not only the weapon but also every part of the body. It doesn't matter if you strike with your hand, gloves, or feet, the total damage will still be 70. Hearing the description of the skill, Kang Taesan smiled slyly and thought, "Then it turns out that the body itself becomes a weapon. With this skill you can use all the inventory that was previously considered useless." Recalling the moments of finding treasures with belts and rings with effects, the travelers were dissatisfied and said, "Why this ring, if it won't even help in the battle with the monster?" Then Kang Taesan added in his head, "Now it may not be so useful, but the further you move through the maze, the better your equipment becomes, and the faster this skill can gain its true beauty." After realizing how useful the skill he was about to be taught could be, Ainzal Kang Taesan confidently said it was an amazing skill. Thinking about the value of this skill in comparison to the others, he mentally added its value to almost the same level as the value of the main skill. At the same time, after Khan's words, Ainzal remarked that maybe it's not so impressive for you, but ordinary adventurers can't get this in their entire life. And he said, "Of course." Once again, after receiving a confident answer to his proposal, even without a moment's hesitation, the God-seeker joyfully said, "There is really no doubt." Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, the grandfather said, "Well, then you can just relax your body." Using a special way of acquiring the skill, Ainzal confidently said, "This skill is different from other skills, but I got it through my own experience, so I can easily pass it on to you. Even more, I have mastered it 100%, and that is why you can use it without any pain." After that, Kang received a system notification of the basic skill shield art combined with the skill air weaponry. The basic skill of swordsmanship combined with the skill of airborne weapons. When he saw the notification, the guy was amazed and thought, "This is a flow of knowledge and information. I didn't even think I could learn the skill so quickly." Upon completion of the transfer of all the information about the skill, the boy, covered in a green aura, received a system notification saying that you have received the skill from the creator of the art of air weapons. You have mastered the highest ranked skill in the art of aerial weaponry skill in the highest ranked skill in the art of aerial weaponry mastery, 1% art of weapon and body control due to lack of skill. You may suffer damage losses. After passing the skill on to the worthy boy, Einzal confidently said, I advise you to practice every day until you master the skill to perfection and then some. Handing Kanu an item with a description of a pale attack ring plus one of someone's old rings. It seems that it used to be very valuable, Einzal added. It's not good to get drunk and forget everything in the world, I'm sorry. Putting the gift on his hand, Kang Tasan happily said, This will be enough. And then thought, In the past I would have just thrown this trinket away, but now this ring is like a rusty sword. Having fulfilled all his whims, the man who sought God said, I think I have given you everything I wanted, but now you still can't do much about it. Smiling happily, the man said, I'll ask you just one question. Would you like to practice with me? Calling his student over to him, he added that it might still be worth checking the skill before using it. Hearing Einzal's offer, Khan Tazan immediately took his shield out of his inventory and confidently said, I don't see any reason to refuse. The next moment, the pair of fighters faced off again to hone the guy's fighting skills. Exchanging blows and learning valuable lessons, the boy mentally said in the maze, raising the level depends on any action taken. No matter how useless a location may seem at first glance, you shouldn't jump to premature conclusions. If you walk through it carefully and find something interesting, your detection skills will definitely improve. Continuing the fight with Einzal, dodging his blows and occasionally blocking those he could, the boy confidently added that if you constantly block the opponent's blows, you will increase the level of shield mastery. After blocking various attacks of his opponent for a long time, the boy finally managed to stay on his feet, even after a direct blow from Einzal that shook even the ground. Having identified a good time, he even tried to counterattack, and then confidently said in his head, and that's why battles with strong opponents make sense. After a good workout, the guy fell off his feet from the stoma and was unable to even move. After a little rest and being able to move, Khan opened a system window with a description of the skill he had upgraded, which said, Continuous activation skill perseverance on the battlefield skill 3% you stay on the battlefield for a long time, the stoma comes late. After reviewing the progress, he mentally said, Thanks to this skill, I was able to fight an S-class monster for several days. It can only be obtained in a battle with players, and therefore I gave it up in the hermit maze mode. The next moment, Einzal approached Tezen and said, I can't believe that such skills belong to such a young and inexperienced adventurer, but I am really good at reading people. Smiling happily that he had found such a valuable adventurer, the man added happily, Well, that will be enough for Tezen. In response to his sparring partner's question, the boy rose to a sitting position, smiled happily, and answered more than enough. When he received his disciple's answer, the man who was seeking God sat down beside him and said, Tesan, promise me 2 things. And he answered. Then Einzal said, Since you have already mastered my skill, you can also pass it on to someone else, but only if you come across a miserable and useless player. Looking at the boy with a menacing look, the man added, Don't even think about teaching him this skill. If you break this rule, I will kill you. After hearing the instruction from his mentor, Kang Tessen replied that he understood, and then added, And secondly, if you find out anything about Lady Levinoff, tell me. In response to his mentor's words, the boy replied that the probability that we would meet again was rather low, to which he replied, I don't expect anything in particular. Looking into the eyes of the guy he would soon have to say goodbye to, he added touchingly, holding back tears, I just hope for a miracle. After his mentor's words, Khan Tassan thought that if Einzal could find the goddess, there were 2 options. Either Levinoff would remain alive, or they would both die. Reflecting on the state of the goddess, the boy mentally added, Based on the information the bark I possess, if Einzal does not have time to find it, Levinoff will obviously be killed. Thinking about the rightness of his actions and putting his hand to his chin, the guy added thoughtfully, I wonder if you should tell him about it. I'm lost in thought. However, after some time of his own reflection, he finally decided and said, "Would you like to know where your goddess is now?" To which Ainzal replied, "Finding her is my main desire." Then Kangtezan said, "I know where she is now." Hearing this, the man took on a rather terrified look, his pupils narrowed, and his face became more menacing. Having received no reaction to his remark, Kangtezan repeated again, "I know where the goddess Levinov is now." In response to his student's words, Ainzal said, "This is not a funny joke at all. If you've decided to play a joke on me, you better stop." Recalling his difficult journey through the building, the man added, "I walked the entire maze, but I couldn't even find a clue, and you, who just came to the first floor, know where it is." Hearing the words of the wary man, the boy thought, "Well, he doesn't believe me, but this is a completely predictable reaction. But I even have an answer to that." Putting his hand to his chest, Kangtezan said confidently again, "You can trust me completely. I have an object that describes the labyrinth." Waving his hand to deny the boy's words, Ainzal shouted out a lie. "There are no cards in the maze," to which Khan replied that this card does not apply to the entire maze, but only to a certain creature. As soon as the man heard about the special card from the boy's mouth, he suddenly fell silent. And then, pulling his hand to his face, he asked anxiously if it could be a divine call. And that's what he heard in response. Continuing his story about the location of Ainzal's goal, Taysan added, "This item can be obtained in the labyrinth that shows the location of the deity. There is information of my family. I have memorized the location of all the gods." The next moment, the boy was immersed in memories of the moment where he learned this information about her, and Li Tae-young also told him. Putting the horn on the table, she said, "Look, Tae-sang, I'm going to tell you because I just can't help but share. I got this item on the 89th floor, but it's useless. The deities are just terrible. They just laugh at me." To which the guy replied, "I hung the shit up again." After that, returning from his memories, he added in his head, "I thought it was just a trinket and did not even realize that it could be useful." After which he confidently said 78th floor library, 24th secret room. When he heard the information about the location of his goddess, Ainzal said reassuringly, "Yes, the library is really there and I haven't checked it yet, so it should definitely be there." In response to this, Kangtezan said, "I think I've paid you back enough." To which Ainzal rushed at the boy and grabbed him by the shoulders and joyfully exclaimed, "Of course, that's more than enough." Continuing to squeeze the guy's shoulders without controlling his strength, the man joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you. I have never been so grateful. I am in irreparable debt to you," Ainzal added, trembling with joy at the news that he would be able to find his patroness. In response, the guy said, "Please let go my shoulder." To which he walked away from the guy and awkwardly exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I can't control my emotions." Holding his hand, which was damaged by the squeeze, Khan asked if he was going to go as a goddess, to which he replied thoughtfully, "It's hard to say. The 78th floor is quite large. You need to be prepared so as not to get into trouble." Smiling joyfully and putting his hand to his chest, the man said again, "Thank you again from the bottom of my heart. It is difficult to express my gratitude in words." Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, the man said thoughtfully, "I would certainly like to repay you somehow." After standing there for a few seconds without changing his position, the man finally made a decision, and then holding out the ring in his hand, he said, "Take it. It will be useful for a skilled hermit like you." Putting on his finger a bronze ring with the description of health plus 20, it looks like a sacred ring. But religion is destroyed and only one person can own it. The guy mentally said, "Wow," in easy mode. I would need such an item to get to the 30th floor. Seeing the boy's enthusiastic reaction after handing him the object, Ainzal said, "I wouldn't give it to a player on the first floor, but I think you deserve it." and I hope I won't regret my decision." In response, Kang Tasan said, "I'm not going to be idle here, so you don't have to worry about it. I'll definitely get stronger." After receiving a confident answer, Einzal said, "I'm glad to hear that. Then I'll go get ready." And then the guy asked him, "Are you going downstairs?" Hearing the question from the boy, the man waved goodbye and said, "I finally found what I was looking for, so I can't do nothing. Thank you, Tasan. See you later." After saying everything he wanted, he raised his hands and exclaimed in a fanatical voice, "Goddess, I will soon be the last one to remember you. I am very close." Looking in the wake of the joyful Einzal, who had gone to prepare for the journey, Khan Tesan wondered in his mind if he could find the goddess, and if he could, if she would survive. The next moment, after imagining a horrific picture of the dead goddess and Einzal who had found her in his head, Tesan added, "Or she is no longer alive. There is no point in thinking about it now, because in any case, it will be a long time before we can meet Einzal again." Going on to clear the first floor and defeating the giant rat, the guy received a notification that you had activated the increase in the state of mind, after which he said that after some time spent on the floor, my agility had risen to 25, so it would not be difficult to catch a large rat. The next moment he received a notification that said the difference in the state of your soul and the target's soul was too great to obtain resources from the victim, and he said in disappointment that, taking his leg from the defeated giant rat, the guy said disappointedly, "So if the difference is too big, it will not be a pity." But it was expected. Moving further down the corridor, the guy said thoughtfully, "I think I've already squeezed the maximum time out of this place, so I'm going to go to the next one, but first I need to go somewhere." Arriving at a door covered with moss and chained, the boy said in his head that there were secret rooms in the labyrinth. There is no more than one such room on each floor, but those who manage to find this room will be very generously rewarded for its discovery. In this room, you can find many rare items, such as a magic staff or a ring that allows for levitation, potions that increase the characteristics and so on items that give a serious advantage in the maze. Remembering the room, the guy also did not forget about the restrictions added in his head. But only one person can get into the secret room, and that in easy mode, the competition was serious. And it was because of this that I missed many of these rooms. In this case, the key role was played not by skills but by luck and experience. But this is the hermit mode, so I will be able to open all the rooms myself. Heading to the first hidden room on the ground floor, the boy thoughtfully said, "I wonder if their placement will be the same." Arriving at the empty room with nothing at all, Kang Tasan mentally said, of course, that the mode difficulty changes and the map of the maze, but the overall structure is the same, so all secret rooms are similar. There is only a blackberry entrance to this mysterious room with hidden treasures, and the room itself is empty inside. It usually seems rather strange and useless, and that is why most players simply pass by it without exploring it. Leaning against the wall to find hidden levers or buttons, the guy said thoughtfully, "Secret rooms are usually located in such places." Starting to inspect the wall and knock on it to find the entrance, Kang Tasan added that at first glance these are ordinary bricks. Just by tapping each one you can find a secret room. He sighed heavily after he quickly walked along the wall and did not find the entrance. The boy said it would take some time. After these words, the boy began to take out one brick at a time from the wall in an attempt to find a secret entrance to the treasure room. After a while, he sat down on the ground, searching the pressure plate, mentally saying push turn push. Reaching for the wall again and starting to pull bricks, Khan said, "If it doesn't work, then you need to try with the next brick. And if you fail here, then you need to choose the next one." Pulling different bricks in the wall, Tessin even got excited and mentally said, "This is even fun. It's much more interesting than surviving in a room for a week." At one point, when he reached for the right brick, the boy received a system notification that said his detection skill had been increased by 5%. Immediately after that, a passage appeared in front of Kang Tae-san, and several other notifications that said you have opened a secret room, you have received the title of Adventurer. Your intelligence has been increased by 3 units. After spending some time searching for the entrance, the boy saw the chest in front of him and exclaimed joyfully, "Here is the treasure of the hidden room." Starting to look around for traps, he said confidently, "It seems like you can just walk up and open it, but I think there's definitely a trick." Suddenly, in the room next to him, he saw a giant rat sleeping peacefully and not bothering anyone. Taking advantage of a good moment, the boy quickly reached for it and grabbed the monster by the tail, then lifted it up and heard fierce screams from the awakened rat. Having a great material to test the security of the room, Kang Tae-san threw the monster in front of him and just happened to hit the pressure plate that activated the trap. The next moment, an arrow flew right at the rat and hit it right in the heart, instantly killing it. Assessing the danger in this room, the guy thoughtfully said, "An arrow trap is quite expected for the first floor. It seems traps are not so scary." Approaching the spot where the rat had fallen, the boy cautiously stepped on the pressure plate and said, "Well, let's see." At the same moment, an arrow flew from the wall in his direction, but thanks to his agility and well-developed skills, he managed to catch it with ease. Moving the caught arrow to his inventory, Kang Tae-san said confidently, "I'm stronger than most players on the first floor, so I can handle it if I concentrate hard enough." Realizing that arrows can be caught with his hands, the guy deliberately started stepping on the pressure plates to activate the trap, after which he caught them and moved them to the inventory. Continuing to engage in this theft of the tomb and the accumulation of arrows, after some progress, the guy dodged an arrow shot at his back and said it was getting harder. However, despite the heaviness, he continued to deliberately step on the plates to activate the traps, confidently saying, "I guess I won't have to buy arrows in the store." Grabbing a couple more that flew in his direction, the guy happily added, "I can catch them here." And then his attention was drawn to the arrows themselves, which looked unusual. Looking closely at it, he noticed a notification that said, "Poison arrow attack plus 2 poisons the target." The other arrow, which was illuminated in a different color, was also unusual in its description, which said paralyzing arrow attack plus 2 paralyzing target may not work depending on the level and characteristics. Then Kang Tae-san said in surprise, "Strange sum." Having moved these arrows to his inventory, the guy happily added them to his inventory. "But I don't care, it only makes me feel better, so it's time to return to the first trap." Returning to the beginning and making his way to the chest, activating the traps, the boy collected a few more arrows and then happily said that everything is repeating itself, even in a fun way. After moving the obstacle course he had collected in the last passage, the guy opened his inventory and looked at his stocks and said 100 should be enough. The next moment, turning his gaze to the treasure chest standing next to him, the boy confidently stepped forward and said in his head, "Now let's move on to the main course." Having made the jump, the guy moved to the middle of the room and then said in his head, "I'll just try to break through. I need to repel the arrows and run in time." As soon as he activated one of the traps, 5 arrows flew at him at once, fired from the walls. Then Kang Tae-san said, "But this is a maze." He needed to show his best side, and then began to deflect the arrows fired at him with his feet, counting 1 and 2 in his head. Having figured out the activated trap and the 5 arrows that were fired at him, the guy took the next step by activating another trap with words in his head, the next one on the 9th brick. After counting how many arrows flew at him after activating the trap, he nervously thought, "So you need to expect 9 arrows, just like the number of bricks and the number of arrows." Then, to avoid the damage from the activated trap, the guy activated the skill in one breath and held the ability to not breathe for 10 seconds, after which he quickly moved forward. As he approached the arrows that were flying directly in his direction, he also activated his discernment skill, which improved by 2%. Tracking the position of the arrows that were flying at him, Kang Tasan mentally said 3 in front, 2 on the left, 3 on the right, and 1 from below. It would not be easy to dodge. Activating the skill of perception to better sense everything that was happening around him, the guy received a notification that his level of perception had increased to the limit. Immediately after reaching the maximum skill level, the guy received another system notification that said you have gained a special skill to enhance your senses. After deflecting and avoiding 4 of the 9 arrows fired at him, the guy said in his head, "There are still 5 left," and then saw a notification that said, "You have activated deflection. The next shot will be deflected." When one of the arrows bounced off his body, it left a scratch that caused 8 points of damage, and after that incident, Kang Tasan added 4 more points in his head. Moving forward from where the arrows were coming at him, the boy confidently said in his head, "I will be able to endure such damage thanks to the repulsion." Even more space for advancement appeared. Assessing his situation, he thought that there were only 3 more arrows pointing in the same direction. Having caught the one that flew higher with his hands, the guy was able to simply jump over a couple more that flew at the level of his feet. And then, stepping on the last plate, he thought the last trap, according to the rules, it should shoot 10 arrows. When he saw how many arrows flew at him after the trap was activated, the guy thought in confusion that as many as 15 arrows were a joke or something. Trying to somehow avoid collision with the arrows flying in his direction from all sides, the guy mentally said more arrows than I expected, not sure that he could deflect them all. There's just one problem. The more arrows that fly in my direction, the harder it is to figure out their tangled trajectories. If he could not dodge the arrows, he would have to do something else. And to avoid serious damage, he used his own hand as a shield, which was hit by 2 arrows, taking 15 and 16 points of health. After blocking several arrows with his own hand that he could not avoid, the guy saw a system notification that said, "You are in critical condition." Holding his injured arm, the boy continued to walk towards the treasure chest, groaning heavily and watching the critical message that said you are losing blood and your health is decreasing. When he got to a safe place where he was out of range of the arrows, the guy took all the arrows out of his hand and said how much it hurt, after which he received a notification that you felt incredible pain, and he learned the skill of pain relief. Preparing for emergency medical care, the boy stopped the blood and started bandaging his arm, thinking, "Thanks to the skill, I feel less pain, but it is almost not mastered, so I can't get rid of it completely. If I hadn't felt it earlier, I would have been lying there without memory." When the guy got to his feet after the blood stopped, he saw the lever and thought, "Even though I'm crippled, I still got the skill. I don't want to get into anything on the way back." Pulling the lever, Kang Tasan didn't notice any changes and headed for the chest. Opening it, he thought, "I hope I've disarmed all the traps. It's time for the reward." Seeing the reward in the treasure chest, the boy was surprised to hear that the items were already appearing in the rewards. Picking up the staff that was lying in the box, he added in surprise that even in heavy mode, it didn't start until the 10th floor, the staff-shaped club. Looking closely at the item he received, the boy noticed that a notification appeared in front of him with its description, which read, "A staff of flame, a staff used by novice wizards that can generate basic fireball magic." Moving the item to his inventory, he mentally said, "Quite useful. The staff of flame is much more useful than other magical items. Is it all thanks to the hermit mode?" Heading for the exit after getting what he wanted, the guy thoughtfully said Lee Tae-young didn't really hunt for secret rooms, so there was no point in comparing now. Everything should be much better. On the way back, he met a giant rat with which he had to fight and thought, "Now I can only use one arm, but that doesn't stop me from handling giant rats once or twice." After dealing with the monster, even with the limitation of an injured limb, Khan received a system notification that said that despite being crippled for a long time, you can easily perform various actions and have gained a special skill of unwavering will. By turning off the notification window for the new ability and stepping on the monster that was lying at its feet, you defeated the giant rat. After dealing with all the adventures on the way, Tassan arrived at a spring with living water to heal his wounds and restore his current condition. After drinking the healing water, he felt the healing effect on his arm, and then the system notified him that you are in excellent condition. After the healing was completed, the boy sat down by the shore, opened the system window and said, "Well, let's see what skills I have acquired." The first in line was a special skill to enhance senses, a 1% skill. Your senses are enhanced, but now you can only notice small changes, and a pain reduction skill that reduced sensations. Thinking about what he had learned, he said these two were very good, but now they are not particularly useful, but the higher your skill, the more effective they will become. Another new skill he gained was a special skill called Unwavering Will, using mana 1 skill unit of 1%. No wounds or injuries will break your morale. You are able to ignore wounds for 10 seconds, after which the guy thought a great skill to reduce pain was certainly not easy, but it was worth it. The next moment, looking at the characteristics of the staff, which said basic skill fireball mana usage, 3 unit skill 1% creates a fireball without resistance dealing damage to the target enemy changes state to burn. Then Kang happily thought, as expected, the staff is the most valuable here. After completing his review of the rewards and skills he had gained on the first floor and recovering with the help of water, Tassan said, "I have nothing more to look for on the first floor. It's time to go to the next one." The construction of the labyrinth is quite simple. Each floor has a staircase that is defended by a boss, which is why the player needs to defeat him to advance. Arriving at the door of the room with the boss from where he could go down below, the guy said it would be great if the fight with the boss ended in 2 steps. But then the complexity of the hermit mode did not justify itself. Opening the door, the boy saw a giant rat in front of him who had already noticed him, and then the boy said, "Long time no see." The next moment, the test of the boss's room was activated and a system notification appeared, which said that a giant rat had appeared. Having taken out his equipment to fight the enemy, the guy said, "Here he is, the boss of the first floor of the lonely mode." Recalling his previous encounter with this little one, Kang Tassan said in his head in a light mode, he was on the 10th floor. I wonder how many souls suffered from these paws. The next moment, interrupting his train of thought, which was not directed at the battle, the boy confidently said, "But now it doesn't matter. Isn't it amazing after all I've been through?" Recalling Lee Tae-young's story about how she was able to pass this level, the boy said in his head that a giant rat could not beat a player on the first floor, and that's why Lee Tae-young had to cheat. The maze's bios was located in a certain limited area that it could approach, and outside of which it had no access to the players to use. And so, taking this opportunity, the girl filled the entire room with oil and set it on fire. If you think about it, this decision is quite logical and quite effective, given that she was the last player to survive in the solitary mode and complete the maze. This strategy was close to perfect. The next moment, after hiding his shield in his inventory and replacing it with a magic staff, Khan confidently said, "However, the maze is not designed for such a fight." After completing his thoughts, the boy pointed his magic staff in the direction of the enemy and activated the casting of the fireball spell. Having attacked first, the boy rushed into battle against the giant rat and said, "I have to demonstrate impressive abilities to become stronger." After completing the fireball map, The guy received a system notification: burn check, successfully completed, giant rat gets burned, changed his weapon to a bow and said, great. Holding the new weapon in his hands, the boy said in his head, burns do 1 unit of damage every 10 seconds, but much more is needed. Upon completion of his thoughts, he took 1 arrow from his inventory and aimed it at the enemy, shooting it directly into his body. While continuing to attack the enemy, dealing damage to it, Kang Tae-san received a system notification checking poisoning status error. Checking seems to be giant rat is not poisoned. Disappointed that he failed to poison the monster, the guy pulled an arrow and said, well, no matter what, I'm not going to stop there. After shooting at the target, the boy received a system notification that the target was paralyzed and would not be able to do damage for 10 seconds. Looking at the other arrow, which had a paralyzing effect, the boy, approaching the immobilized monster, said, strange arrows, quite an interesting thing. The next moment, taking out 3 more arrows from his inventory, he smiled slyly and said, now let's get down to the real game. Continuing to fire with his bow, Khan received system notifications for 8 points of damage, dealt poisoning status check, successful, giant rat poisoned. He thought paralyzing the boss with his arrows. I have the ability to do even more damage with these arrows, and then continue my pest activities. After applying all the possible effects he could to the enemy, Khan changed his equipment from a bow back to a shield. Approaching the monster and swinging at it, Tessin said in his head, this fight seems more boring than difficult. Continuing to attack the enemy with physical blows, the guy received system notifications, giant rat is weakened. It will take more damage, you have dealt 13 units of damage. After inflicting a certain amount of damage to the enemy, the guy looked into his hateful eyes and thought, this method also has its limits. Soon enough, the very moment would come when he noticed some changes in the monster's behavior, and he gripped his shield tighter and took a steady stance. Watching for when that would finally happen, Tae-san said in her head when her health level dropped below 20%, her berserker mode would activate. Having experienced the same berserker state at a light level of severity, the raid participants who were frightened by the monster's sudden behavior shouted out in confusion, my paralyzing arrows don't work, help me. It is impossible to escape from it. It is catching up with me, and it is not listening to the screams of his comrades. Khan could only lie on the ground and watch what was happening until shock left his body. After a while, Kang Tae-san finally saw the same system notification that said a giant rat had started to rage and went into berserk mode. Noticing that the moment had finally come when the fight would become more mobile, the boy mentally said, the second phase of the fight has begun, and it's getting harder. After closing the shield from the enemy's attack, the guy received a system notification that said you held 8 units of damage, and then he thought, with my current strength, I can't do it. Looking at the giant monster as it prepared to strike again, he mentally added, my strength is barely up to 11, so I'll have to bet on my best characteristic, agility, to do any serious damage. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike, the guy confidently shouted in his mind, now and then rushed to the enemy's ram. However, this attack did not work out well, and Kang Tae-san had to defend himself in an emergency. Even when the main damage was to his shield, he took 5 units of damage. As soon as the enemy opened up after his attack, the boy retaliated by hitting with his shield and taking 7 units of health, after which his combat stamina skill increased by 1%. Continuing to fight a difficult battle against the enemy, the guy felt a stoma and said in his head, it's getting hard to breathe, my body can't take it. The next moment, after activating the skill, Kang Tae-san received a system notification that said you have activated the rest and can breathe calmly for 10 seconds, after which he dealt 8 units of damage with his sword. After completing the combination, he also changed to deal 7 more units, knocking the monster to the ground. Deciding that this was a great chance to finish off the enemy, he jumped up but the monster's paw reached him and dealt 24 units of damage. Seeing the amount of lost health, the guy thought in confusion that 24, if this continues, I will not be able to withstand a couple of blows. With the help of repulsion, I will be able to endure about 8 blows. Finishing his thoughts, the guy rushed at the enemy and then, having received another 25 units of damage, activated repulsion. As soon as the distance was sufficient for a counterattack, Kang Tae-san, approaching the giant rat, confidently thought I needed to finish everything before I was finished. Having made a breakthrough to the enemy and then successfully counterattacked, he received a system notification that the enemy had sustained significant damage. After completing certain actions and attacks that caused a significant amount of damage, Kang Tae-san finally saw the desired system notification that said, "You defeated the giant rat." Without showing any emotion after the victory, the boy wiped the sweat from his face and confidently said, "It was easier than I expected. Well, now it's time to get rewards," after which he began to be bombarded with system notifications with characterization increases and new skill activations. In addition to all the bonuses after the victory, the guy also received a full recovery, after which he happily said, "It was expected, but still nice." The next moment, the guy also received 1 potion to increase a random characteristic and 2 potions to increase a certain characteristic. Seeing this, he said in surprise, "Wow, I never received this before, even on the 50th floor." Climbing on the carcass of the defeated monster, the guy used a potion and then received system notifications that you had used a potion to increase a random characteristic and 2 potions to increase a certain characteristic. The potion of increasing random characteristic raised his son by 1 point. Seeing this, the boy happily said, "So I'll give this potion to the force as well," after which his strength rose by a point. Reviewing his performance after clearing the first floor, the guy happily said that he had pumped up his strength by 3 units in one go, which was just great. Overjoyed with his achievement, Kang Tae-san sighed happily and said such characteristics, and only on the first floor how I did not suffer in easy mode to get them. By the way, that's not all. I think I got another skill besides this one, and then I started flipping through the list of my skills. Noticing something new in the list of skills, Kang Tae-san was surprised to hear that I had gotten this skill faster than I expected, and that it was as useful as the defensive skill. After completing the review of the ability, the boy laid down on the animal's fur and stretched sweetly, saying, "I checked everything I needed." Just as he was about to relax, he remembered a message he had written in the general chat about the strategy for getting through the first floor. Rising from his seat, he opened the system window and said, "Of course, I published the strategy, but I didn't expect much." In the general chat, he saw a message from other players who wrote that someone could send a route to the source of life, but I'm scared to go there, and he was told that there was nothing he could do. After that, Lee Tae-young added, "Don't give up at the spring. You'll be safe if you stay here. It will only get worse." And then another player added, "Boogaloo chasing death sounds even a little fun." In response to one guy's words, the other guy happily replied that we have all the chances and it is much better than just dying in the unknown. Continuing to review the time together, Kang Tae-san saw a message from Lee-san. "I got to the source of life. Thanks for your support," to which Kang Jun-hyuk replied, "Congratulations, now be careful, then don't die on the first floor." Surprised by what was happening in the chat room, the boy thought that the gaming community was not the same as it was in his past life. At that time, no one even stuttered about strategy, and all the words were full of despair. As Park Chung-eun wrote in the past, "I don't want to die of hunger here, but what is the point of living like this anymore?" Recalling the sad past that did not happen again, Kang Tae-san added in his head, and in the end, people were so disappointed that after a while, there was complete silence, and the only one who wrote in the chat was Lee Tae-young, and it was, "Hey, there's someone else here." However, this time the message from her was different. And where did Kang Tae-san go after that message? I haven't seen him here anymore. Looking at the message, the guy just huffed meaningfully. The next moment, his attention shifted to the stairs leading to the second floor, so he closed the system windows and focused on the path. Preparing to go to the second floor, the boy put a glove on his hand and confidently said, "It's time to go." The glove he was wearing had the following description: a fighter's attack glove plus one protecting hand can inflict additional damage on the enemy. Hearing Kang's request, the merchant was surprised to ask, "Are you sure you want to buy this fist-fighting thing?" "So this crazy old man is teaching you the art of aerial weaponry?" he asked. "Do you know each other?" And then the old man added, "We're both rotting here, so yeah. By the way, you're only going to sell meat if you kill the boss. You can also sell the skin and teeth." To which Tasan replied, "I'm not going to sell it. I have other uses for it." Hearing the boy's remark, the Lost King lit a pipe and took one puff and said happily, "I understand." He looked at the boy with a sly look and asked, "So you want to find a blacksmith, am I right?" As Kang continued to walk up the stairs to the second floor of the maze, he continued his thoughts and mentally told Lee Tae-young that without his help, she would not have been able to get this far. And she also told me that I would be able to find him in the depths of the maze, and that is why I would have to hurry to find him soon. Going down the stairs that spiraled down into the depths of the labyrinth, the boy mentally said, "This place is much further away from the entrance to the labyrinth. Anyone can be reborn on this second floor, as they say, and the creatures that live there are not so strong." Finally arriving at the entrance to the second floor and seeing the airy islands drifting in the sky, he said, "Well, let's start the second floor quest." Upon reaching the second floor, Kang Tae-san received a system notification: defeat the boss and move on, reward weak mana potion, secret reward unknown. Seeing the prizes, the guy was surprised to say mana potion, but isn't it so rare that it's not even sold in stores? Sounds promising. When he opened the system window to view something he needed, Kang Tae-san received an incredible number of unread messages. By clicking on one of the first ones and writing what was wrong, to which Kang Jun-hyuk replied, "You are still here." As soon as Kang Tae-san wrote one message in the shared chat, many other people started spamming the chat with, "Tae-san, are you alive? I have a question for you. Is it really him? Thanks to you, I was able to survive," and others. Looking at this crowd, each of whom was eager for his attention, the boy nervously thought about where to start. After creating a private time with one of the players, Kang Tae-san received a message, "Wow, is it true you don't write anything?" To which the guy replied what was wrong. In response to the question, the guy hesitantly replied that he just wanted to make sure that our rescuer was still alive. To which he replied, "Why don't you take care of yourself?" Thinking about the behavior of the players, he thought, "Honestly, I didn't expect that people placed in an unknown world would risk their lives because of some posts in groups." And then wrote, "It's not for me to talk about it, but why did you rush here so thoughtlessly after reading the post?" In response to this, the guy nervously replied, "I just had no choice. Everyone was on the verge of collapse, and we just had to grab any chance we could get from the thought of it. Thanks, Hen." To which he replied, "Yeah." Looking at the state of the guy he was talking to, Kang Tae-san said to himself, "You know that without entering the maze you won't get food. The people who entered the maze had no choice. And the hunger was getting stronger, because in that situation you would start eating your own limbs. And there was no one to talk to, of course. In such a situation you can go crazy." So trying to improve his situation, the boy tried to start a conversation with the gatekeeper of the maze, saying, "Hey, guard, do you happen to have any food? Don't ignore me." After a futile attempt to start a dialogue with the goalkeeper, he had to take decisive action. Once inside, the guy was lying on the floor thinking, and I ran into the maze in the hope of finding food, but then it turned out to be too late. When he saw the message from Kang Tae-san, the guy jumped up and down in surprise and exclaimed, "Hermit mode," clearing the first floor. And after finishing his recollections, the guy said, "It may not mean much to you, but we all needed that fast." Lee Tae-young was the first to leave, and the others followed, and after receiving a message from the boyfriend, Kang Tae-san mentally said, "That's what's wrong." Lee Tae-young had often expressed her feelings in messages in the group before, and it was possible that her success made the others believe in themselves. At the end of his thoughts, Kang Tae-san thoughtfully asked his interlocutor how many people had managed to kill the giant rat, and he answered two, me and Miss Lee Tae-young. When I heard that there were two Kangs who won the battle against the monster, I was surprised to think that I don't know what happened to Lee Tae-young, but this is the first time I've heard of this guy. Apparently in his past life he simply died in some strange battle, but if he was able to defeat a giant rat, he is not inferior to Lee Tae-young. Then I can consider the yogi lucky to have survived thanks to my post, after which I told the guy that soon you will run into a strange old man looking for a goddess. He will attack you, but if you can react well, you can get something useful from him. His attitude towards you will directly depend on your actions, so be careful. By the way, tell Lee Tae-young about this as well. Hearing the instruction from his guide, the boy awkwardly said, "Hyung, you are definitely fine." When he heard the strange question from Kang Tae-san, he was surprised to hear you ask about it, and he replied, "I just thought you were trying too hard for us. I appreciate the help, but we are going through the same maze as you are now. We are rivals. Of course, I am still weaker than you, but if you continue to spoon-feed us like this, I may surpass you, but this does not mean that I am going to do anything, because my conscience does not allow me to get what someone else has earned through such hard work." Hearing the words of his interlocutor, Kang Tae-san gave the guy a frown and said, "You're talking nonsense again." To which he replied, "I'm actually serious." At the same moment, looking at his friend, who for some reason felt the spirit of rivalry, Kang Tae-san asked who you called my rival. Recalling a moment from his past life in which he and his friends survived in a difficult world, Khan added that we are all people who are faced with the destruction of the planet. And the reason why I share everything with you is not simple. I just don't want you to die for nothing in some dangerous place. Because you understand that many people died even following my clear strategy. What is the point of competing? The main thing is not to be eliminated and become stronger. Having thrown the boy into a state of confusion, Kang Tae-san added with a small smirk, "Do you really think you can compete with me with a couple of tips?" Hearing the remarks from his mentor, the guy bowed and said guiltily, "I haven't even cleared the first floor yet, so I probably really overdid it." To which Tessin replied, "I'm glad you understand that, don't give up." Sometime after the conversation with the guy, Kang thoughtfully said in his head, "I think it was around this time." Immediately after finishing his thoughts, he asked what was going on in the community, and the guy replied that nothing. We were communicating with players from other modes. However, for some reason, I don't pay attention to many people who start fights because I don't have a particular reason to. Hearing this answer from the interlocutor, Khan thought that those who had not found a place for themselves were already beginning to slowly go crazy, and then said, "Well then, good luck to you." At the end of the conversation, Kang Tae-san went on a journey to the second floor, and his journey began with a narrow bridge that did not inspire confidence. Moving to the first island, the boy mentally said the first floor was just a training ground, as they say that the real labyrinth begins with the second. As he approached the door, the boy could hear the growling of the monsters that were hiding behind it, and these monsters were a horde of goblins. Using the trick of a well-known character, the guy opened the door with his foot without sound, which attracted the attention of the entire crowd of monsters. At the same time, he began to receive system notifications. A goblin with a sword appeared, a goblin with a bow appeared, a goblin with a shield appeared, and they were all very indignant at the appearance of a stranger. Seeing that the enemies were ready to fight him, Kang Tae-san took out his bow and arrows and reached for one of the arrows in your case and said, "Attack with it." Directing his attention to the goblin swordsman, the boy confidently said in his head that one such enemy could be easily dealt with. When one monster was followed by others, he added, however, given their low intelligence, things become much more complicated. The problem is that these monsters unite with each other, and as everyone probably knows, it's easier to beat a father in a group, so we'll have to try. Pulling on the tete-vu, Khan shot several arrows, paralyzing the enemies with a hit, so he was able to neutralize one enemy with a sword and one archer. Seeing how cleverly one of the goblins used his shield to break through the arrow fire, Khan took out his shield and knocked the enemy to the ground and crushed him, saying, "Not a bad attempt, but still a weak attempt, but try to block it with your useless shield." By striking the enemy under his feet with his fist, Khan dealt 3 units of damage to the enemy, breaking through the monster's defense. The next moment, having pinned the enemy to the ground with his shield again and dealt 4 units of damage, Tae-san took out his dagger and said, "Goodbye, boy." While he was dealing with the remnants of the enemies who had come against him in the first line, more help appeared from behind the wall. Pulling out their weapons, they attacked the boy, and at that moment, noticing something interesting in the hands of one of the enemies, Khan said in surprise that it was a long sword. Deciding that he was definitely going to be his, the boy got to his feet and confidently said, "Well, come on, attack me." Taking out his staff from his inventory, Tessin cast a fireball spell, followed by a powerful explosion after hitting the target. At the end of the battle with the goblins, the boy, of course, could not pass by the gifts that the enemies presented to him, and this gift was a rusty sword with an attack power of +2, which can be used profitably if desired. Having taken from the enemies not only one sword, but also a wooden shield with protection +3, Khan said, looking at the sword, "It would be much more convenient with this than with the shield." After crossing the bridge that led him to another island, the boy entered the door and received a system notification that said, "You have found the altar of Rakiratus." As he approached the altar that belonged to one of the gods, the boy thought to himself, "All the gods in this labyrinth are quite different. Some are hostile, some are friendly, some are arrogant, and some are compassionate. However, most gods consider humans to be only their toys." At the end of his thoughts, the boy said Rakiratus seems to have been a god of discord and mayhem. The next moment, he added in his head that it felt quite good. His power was heavier and darker than any other power. And then he received a system notification of the altar of Rakiratus, an altar that was created by the followers and servants of Rakiratus. This gate would open the way for the deity to rule the world from here. Feeling how much moral pressure he was under, he said thoughtfully, "Now I understand why Lee Tae-young ran away from here." Feeling that a strange red mist began to fill the whole room, Khan thoughtfully said that it was a deity. The next moment, he received a system notification that said, "An additional quest Rakiratus wants to test the one who came to his altar. If you accept the quest, you will be tested and rewarded for its completion, which will be determined by the deity after evaluating your actions during the test." Without thinking long about what he should do in this situation, Kang Tae-san confidently said, "I am not a coward, and that is why I accept this offer." Hearing that the boy was ready to accept the challenge and pass his test, Rakiratus began preparations, and then Khan received a notification from Rakiratus. "Rakiratus is pleased with your decision." At the same moment, a red mist began to gather in front of the boy, and something began to form inside him. A few seconds later, the fog cleared, and Tae-san could see a knight in armor in front of him, after which he received a notification that you have met Rakiratus's servant Illusion. Preparing for the battle with the called enemy, the boy mentally said that the armor would be quite difficult to find a place to attack. Having assessed the enemy by his appearance, the boy mentally said, "Even so, it is clear that he is a rather strong opponent." As soon as the servant of the deity rushed into the fight, he took advantage of the rapid reduction in distance, in which Khan barely managed to block the attack, eventually falling to the ground. Having received 25 units of damage after the block, he mentally said if his blows were as strong after trying to block them, then I don't see any point in using my shield at all, and then replacing the shield in my hand with another sword. When he had a pair of swords in his hands with the names Slightly Rusty Sword and Simple Rusty Sword, the boy crossed them in front of him and lowered his head slightly. The next moment, looking through this homemade scope at his enemy, he excitedly said how long it had been since I had used two swords. When his readiness to fight was at its peak, the guy gathered his thoughts and rushed at the enemy, forcing him to even go on the defensive. Despite his best efforts, the guy did not manage to hurt the enemy after his combination. When he examined his armor, he was surprised to see that there was not a single scratch on it. When he realized how difficult a situation he was in, and who he had to fight against, he said in his head, "He is much stronger than me. There is no point in continuing to fight." Having come up with a new strategy for introducing the fight, Kang Tasan abruptly jumped away from his opponent and said in his head, "Well, in that case." As soon as the distance was broken, the boy ran away, and the enemy had no choice but to play catch-up with him. When the servant of Rakiratas was about to get excited and was just about to catch up with the boy to continue the fight, Khan abruptly stopped, then made a 180-degree turn, and with a great speech went straight for the enemy. Using his advantage in terms of intelligence and speed, he was able to get close to the knight and say, "I'm faster than that." The next moment, the boy used one sword to force the enemy to defend and block his blow, and the next one to drive under his ribs, thus twice inflicting 6 units of damage on Rakiratas' servant. When he tried to pull his weapon out of the enemy's body, he felt that it was motionless and could not be returned to his hands. Then he thought that the sword was stuck, but hey, whatever. It doesn't matter now. Letting go of the sword hilt, Kang Tasan struck a couple of blows to the body with his fist, resulting in 4 units of damage twice. At that very moment, he suddenly remembered the words of his mentor who had taught him this skill, and he joyfully said, "I have mastered the art of air weapons." Recalling Einzal's words, the boy continued to put pressure on the enemy and mentally said, "That's why we need to get away from the enemy and break his formation. I have used this tactic many times before, and I think it will work now." Having made a successful attack on the enemy with the help of his strategy, the guy jumped back again and mentally said, "It turned out to be much easier than even expected." Preparing for the enemy's renewed attack, Khan wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Considering that I'm only on the 2nd floor, everything should go well. And besides, Rakiratas is the god of death and discord. He definitely wanted to watch a fierce battle, but I hastened to disappoint him." Before he could rejoice in his success in dominating the night he had to fight, he saw changes around him, and then received a system notification that the radius of Rakiratas' power had decreased. As a considerable amount of red mist flowed inside the armor, the boy received 2 more notifications saying that Rakiratas' servant had regained his intelligence and Rakiratas' servant had regained his skills. When everything was finally over, he could see a person in the armor looking at him with a menacing look, and then a message from the system said, "You have met the servant of Rakiratas." The next moment, Rakiratas' servant reached down to his left side and with a slight movement pulled out the sword that was sticking out of it. Without hesitation, he threw the weapon back to his opponent to fight him on equal terms, thus forcing the guy to dodge the sword throw. Picking up his lost weapon again, Khan looked warily at his opponent and thought that now he was not seen as an illusion, and the general atmosphere had changed. Holding 2 swords in his hands, The guy began to think about what he should do in this situation after his enemy received some reinforcements after restoring his personality. The first problem in developing a plan always reminded him of himself, and so he put his head down a little and thought, now he has intelligence, so my past tactics may not work. While he was concentrating on thinking about how to act, the enemy had already started the fight, and was the first to launch his attack, forcing Khan to immediately go on the defense. Having stopped the enemy's onslaught, the guy still received 11 and 13 units of damage, after which he was confused about what was happening. He was moving completely differently than before. The next moment, the enemy made a swinging strike, breaking Kang Tasan's defense and throwing the yogi back into the wall. After making a hard landing into the wall, the guy received a system notification that said you took 25 units of damage. Coming to his senses and collecting his thoughts after taking the damage, Tasan got to his feet and thought perfect sword skills. He acts like a real experienced knight I have never met. Keeping his gaze on the enemy, the guy raised his sword to eye level and said, I hold a weapon, but I can't control it at all. Is it possible if the difference in skills is too high? After thinking a bit about where he really was inferior to the enemy, the guy wiped the blood from his lips and said confidently, I want to become stronger. Feeling a surge of strength to confront the enemy to achieve his goal, he thought in the maze, every movement is evaluated, and based on the evaluation a certain title or skill is assigned. Raising his head to look at the servant Rakiratus with a murderous gaze, Kang Tasan confidently said in his head, This is probably the most valuable skill I can learn here. At the same time, when Kang gained the courage and bravery to continue the battle, he put his sword to the side and said, Well, you are clearly superior to me in swordplay. After that, he changed his weapon from a sword to a staff and trained a fireball, and added confidently, But you can't defeat me with just a sword skill. When the spell cast was completed, the boy pointed the fiery kuya toward the servant Rakiratus, aiming for his head. But his attack was useless. The enemy managed to cut the magic attack with the fire element into 2 parts, and the second part was of no use at all. However, it seemed so only at first glance after repelling the attack. Rakiratus's servant looked at the place where the boy was and noticed only emptiness, and this alarmed him. When he came to, Kang Tasan was already behind him, and he swung his sword to strike and shouted, I'm here! Having made a successful attack, the guy swung his sword across the enemy's back, thus harming him in the amount of 6 lost health units. After the surprise attack, the enemy naturally tried to counterattack with a swing of his sword, and he was very close to decapitating his opponent. When he saw the enemy attack approaching him, the guy did not even try to dodge. He just confidently said it was all in vain. Immediately after activating his skill, the guy received a system notification saying that you activated the split and the next attack will be split. Having suffered damage from the enemy, the guy went on the offensive and received a system notification that the damage was divided. You received 15 units of damage. When he had a great chance to counterattack his opponent, which opened up as a result of the attack, Kang activated his skill in one breath and took a position to apply the move. As a result of several consecutive strikes, Tessin changed the enemy's attack to 2 strikes for 5 and 6 units of damage, which he could not block, but also suffered 11 units of damage himself. At the end of a series of attacks in a battle with an enemy, the guy received a system notification saying that you have consistently attacked your opponent and have received the consecutive attack skill. Taking the staff out of his inventory again, the guy used a fireball cast and dealt 13 points of damage after checking the burn on Rakiratus's servant and applying a burn debuff. Checking his stats, which were at a low level, Khan wiped the sweat from his face and thought, Damn it, when is he going to lose to me already and I'm running out of mana? I still have 5 units of mana and 70 units of health. However, if I retreat right now, it will only get worse for me. And at that time, the enemy was on one knee and bowing his head. recovering from the attack with a layer of flame. Having cleared his mind of all unnecessary things, Khan took a deep breath and confidently said in his head that there was nowhere to run. Having tuned into the fact that the battle had to end, the guy jumped up and swung both swords at the enemy to drive an X into his body. Only in the flight, Rakiratas' servant lunged first and stabbed the boy with his weapon while he was still in the air. Gritting his teeth in pain, Kang Tasan held up the system notification that said you took 80 units of damage. However, even after this, the boy did not die. He was saved by his ability to nullify, which canceled the fatal blow at the same time Khan completed his attack and finally reached his opponent. As a result of reaching the desired distance, he drove 2 swords into the enemy's neck, preparing to make a decisive move. The next moment, the head disappeared from Rakiratas' servant's shoulders, and Kang Tasan swung his swords and moved them behind his back, which was definitely a triumph. At the end of the battle, the boy bent one knee and took a steady pose on the ground and waited for what would happen next, watching his opponent's body. When the opponent's armor broke, the voice of the guy inside said, "You fought a great fight. You are quite brave." Immediately after these words, a system notification appeared in front of Kang Tasan, saying that you have defeated the servant of Rakiratas. Rakiratas is satisfied with your fight. Then falling down and lying on his back after a hard fight, Khan said indignantly. He was satisfied, and there was nothing to change the quest cheater so suddenly. The next moment, he was enveloped in a golden glow and was presented with a number of system notifications that informed him that he had defeated Rakiratas' servant, that he had gained a huge amount of experience points, that his level had been increased, that he was in the best condition, that he had defeated a strong opponent alone, and that his spiritual power had been activated. Seeing how much he had been assigned, Khan stood up in a position to see and spoke as strongly as he was now. I opened the status window. When he saw his current stats, the guy was in a bit of a shock and said, "Wow, the stats are up by 17 mana and 5 stamina, which is quite a lot." Immediately afterwards, he said unhappily, "What do you mean there will be no gifts? Or how did he receive a notification that you have passed the Rakiratas test and will receive a reward depending on his score?" Rakiratas was very pleased with your battle and decided to reward you, so he went to the altar and said, "That's funny. I almost died here and he did." Approaching the altar and noticing that something is forming near it, Tasan received a notification that the zone of influence is thickening. Rakiratas rewards you with the ceremonial sword of Rakiratas. Taking the award in his hands, Khan saw the ceremonial sword of Rakiratas attack +5 restores health after killing the sword of those who worship Rakiratas, the red color symbolizing the blood absorbed into it. Starting to rub his eyes after looking at the description, Khan exclaimed in surprise, "That doesn't seem right. It's really some kind of unusual loot for the second floor." After that, he received another notification: you have passed a difficult test. You will be granted an additional reward, after which Khan said you are trying to repay the suffering, after he saw again you have received the passive skill trail of struggle. Passive skill trait. Fight skill 1%. You have proven your fighting spirit can be strengthened in the battle with enemies. Looking at the bonus, he was surprised to think a passive skill, well, it will not be superfluous. The next moment he felt an earthquake. The ground under his feet shook, but it did not frighten him, and he said in surprise, "That's not all, what else?" At the same moment, a sign appeared right in front of the guy with an offer. Rakiratas offers you an apostle's contract, and you can accept or reject it. When faced with the choice of accepting the contract, Kang Tasan thoughtfully said the contract of the apostle means. Starting to examine the offer plate from all sides for anything else, the guy said there was no explanation, and I was offered to make a choice. Then he suddenly remembered how not long ago, the range of the god's influence had begun to suddenly decrease after the wow. Kang said thoughtfully this time, It seems to me that when the gods want to influence a player, they are subject to certain restrictions. It seems that Rakiratas wants to make me his disciple so badly that he is willing to suffer punishment, but imagining a picture of the true image of God and the little one standing before him, Khan added, "Even if I accept this as a kind gesture, he is still God." Imagining how he would control it in the form of a doll, Tessan mentally added, he had already created complete chaos and confusion, and whether it was even profitable for me to accept his offer. Having finished my thoughts on the consequences of accepting the contract, the boy stretched his hand to the window and confidently rejected the speech. Having rejected the god's request for a contract with him, Khan was surprised to say that he was not even angry with me after I rejected his offer. Immediately afterwards, he received a new offer from God, which said that after a successful battle, Rakiratas would like to give you another test. Kill all the enemies on the second and third floor, and return here. The reward will be determined by Rakiratas. After rereading the offer, the guy said unhappily, I don't want to accept it. He cheated once, and then a system notification appeared in front of him, saying you have rejected the additional quest. But that was not the end of the matter. The next moment after the rejection, another window appeared with the same additional task. Looking at the quest that appeared in front of him again, the guy said that he probably would have to accept such a simple quest. As soon as he accepted the additional task, the god of discord smiled slyly, and a system notification appeared. Rakiratas is pleased with your choice. After a while, Kang returned to the merchant on the ground floor, who in turn saw him and asked him in surprise, Are you back already? And he replied, I need to buy something. Hearing the request of what the boy wanted to give, the lost king was surprised to hear that the potions were needed, and Khan confidently replied, I think I'll need them. Moving the purchased goods to the inventory, the boy mentally said, I wasn't going to buy anything before, but if I have difficulties with the quest again. The next moment, the merchant saw something interesting on the boy's belt and shouted out the sword in surprise, after which Kang turned his attention to his blade. Immediately after taking the pipe out of his mouth, the lost king added, You got it from that rascal Rakiratas. Rightly so, it seems that he splurged on you. Hearing the man's words, Khan asked him in surprise if he had heard of him, to which he replied, Of course, because of this crazy god, many heads have already fallen off his shoulders. He does whatever he wants. When Tessan heard the merchant's words, he thought, He must have been doing this for a long time, and then said, Can I ask you something about the apostle's contract? Hearing the question from his visitor, the lost king looked at him sternly and asked Rakiratas, Did you offer the apostle's contract to me? When he heard Kang Tessan's question, he answered yes, but I refused because there was no explanation. Then shaking the tobacco out of his pipe, the merchant said, Great choice. Such decisions are not made spontaneously. Immediately after that, my grandfather looked down in disappointment and said the Rakiratas contract, which means I wonder how much time has passed since that moment. Recalling his sad past, the man said sadly, I'm sorry, son, but I can't help you here. To you, I am just an ordinary shopkeeper in this shop, and the terms of my contract do not allow me to tell you more. Hearing the word that had just come out of the man's mouth, Kang Tessan asked for the contract in surprise, and the merchant waved his hand and said, I'm stuck here because of it, and you didn't understand, or that you can leave if you don't need anything else. Hearing that he was already driving him away, Khan said in surprise before leaving the shop, I'll see you then, to which he replied, If you're still going to the shop, come to the other floor. Arriving at a safe place, Khan opened a system window and thoughtfully said, I think it's about time. After writing, Hey, you're here during a shared time, the guy immediately received 2 messages from a girl and an acquaintance who wrote back to him, Hello, Mr. Tessan. Hello, Hyun. To which he replied, You've already met a knight. Hearing the question from his mentor, the boy nervously said, "Well, this one looked nothing like you described him," and Kang Tasan asked what he was talking about. Then, recalling the moment of their meeting with the knight, the boy replied, "Well, he just spat in my face and walked away." When he heard the answer from Kang Tasan, he was surprised to hear that you didn't block his attack, and he nervously replied, "How can you block it when I couldn't even move?" He just confused me. After that, shaking her head, Lee Tae-young added sadly, "I also met him. Nothing helped me move. Then Kang asked what you were doing, and I clung to him." When asked by his mentor, Kang Jun-hyuk, recalling that situation, added, "Of course, but he told me to get off his back." After hearing about the success of his attempt to make friends with Ainzal, Tasan thought that it turns out that he only responds to those who respond to his attack. Well, dwarves and rakiratas behave the same way, and then asked where you are now. Then the boy replied, "Well, I'm hunting big rats now." And then the girl added, "I also decided to improve my level a little before going further. A few other people have also started their hunt for the giant rats, but I think they will need some more time." Kang thought they were still trying to get used to this world. At the end of the reflection, the guy wrote, "Well, listen to me carefully before you go to the second floor in front of you. You will meet the boss of a giant rat guarding the entrance. The rat's health is about 200 units, and it strikes with attacks that even blocks can't save it from." Kang Jun-hyuk nervously exclaimed, "How did you deal with it then?" In response, the boy simply raised his hand and said, "Well, you have to think for yourself. I can't tell you directly about everything. I think after some time of reflection, you will find the answer yourself. Tell this to the other players so that they don't die." And in response, he heard from Lee Tae-young, "Thank you very much." Then Kang Jun added, "We'll do our best." After closing the chat in which he was conducting his dialogue with other players, Kang Tae-san confidently said, "Well, now I've definitely told you everything I wanted to." The next moment, looking back to where the mission was handed over to him by the god Rakiratas, the boy smiled slyly and said, "Now it's time to start the quest." After getting out of his hiding place, Kang Tae-san headed to one of the islands he hadn't visited yet, and then, raising his equipment up, he banged his sword against his shield, making a loud noise. Hearing a strange noise that suddenly began to sound, the goblins nearby could not ignore it, and began to approach the noisy target. Noticing that all this noise was created by a man, and that he was the only one, the goblin crowd rushed at him from all sides with a desire to finish him off. At the same time, Kang Tae-san pointed his sacrificial sword at the enemies and confidently said, "Well, it's time to try out the new skills I've learned recently." The first thing he used during the confrontation was the trail of fight skill, thanks to which he quickly walked through a couple of goblins and inflicted fatal damage on each of them. And he finished his journey on the third one, who was the farthest away, and knocking him down, the boy plunged his sword into his chest so that 3 enemies were already neutralized. While his wound on his cheek was healing after defeating the enemy, Kang Tae-san himself enthusiastically said, "My head is clean. No worries, it's just great. This condition heals and improves all characteristics." Blocking the attack of a goblin with a sword that was approaching him from the wall with his right hand, the boy happily said, "If this continues, I can fight endlessly." Getting excited after feeling incredibly elated in the battle, Kang confidently exclaimed, "It's incredible, this skill can become my main skill." Sometime later, after the fight continued at a frantic pace of goblin extermination, Tessin finally completed the sweep holding the motionless body of the last enemy in his hands, when he saw something interesting. He froze in place in surprise that there was a door in front of him, and then he said in surprise, quite unexpectedly, "I don't remember what kind of door there was in the maze." Deciding not to delay long and not to pull the cat's ears, the boy pulled them off and went inside. As soon as he raised his head, he received a notification that you had found the warrior's grave. As he approaches the tombstone, he receives another notification. You have received a bonus for the find. Your intelligence has been increased by 1 division. Your mana has been increased by 2 points. He started thinking, and before he could finish speaking, he saw a bright light appear over the grave right in front of him. As soon as the light went out, a strange dove with a red scarf around his neck appeared in his place and said, "Welcome, traveler." Confused by his unexpected appearance, the boy asked him what he was doing, and he replied, "Bye-bye," after which the ghost disappeared into the tombstone. After the sudden farewell, when they didn't even have time to talk, Khan just froze in place, not realizing what had just happened, but he wasn't going to let it go. Approaching the grave from which the ghost appeared, Khan touched it again, after which the ghost appeared again and exclaimed, "It was nice to meet you, now bye," and then hid in the slab again. Seeing the ghost hiding in the tombstone again, he didn't say anything and didn't take any action, but Tassan got very angry, and in an instant a vein popped out on his forehead from anger. Deciding that this would not be the case, the guy touched the stove again and said, "What are you doing?" And then Khan grabbed him with his hand to prevent him from disappearing again. Starting to squeeze the ghost in his hand, the guy angrily said, "Stop playing around and give me the quest while I'm still good." Having escaped from the boy's arms and soared to the ceiling, the ghost exclaimed, "How dare you? Do you even know who I am?" To which Taysan replied, "The ghost of a dead warrior. Who else?" When Casper heard the boy's answer, he said offended, "How is it now? You just don't have to risk your life to find out everything. It's great when the system reports everything." And he said, "What's wrong with that?" In response to the curious boy's question, the ghost confidently exclaimed, "No, it didn't work," and then stuck out its tongue to tease the guest. Looking at the strange behavior of the ghost hovering over him and playing the fool, Kang thought to himself that his aura was different from the aura of the NPCs he had met before. At the end of his thoughts, Tessan said, "Shut up. So are you going to give me a task, or are you just an object?" To which he replied, "You perceive a person as an object. What a rude person you are." The next moment, standing over his grave, he confidently said, "Well, all right then, I'm a ghost. I'm sticking around to give out assignments. But I don't share tasks with random weaklings," to which Kang Tasan responded by asking him why you're on such an early floor. In response to this question, the ghost angrily exclaimed, spinning in a circle, "How am I supposed to know why I was put on this floor in the first place? And anyway, go away. You can come back when you get to at least the 30th floor, you idiot." Hearing the indignation from the ghost and the insults that flew in his direction, Kang Tasan said in his head, "What a waste of time. This useless NPS is not worth humiliating." After the boy turned his back on the Casper and headed for the exit, the latter shouted goodbye to him. "Well, goodbye, traveler." And then he suddenly saw a glint from the sword that was on the boy's belt. Looking at the weapon he was carrying on his belt, the ghost said in surprise that it was Rakiratus's weapon. "But where did you get it?" Catching up with Kang Tasan, Casper began to examine the sword on his belt, and then heard the boy try to drive him away from me, and I fulfilled his task. Hearing the answer about the sword on the traveler's belt, the spirit of the deceased hero thoughtfully said, "You have fulfilled the task of this capricious idiot." The next moment, Casper began to rub against the boy's cheek and said happily, "Hey, I've changed my mind. I'll give you the mission." Disappointed by the ghost's behavior, Khan said, and who he was. Having stopped his flattery to the boy, the ghost exclaimed and said, "You deserve to get the quest. Come over and I will explain the terms of the task," to which he replied, "I don't want to," after which he added, "But you asked me to listen." Starting to recall his story from the distant future, the ghost said, "Once upon a time, I was a glorious fighter. People believed that I would be the first to reach the end of the maze. And in my attempts to break through to the very depths of this maze, I encountered a rather strong opponent on my way through the cliched course of events. So, when he blocked my way to move further in the maze, I went back to the 10th floor to rest and recuperate. I had almost no health left, and even though low-level monsters couldn't penetrate my defense, I fell into a deep sleep. But the 10th level boss had a weapon with automatic guidance. Thanks to him, he was able to find me, and while I was quietly resting, he attacked me in my sleep when I was defenseless and finished me off. Gritting his teeth in irritation, Casper exclaimed, insulted, "The hero who was able to clear the very depths of the maze was killed by some bot." After finishing his story about his own Darwin Award, the ghost confidently said, "In short, I have only one task for you, to kill the boss of the 10th floor. When you complete it, I will give you a reward for it." After which a system window appears in front of Khan with the inscription, "Additional quest warrior buried in the maze wants you to take revenge conditions. Defeat the boss of the 10th floor reward depends on the decision of the warrior." Seeing the conditions for calculating the reward, Khan mentally said that the reward depends on the decision of the ghost, so if he gets angry, I may not get anything. But that's the task. As he approached the door to leave the room, he mentally added that it would be a long task, and then heard from the Casper, "Well, what do you accept?" To which he replied, "Yes, I accept, bye." The next moment, seeing the ghost perched on his head, Tessan said in surprise that you were going to come with me, to which he confidently shouted yes, forward. Starting to circle over the boy's head, Casper added, "If you tell me you killed him, I can't stay at the grave, and frankly I'm tired of it. Even though I still have a long way to go to the 10th floor, I think it will be fun." Grabbing his head with one hand because of the problem that hung over his head, the traveler mentally said that now I would have to drag him through the entire maze to the 10th floor. After leaving the room, Kana had to listen to the whining of the Casper, who was upset, but when he managed to set the automatic attack, I naturally relaxed a little and let my guard down. A weapon with an automatic attack appears much later in a monster on the 10th floor. It simply shouldn't be like that. How do you think he got it? To which Tessan replied unhappily, "I don't know. Maybe you should be quiet for a while," to which he replied, "Come on. You accepted my assignment, so you should be ready for anything," after which Kang added, "I shouldn't have accepted it." In order to somehow pacify the ghost, Khan thought he needed to learn as much as possible, after which he said, "You're a fighter, and what did you do before entering the maze?" And what did he hear in response? When Khan received his fellow traveler's displeasure at his question, he replied offensively, "Well, if you don't want to, you don't have to tell me." Pretending that he was doing a favor, Casper said, "Well, if you ask me to, then I'll tell you a story especially for you. And I said that you could keep quiet if you wanted to. And then I heard that I came from a large royal family of the Karvut Empire." Recalling his life before he entered the labyrinth, the ghost said, "I was the eldest son and future heir, but that's not all. I was simply unsurpassed, incredibly skilled with a sword, quite intelligent in the whole empire, and every young lady was rushing to my ball." Joyfully telling about his past, Casper said self-congratulatory, "Those were glorious times," and Khan thought to himself, "The way he speaks, he sounds more like a street thug." The next moment, recalling the tragedy that happened on one of the days that changed his life before and after, Casper added, "But then the world ended and I came to save everyone." Interrupting the ghost's story, Kang Tasan said that the deceased fell asleep on a low floor and was killed, to which the ghost replied, "Don't annoy me." Angered by the words of his subject, whom he had stung with the task, the ghost exclaimed angrily, "I stumbled at the very end. I failed to save the world. One mistake cost me everything. Now I will only calm down when my murderer is in the grave." Arriving at the door behind which was another room with enemies, Khan asked this last question, to which the ghost angrily shouted to him, "Hey, are you even listening to me? What kind of travelers have gone there? No sense of conscience at all, no manners. And at the same time ignoring the words of the Casper, Tassin went inside. When he opened the door, he found himself in a room with several goblin monsters staring at him as he entered the room. Taking out arrows from his inventory, Khan confidently said one, and then fired paralyzing arrows at the enemies. When all 4 goblins were paralyzed, the 5th monster, who was still standing, began to shake his head in confusion, wondering what to do in this case. While the enemy was in a state of confusion, the boy swung his sword and hit the monster on the back of the head with the handle, inflicting 10 units of damage. Moving a little further, he spoke 2 and repeated the same procedure, neutralizing 4 with arrows and killing 1 with his sword. Watching Kang Tassan's actions, Casper said in surprise, "Hey, what are you doing? Shooting paralyzing arrows and hitting and repeating the same thing, and you're aiming at the same goblin. You have a special hatred for him," to which he replied yes once more. Surprised by the actions of his mercenary who accepted his task, the ghost asked, "Are you trying to learn a skill? I understand you correctly." To which he replied, "You're quite a guesser." In response to this, the ghost said, "I'm sorry, but you're doing something stupid, so you won't get the skill." To which he confidently replied, "I will, and I will get it." Hearing the answer from his traveler, the ghost circling over the boy's head angrily exclaimed, "I know how many floors you've walked on. I know everything." Hearing the self-assured tone from the Casper circling above him, Kang Tassan said, holding the neutralized goblin in his hands, "Well, we'll see if I don't get the skill. I'll become your slave." Making the ghost freeze in place at the sudden, unexpected offer, Tassan added, "I will do whatever you tell me to do. I may even kill myself. But if I suddenly manage to achieve my goal and get a skill for the actions I take, you will have to answer all my questions honestly, and you will hear a nervous tone in response." Having gained some confidence, the ghost joyfully exclaimed, "Okay then, I'll show you what the great descendant of the Carved Empire is capable of. If you can win, I will honestly answer any of your questions, but if I win, you will become my slave." Hearing that Casper had accepted his proposal for a condition of the competition, Kang Tassan smiled slyly and said, "Well then, I'll take you at your word." When, after another attempt, Khan failed to acquire the skill, the ghost joyfully exclaimed, "Boogaloo, come on, crawl on all fours and address me as you wish." To which the rascal meekly replied, "Yes, sir." At the same time, the ghost said thoughtfully, "What else can I think of that I can have fun with until he dies?" Seeing that the boy was back at it again and began to beat up one goblin, Khan said, "Maybe it's time to give up. You can't pay off." To which he replied, "You've heard of the battle skill." When asked, Casper confidently answered, mentioning this skill, "Of course I know, it's a basic skill. How can you not know about it? It's when 2 people get into a fight and everyone else around them is forbidden to interfere because I'm right now, so that's what it is." Then Kang Tezin confidently replied, "Now I can get something like that." And the ghost shouted at him, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" After repeating the same action one more time, the boy saw a system notification that said that if you encountered a large number of enemies, you continued the battle with a single opponent. Congratulations, you have received a new active skill-forced battle. Seeing the long-awaited system notification, the guy finished the enemy and joyfully shouted bingo. At the same time, Casper, who had also witnessed his ward's new skill, looked at the description of the skill and exclaimed in surprise. After reviewing the description of the skill you received, which said active skill forced combat mana cost 10 skill 1%, you fight one enemy for 10 seconds, you take damage only from the primary target. After reading it, he mentally said the skill of forced battle, long damage, poison, confusion, intimidation, and so on. This is the main skill that has different effects. After which he said, "Finally I got it." Leaning against Kang Tessen's cheek, the ghost said in confusion, "But this is some kind of nonsense. Even if you are stuck in lava or in outer space, this skill will help you survive. Is it really possible to get it to do such nonsense?" To which Kang replied, "That's probably why many people don't have it." The next moment, throwing one arm over his head, Tessan added, "And by the way, these are not the worst methods of learning a skill." Hearing this, Casper nervously wondered what he had been doing to learn other skills. At the same time, turning his gaze to the ghost, Khan smiled slyly and said, "Well, I hope you haven't forgotten the terms of our agreement." In response to this, the ghost said, "Okay, then we'll assume that you won. I'm different from other characters in my storyline. There are no restrictions in who you are. Skills don't mean anything yet, so don't get too excited if you manage to get a new skill." After listening to the monologue about the Casper's dissatisfaction with his loss, Khan said with a disappointed sigh, "Hey, what are you talking about? Just answer my questions and that's it." Angry that he was simply ignored in cases of his revelation, the ghost exclaimed in anger. Resigned to his position in this situation, Casper sighed heavily and said, "A forced fight is certainly a good skill, but there are others in the maze, and I've heard of the jump," Khan replied. "Yes, I have, but why just a jump?" When Casper heard about another skill that was superior to the one he had mentioned, he exclaimed in surprise that it was a giant leap, and the answer he got was that you hadn't studied it after all. Realizing that he wasn't the most knowledgeable person here, Casper sighed heavily and said, "Okay, I admit you have the skills for this maze, but it won't be enough. You know that your life depends on your actions and findings, and that's what you're doing now." Having watched the actions performed by Kang Tessan, Casper thoughtfully asked that the secret room seems to be a little difficult. However, immediately after these words, the boy approached the right brick that opened the entrance and noticed a bright glow and a system notification that said, "You have a strong premonition." The next moment, when he came to the right place, he poked at the brick, and then some movements began to occur in the labyrinth, and when the ghost heard the changes, he raised his head and said something in surprise. At the same time, having opened the secret passage, Khan thought it was all thanks to the skill of detection. When the skill reaches 20%, the necessary information is automatically revealed to me, after which he joyfully exclaimed, "Unbelievable," and then heard that you have also mastered detection, not to mention the level of skill. Ignoring his interlocutor's question, Tessin lifted his head up and said thoughtfully, "So this time we have a goblin trap." Assessing the situation that was currently hanging over them, Casper looked at the thoughtful boy and said the traps were set in random order, so it would not be easy to break through. It seems that it would be better to go back. At the same time, looking at the traps that awaited him on the way to the coveted treasure, the boy mentally said, "First of all, there are arrows in my way." The next moment, moving his gaze to the strange floor that followed the arrows, he mentally added a booby trap. And so, if I overcome these two traps, then I will only have to overcome the moving walls, and I will be able to get to the Covenant chest with the treasure. Taking a sprinter's pose in preparation for a fast run, the guy mentally added a little bit of light mode. After collecting his thoughts and completing the settings for the race, Khan took off at an incredible speed, plunging the Casper into confusion. Quickly overcoming the area with arrows on the ceiling, he jumped to one of the side walls to avoid falling into a booby trap on the floor. When he landed on the ground, he continued his sprint and finally reached the moving walls, and then swung his fist to try to destroy them. The next moment, the boy struck the walls that closed in front of him and made his way to the treasure. Seeing how his subject had just overcome all the obstacles on the way to the treasure chest of the secret room, the ghost with his eyes bulging and mouth open could do nothing but watch. Unclenching his hand to throw the sand out of it, Tessin mentally said after destroying the wall, "This wall is not part of the maze. It is artificially created by goblins. Its strength is not that great. It will be easy to break it." And then said the same thing here. Looking at Khan pulling the lever to open the chest, the ghost closed his mouth in annoyance and thought, "Well, I'd better keep quiet," while Khan said, "I did a great job. I wonder what the reward will be." Approaching the chest with the reward and pulling out an object, the guy noticed the description of the spring mana ring +5 ring that was lost in the springtime, exudes a pure fragrance, and said, "The mana ring is wonderful." At the same time, the ghost could not restrain his curiosity and said, "Let me ask you who you are," to which he replied in surprise. After a short pause, he added, "You'll understand if I repeat it twice," which drove his interlocutor into a stupor because it was too difficult to understand. Trying to figure out the message of Khan's question, the ghost asked him twice, to which he replied that if he didn't understand, forget it, and then said that he didn't seem to know that to get to Ouroboros, you need to overcome 85 floors. 10 days had passed since I entered the maze, and ignoring the ghost's words, which were shouting, "Tell me," Tessin reached for the system menu and opened the general chat. Then he saw a question from other players who wrote, "Hey, how did you handle the giant rat?" And he was told that he just needed to practice, after which the third player added that if you faced it several times, you would learn to predict its movements and then understand how to strike. Suddenly, one of the people in the chat room wrote in surprise, "Wow, Jun Hyuk, how did you do it?" And he replied, "It's nothing compared to the guy who went much further than us." And then Lee Tae-young added awkwardly, "It's just an anomaly." Seeing the heated discussions in the chat room, Kang Tasan said, "Great, now is the time." And at the same time, the ghost said in surprise, "What are you doing now?" To which the guy replied, "You don't know about the community page." Joining the active conversation of the other players, Kang said hello to everyone, to which Lee Tae-young happily responded with "Oh Tasan," after which Jung Hyuk added "Long time no see Hyung." At the same time, when one of the other players saw the guy who appeared in front of them, he was surprised to hear that it was Tessin. The next moment, Jun Hyuk was surprised to hear Kang say that he was opening a personal conversation, and then he went to the community page, and Kang replied, "I think it's time to share with you how you're doing." When he heard the question, one of the attendees answered, "Well, it's hard to say. Out of the people who came to the spring, only half managed to deal with the rat, and I think that another half will succeed." Then Tessin asked how you two were doing, and the guy replied, "I ran away as soon as I saw the boss. I made a punch and almost went crazy myself." After that, Lee Tae-young added, "My strength won't allow me to face such a monster, which is why I'm looking for another way, but it will be safer," to which Kang replied, "It seems like you have everything planned out well. Actually, I came here to tell the hermit players about the skills you can get on the first floor." Hearing the words of his mentor, the boy said, "They are very important, but why now?" And he replied that now is the best time because skills are not the only way to get through the maze. And if I had done it earlier, I could have put the cart before the horses. After listening to Kang Tasan's words, Lee Tae-young said thoughtfully, "Well, when we just entered the maze, we still wouldn't have understood what to do even if we were told about the skills." Then Khan said, "I will tell you about it now, so listen carefully and explain it to others later," to which the other participants responded, "Wow, this is very valuable information as expected from Mr. Tessan." Raising his hand in the air, one of the listeners joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you very much, Mr. Tessan. We will not forget this gesture of goodwill," to which he replied, "You'd better listen first and then thank me." So the easiest skill that you can learn is how you can learn the active skill of pain relief. When all the players focused their attention on the mentor, he pointed to his forearm and said, "Stick the sword in your hand." "You all have a rusty sword with you, I'm right," So take it and stab yourself in the arm, deeply, so that it reaches the bone. It has to get to your bone properly for it to count. So don't be afraid or doubtful when you hear one of the frightened listeners say that to the bone. Do you seriously want us to take up our own swords? To which Khan replied, yes, the source of life is right in front of you, so what's the problem? And by the way, something else important. If you are in this state and fight a giant rat, you can unlock the unwavering will skill that will allow you to fight ignoring any wounds, so be sure to win at least one. Imagining in his mind the picture of what should happen to acquire the skill, the confused listeners said that he advised us to commit self-destruction, except that I could acquire other skills that would appear later. After the other players reacted to his words, Kang added, so I'll continue to listen carefully. The next skill is breath holding. You can get it if you jump to the spring and hold your breath until the last second before you die. If you use this skill at the very edge of swinging your sword, you can get the skill of attacking with your breath held. After listening to Kang Tasan's advice, one of the players was frightened and said that it was definitely a call to commit suicide. After listening to the reaction to the breath hold, Kang said the following skill, endurance, which nullifies a lethal attack as long as you have one health one. You need to block the giant rat's attack about 30 times. After hearing stories about gaining skills, one of the players said in frustration that skills can only be gained by going so far, after which the other added, I can't believe you think I have to do such absurd things. After that, the other players also added excitedly, I understand that skills are needed, but this is too much and I'm saying the same thing. I just can't do this. Then Tasan said finally, I'm not going to force you to do this. I have no reason to do so. The choice is yours. And then thought that their reaction was obvious. They were all people who had recently lived in a wonderful present. Recalling those carefree days before the monsters invaded the planet, Kang Tasan added in his mind that the war was only in the echoes of history and the famine was far behind. As long as they have lived like this, they have never had to risk their lives for anything, so their attitude is unlikely to suddenly change just because they are in a maze. When Kang Tasan started to leave the community page, Lee Tae-young asked him if there was really no other way, and he replied that he was sorry, but there was not. After these words, the boy heard Kang Jun-hyuk say sadly, well, if there really is no other way, then we'll just have to try. When Kang Jun-hyuk actually decided to take Kang Lee Tae-young's advice, she added with a sigh, wow, I guess I really need to do something really crazy. After hearing what a couple of players who had a personal conversation with Khan had just said, one of the cowards exclaimed, you're crazy. You're seriously going to try this shit. It could all be a lie. In response, the girl said, why would Tessin lie to us? After which Kang Jun-hyuk angrily added, he's doing a great job on his own. Why would he lie, and why is everything fine with you even though you used his methods of attack? I want to try the safest skill first, holding your breath, like it's not that hard to get it right. And Kang replied, you'll be fine when you get out of the water as soon as you get the system alert. But it's very hard to overcome your instincts, so you'll have to suffer a little bit. Hearing what the boy had just said, the other frightened players exclaimed that he was really going to do it, that he was really that desperate. The next moment, leaving the community, Kang Tasan said, work hard. I'll tell you about other skills when you guys are ready for them. And the boy said, thank you, Tasan. And the girl added, I'll try. After finishing the dialogue, the guy saw a caper in his system window chat who said, I was wondering what you were doing. It's obviously something useless. No matter what advice you give them, they are destined to die in this maze anyway. In response to these words of his companion, Khan replied, and yet being on the brink they can be saved, to which the ghost irritatedly replied, no matter if you are finally done, then let's go faster. We have already arrived. and you decided not to understand why we talk about strange topics, I almost died of frustration. After listening to the dissatisfaction of his friend who now traveled through the maze with him, Khan said, "Well, now it's time to hunt down the boss of this floor." Opening the door to the boss's room, Thiessen asked in surprise that it was really the end of the second floor, to which Casper replied, "Yes, but aren't you going to get information about the boss from me even after you won the bet?" In response to the question, the guy opened the door and confidently said, "There is no need. I would like to ask you about something else." To which he replied, "What exactly is it that interests you?" Finding himself in the room of the boss he had to defeat, the guy exclaimed, "Well, now let's go. The battle with the main enemy of the floor begins." At the same moment, the monster appeared in front of his eyes. The boy received a system notification that said, "Goblin Commander appears, Goblin Defender appears." The Goblin Defender turned out to be a monster with a shield and a sword in his hands, and at the moment this goblin was heading for the guy, pointing his blade directly at him. Noticing that the enemy had begun his actions, Khan defended himself from a blow from a defender who was acting as a stalling agent and simply getting in the way. Noticing that Thiessen was now more focused on the battle with the defender, Casper nervously exclaimed, "No, wait! Now is not the time to do this." The next moment, noticing that the Goblin Commander had finished casting his spell, the ghost said in frustration in his head that it was too late. At the same time, the terrifying leader of the Shrek race activated his staff, which opened its eyes and looked at his opponent with its shiny eye, which was most likely inlaid. At that very moment, Casper shouted to Khan, "Hey, you may know the skills, but you don't know the methods of attack. First of all, you need to attack that guy. Didn't you see him doing something suspicious?" In response to his companion's warnings, Thiessen confidently said, "Don't worry, I can see everything perfectly well, and for me this method is the most correct." A few seconds later, as the boy was engulfed in a red fog, he saw hallucinations in his head and found himself in some strange place full of dead people and skeletons. Looking around, he was surprised to see this place, and then heard that because you chose the easy mode, we all died, and only you survived. Looking down at his feet from where the dead were climbing in his direction, the guy heard all this. "It was all your fault. It was all because of you. You alone." Grabbing hold of Kang Tiessen's leg, one of the fallen illusions said, "Why were you born at all? It's all your fault. You're just a useless nobody." Continuing to drag the boy downstairs, surrounded by shapeless images that hated him, Kang continued to listen to the garbage. "It's a shame to waste food on someone like you." The next moment, Kang Tiessen saw the image of the girl he had seen after she had collided with the apostle a few seconds earlier come to life and exclaim, "Why didn't you come for me?" Shedding tears and reaching out to the boy in front of her, Lee Tae-young exclaimed doomedly, "Why did you leave me to die alone?" Hearing the words of accusation flying in his direction from hundreds of indistinguishable images and a clear image of the girl he had lost, Kang Tiessen said, "I'm sorry, but it won't work on me." At the same time, watching the guy who was unconscious in a fog of delirium, Casper said, "I thought that finally, after all this time, he had left the grave. That's why he had to listen to me." As the Goblin Commander began to cast the next spell to finish off the defenseless boy, the ghost said in disappointment, "So my revenge is not going to happen again." The next moment, the monster directed its attack directly at the unconscious opponent. Kang Tiessen, who came to his senses at the last moment, angrily exclaimed, "I told you to shove it back in your pocket." After cutting off the magical attack with the divine sword, the boy received a system notification that said, "Thanks to your steely will, you withstood the blow." When Casper saw what had just happened on the battlefield, he was surprised to hear that you were able to take it. Having frightened his opponent with his unbreakable will and ability to repel magical attacks, Khan began to slowly approach him, driving him into a dead end. The next moment, the guy received a system notification. The globulin commander went into a frenzy check, not needed, ignored with steel will, repelling the enemy's magic attack. The guy said menacingly, "I told you it wouldn't work, understood me?" When he saw the system notification that said the goblin commander was activating Tessin's curse, he confidently said, "Unfortunately for you, I never lose when it comes to psychic attacks." As he approached the enemy, the guy received a system notification that you had withstood several psychic and magical attacks, after which he grabbed the monster by the throat and lifted it above him. Seeing another notification that said you have gained the permanently active skills Mental Resistance and Magic Resistance, Khan stabbed the enemy with his sword and said, "If I got everything I wanted, then goodbye." At the same time, seeing the battle against the boss of the floor unfolding, the ghost said in amazement in his head, "Wow, he withstood a psychic attack purely on the will of steel. Even I can't do that." Looking at the image of the guy in front of him, Casper added in his head, "Of course, I plan to somehow control his further actions by telling him a little bit of information, but he turned out to be a psychopath beyond my imagination." Looking into the eyes of the guy whose actions were simply impossible to predict, the companion was frightened and wondered who he was. When receiving the rewards for defeating the boss, the first one was a low-level mana-boosting potion, and after using it, the guy received a system notification that your mana will permanently increase by 10. Heading back to the ground floor, the boy happily twirled a bunch of keys on his finger with a description of a low-level set of lockpicks that allows you to disarm traps and open locks. The guy was happy to receive the rewards and said, "Who would have thought that I could get such items as secret rewards?" Thanks to which I was able to get the trap disarming skill so early. After using a mana potion, the guy heard a question seriously. "You don't miss anything at all on the second floor before moving to the next." To which he replied, "What's the big deal? Why is it so upsetting to you?" Hearing this remark from the guy, Casper involuntarily exclaimed, "Hey, I'm already dead. Do you really think that I will be happy that someone who is alive will be fine?" To which Khan replied, "That's what it means. Well, it's clearly not my problem." Going down below, the guy received a system notification that said defeat the boss of the third floor and move on, after which he confidently said, "Now it's time for the third floor." After a while, when he arrived at the shop where the king was lost, the boy heard, "You're back at last," and "What's that next to you?" Approaching the merchant, the ghost said sarcastically, "Oh, it's our old man, who is even more stubborn than a donkey, right? So you're still alive." To which the merchant replied with a grunt, "You took his quest, yes. I hasten to disappoint you, but he's just a loud loser. Don't let him influence you in any way." He replied, "What impudent words from an old man who can only pray and give advice, and it's clear that you care about him very much." As they stared at each other, Casper said, "Maybe I should play a little trick on the boy. I want to see how the old man will jump with anger." To which he replied, "You think such a miserable spirit can do that?" Trying to get Kang's attention, he was ignored, and then heard if a dead soul is determined, then everything should work out, so why not? It seems you want the last remnants of your soul to be destroyed. Pulling out the monster items he had collected from his inventory, Tessin exclaimed, "Hey, stop arguing and pay attention to the person in question." Turning to the Lost King, the boy confidently added, "I sell all this stuff, so please show me something useful from your wares." Seeing the volume of goods that Tezan brought him, the merchant was surprised to hear how many monsters you killed in the end. After evaluating the things the merchant sold him, Kang Tezan happily said, "You know, it looks pretty good." I also looked at a couple of items he wore on his arm, a metal and thorn ring with +1 and +2 attacks, and a strongman pendant, and Khan added, as I thought, "The best things with these, I could knock down a goblin in 2 blows." Seeing the goods his companion had just been shoved into the shop, Casper exclaimed indignantly, "This is a scam." And the merchant said, "This is the damn art of aerial weaponry." Noticing that his friends had started quarreling with each other again, Santa-san exclaimed, "Hey, you two, stop it! I'm leaving." Heading up to the third floor, Khan asked why you have such a terrible relationship, and Casper replied that he couldn't love this treacherous and delusional old man. "By the way, you should also be wary of this scoundrel. He treats you well only if he needs something from you at any time. He can turn against you. Don't trust him. He's just an old man." Imagine in your mind the horrible image of the lost king who owns the shop, and the ghost added that for people like us, he is the enemy, remember? Hearing the words of his traveling companion, Khan thought that it must have all started when he was alive, and then said, "I will keep that in mind." The next moment, when he arrived on the third floor, he saw a gang of goblins with staffs, swords, and other weapons coming at him. It was a disappointment for him, but thanks to his mastery of air weapons, he easily knocked out one of the enemies by launching him into flight. After that, he needed another of the goblins who was trying to escape, realizing that there was nothing to catch. Looking at the boy dealing with a bunch of goblins, Casper said in frustration, "God, this floor is not fun at all." Immediately after seeing the look of a displeased Khan on his face, the ghost added nervously, "In the sense of usually this place is difficult. Do you even know about it? In every pack, a goblin with a staff and mental attacks, so even I died." After the battle with the enemies was over, Tezen moved on and cleared 2 goblin locations in 3 and 2 minutes, not giving them a chance. Going on to clear the floor, Tezen heard the Casper's nervous voice asking if there was any point in rushing to do so, and he replied, "The third floor is obviously easier for me than the second." Then the ghost added, "As for me, now there is no point in killing everyone at your current level. Your experience is not particularly dripping, so why don't you go ahead?" To which he replied, "Maybe so, but I have a quest here." Looking at him continue to destroy enemies one by one, Casper asked in surprise what other quests you had received. And Tessen replied that it was Rakiratas's quest. He said to destroy all the monsters on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Hearing the reason for such total defense of the floor, the companion was surprised to ask that he could survive even such tasks. "I also passed his tests. But this is the first time I have heard of such a thing." To which he replied, "Yes, so I have one question for you about him. Perhaps you know something about the apostles' contracts?" Hearing the boy's question, the ghost suddenly froze in place, as if something had switched in his head. Then the captain said, "Who would have thought that you had even heard of the bottom, and that he even offered you this contract as an apostle? I'm right." Climbing on the guy's head and then sitting comfortably on it, Casper said, "So where should I start?" To which Khan replied, "You'll explain everything to me just like that without any fuss." In response, the ghost started circling over the guy's head and said, "I'm already dead, or have you forgotten about it? I may be tied to this place by law, but I have no restrictions on information. You won't mind if I start my story from the very beginning, will you?" In response to this question, Kangta-san sat down by one of the walls and listened intently. Then Casper said each god governs his own territory. Some are responsible for victory, others for defeat, just as Rakiratas is responsible for death and conflict. Some are responsible for 2 or more aspects. There are gods of ideas that govern only a single concept. Or there are also the more famous gods of religions that were born out of the beliefs of people in a huge number of shapes and sizes. After a certain part of the information, Khan asked what it means to be a god, and it seems that the local gods are different from the earthly ones, to which he replied that they are those who help in the construction of the labyrinth itself. When he heard the answer from his adventuring companion, Kang Tasan asked in surprise how this could be understood in the sense of construction. Then, trying to explain in more detail what he meant, Casper said, "You remember the black window that appeared as soon as you appeared in the maze. After that, he began to quote the words that had already been spoken before Khan. This labyrinth was created by a great magician a long time ago, and there is a legend that whoever passes the labyrinth will be granted one wish. Even for a great wizard, it was too difficult to create the entire labyrinth from scratch, which is why he was looking for more gifted people to supplement his potential. A key role in all this was played by his incredible desire to create a giant labyrinthine tower that gradually descends into the abyss. In this way, he was able to summon a large number of warrior heroes and many other characters to this place, who could take part in his experiment after the labyrinth was created. He also told them about the challenges and rewards that awaited them after they entered the labyrinth, and even about the life and death battles. He also spoke about the untimely deaths that awaited many of them, and wondered if they wanted to see it all themselves. When he heard the story from his traveling companion, Kang Tasan was surprised to hear that the gods really liked the idea. Hearing what Casper had just said, you would think that they just loved it and were jumping for joy and supporting the magician in every way possible. And that's why, after a huge period of time that was spent by the gods, they were finally able to complete the construction of this place, this very labyrinth. And the gods here, after the construction was completed, took their places in the labyrinth they created deep below, right on the lowest floor. And from there they began to single out some of the people who got into the labyrinth, testing them and giving them attention to determine their value. And those people who really impressed them made them an exclusive offer, and this was the apostles' contract. After listening attentively to the whole story to the end, Kang Tasan said in surprise, "But I still don't understand whether it's good or bad." In response to this, Casper turned his gaze to the sword given by Rakiradas and said, "If you become an apostle, you will receive many abilities. As much as God blesses you, they can reward you beyond what they have received and help you." Hearing the words that were more related to the consolation of what he was interested in, Khan asked what the disadvantages of all this were, and was told that first of all, your soul will belong to God, and other gods may hate you for it. Having imagined in his head many different persons who are gods of different actions of emotions and beliefs, the ghost added a bunch of gods in the maze, and they all want different things. For example, if you take the god who offered you the Rakiradas contract, there are many enemies, many who dislike him, who consider his actions a real disgrace. And if you go lower, these gods will try to create various inconveniences for you in order to prevent you from passing the labyrinth and destroying the apostle of the god they despise. And one more thing, you will have to follow the orders of the god because he gives you his power. Even if you think it is unfair to yourself to refuse, you cannot refuse. Khan replied, "So there are still a couple of pitfalls." After hearing what his companion said, the boy thought that it might be worth giving up the opportunity to become someone's apostle, but they say that those who pass the labyrinth are guaranteed a wish, and by victory they probably mean a clean sweep. Remembering his friend who had managed to clear the entire maze in a previous life on hermit mode, he added, "But I've never heard of Lee Tae-young making a wish come true." The next moment, remembering the time stone he had used, Khan mentally added, wondering if Bezor Ouroboros could be what she wished for. Feeling a bit depressed after thinking about the time stone, Taesan added, "But if we're talking about the Tae-young I know, she would definitely choose something else instead of rewinding time." Grabbing his head after receiving a large influx of various information, Khan thought that somewhere in the first paragraphs, something did not add up. If you put together the stories of the ghost, the adventurers themselves challenged the maze in the hope of fulfilling their wishes. But if the labyrinth was of one's own free will, what about the people who lived on Earth? Why did this happen to them? I groaned heavily at the lack of some puzzles in the overall picture and added in my head that I still don't know a lot of things. Having decided to finish his thoughts, the boy looked at his companion and said confidently, Let's go now." In response to this, he heard the joyful voice of the Casper exclaiming, "Of course we'll go, but let's just make sure we clear everything quickly this time and get on with it, okay?" Heading further to clear and investigate the maze, the guy said in his head, "But now I need to concentrate on what I can do at the moment." Having reached a certain room where the traps were placed, Khan used a bunch of lockpicks and received a notification that the traps had been successfully disarmed and no longer posed a threat, after which he exclaimed in surprise that it had worked. The next moment he received another notification: "You have received the skill trap removal. Mana use 1% mastery level. Try to deactivate the traps. You have nothing useful yet, but you can't ignore it." Then Kong said, "I thought I would have to spend 100 attempts to get it, but it turned out to be much easier. I managed it in just 10. Approaching another trap, the boy tried to deactivate and remove it, using the skill of disarming traps, after which the inspection began. The next moment, a system alert appeared to disarm the trap, after which it was activated right in front of him and almost hit him. Seeing that he hadn't succeeded the first time, Tessin said in disappointment, to which Casper angrily exclaimed, "Are you serious? You were able to find the secret room in one go, but you're wasting time on a useless skill. What are you doing?" "Hey, the fact that you've improved your skill a little bit hasn't changed much. You can just slip through all these traps on physical strength like you did last time," and all that Khan answered him to. "But I'm not sure about this one. As you can see, I don't know much about this place. And if I'm trying to clean up a place that I know nothing about, the more trump cards I have, the better it will be for me." Looking at the Casper, who was silent after hearing this, the boy said confidently, "I don't know when, where, or how I'll need it, so I'd rather take whatever I can. That's my way." As soon as the system notification appeared with the inscription, "Disarmament skill increased by 1%, Casper mentally said, remembering his past, "But I was the one who could not follow this rule." After some time of trying to deactivate the trap, Khan finally managed to completely secure the entire room. Then, stretching sweetly, he headed for the treasure chest, saying, "My skill has increased by about 7%, and I also received a reward. I think this is the end of the secret room on the 3rd floor." Having received another ring from the chest for 3 points of additional attack, Khan got out of the secret room and said that there was nothing left. Smiling happily after successfully clearing the floor, he said, "Only the boss is waiting for us, so let's go to him." Arriving in the hall that led to the boss's room, Casper said this over the goblins, "And you should already understand roughly what should appear there, because yes," to which he replied, "I know." Opening the door to the boss's room, Khan confidently said, "It's pretty obvious, you don't even have to look." And then a large goblin caught his eye. Seeing the reaction of the floor boss to Khan's arrival, the ghost said, "Wow, but look at him. It looks like he knows that you killed all the goblins in the area. He's definitely pissed." The next moment, when he saw the system alert, the goblin leader attacking with a wave, Kang sprinted to evade the attack and safely approach the enemy. Noticing that he had used his magic skill again, the boy took out the staff of the boss of the 2nd floor and said, "You're not the only one who can wave a staff." After hitting the enemy with the cane in his hands, he received a system notification to activate the effect of confusion in relation to the enemy. The next moment, changing your weapon to Rakiratus's dagger and swinging it at the monster's leg, another notification appeared. You dealt 21 points of damage to the goblin leader. Furious that only he was being roped, the monster swung his staff and prepared to strike back. Watching the movements of the enemy's blows, Khan poked his finger into the enemy's patience and said in frustration, "He's really slow because of his size." Immediately afterwards, to avoid the damage from the enemy's attack, Kangtasan jumped into the air holding Rakiratus's sword. As a result of the landing and the combination of attacks, he managed to inflict several powerful injuries on the enemy, avoiding a retaliatory attack. At the same time, watching the battle, Casper said in amazement, Oh, I expected that at this point the goblin leader is no longer your opponent. Usually it is so hard to deal with him as boring. At the same time, after throwing the boss by the chest and delivering the last blow, Khan received a system notification saying that you had defeated the boss of the third floor. At the end of the battle, a lot of system notifications began to appear over him with the words, "Your health is increased. You have activated your agility and attack power." Also, after all the buffs, the guy also received a system notification saying that you have received a basic potion to increase your overall health. While consuming the potion, the boy examines the wooden staff he also received in the battle with the monster and says, "What is this? I've never seen anything like it before." Looking at the description of the stick he held in his hands with the description of a shabby staff of magic plus 3 power of magic weekly present, Casper was impressed and said, "You got a magic staff and your luck is just beyond the limit." Not understanding what caused such joy, Khan asked in surprise what it was, and was told that it was a staff that allowed you to use magic. "You can use this staff to strengthen magic you haven't learned yet," and he replied in surprise that he could learn magic. Seeing the boy's reaction to the message about studying magic, the ghost asked him in confusion why you pretend not to know about it. How can it surprise you when you have already met monsters who used magic? Hearing Casper's words, Kang was surprised to think that to use magic, one must be limited to the magic contained in the staff. Even Lee Tae-young had never used magic on her own. Recalling his friend's advice and stories, the often resistant boy said in surprise, "How am I supposed to learn it?" When the ghost heard the question from the confused boy, he replied, "You ask me how to get it. You either discover a new concept yourself, or learn it from someone else here, one of the two." Hearing what opportunities there are to master magic, Khan mentally said the first option is on the verge of being impossible, so I'll leave it for later. I wonder if there are NPCs here from whom I could learn magic. Thinking about the possibility of learning magic from someone, Kang Tae-san added, "Well, it definitely makes sense. Otherwise, this method would simply not exist, so there are NPCs who can teach it. The only problem is that this NPC is hidden somewhere so well that even Lee Tae-young didn't know about it, which explains why no one on Earth could use magic." Closing the system window, the boy thought disappointedly, in any case, this means that at the moment I cannot learn magic. So at the same time, Casper shouted out it was time to go to the 4th floor. "Let's hurry." In response to his companion's suggestion, the boy said no. Before going to the 4th floor, he needed to return to Rakiratas and receive the reward for the task. The next moment, he activated the system window and froze in place, seeing Kang's strange behavior ghost, asked what was wrong. Then Tae-san thought level up bonus for mental qualities reward for clearing the 3rd floor. When he finished his thoughts, the guy said, "It's strange, but I didn't get any reward for clearing the floor." Hearing what the boy had just told him, Casper replied in confusion that the traveler had mentally said something else that was definitely hidden here at the same time. The next moment after the thought of the hidden room slipped through Kang's mind, he heard "You cleared the secret room, killed the boss, that there might be 2 secret rooms here." After Tae-san heard his friend's question, he asked what he thought about it, to which Casper replied disappointedly, "I couldn't even find the secret room on this floor." Standing in a thoughtful pose after realizing that the ghost had no information on the matter, Kang thought, "I'll waste too much time if I search the entire floor again. So should I give up and not take the secret reward this time?" At the end of his thoughts, the boy was about to be disappointed, but suddenly he noticed some wall paintings that looked rather suspicious. Looking at them, he wondered if the images on the wall were all looking at the same point. Hearing the boy's question and his strange behavior, the ghost asked where you were going, which was a dead end, and also a completely different side from the right one. Then he put his hand to the place on the wall where all the drawings were pointing and used the skill of disarming the trap. Immediately after, right in front of him, the wall began to collapse, after which a passage inside appeared. Seeing that a secret passage had just opened right in front of them, Casper exclaimed in surprise, "What did you just do?" To which he replied that part of the wall was made of the same material as the trapdoor in the secret room. "I just checked my luck, and I was lucky." Going inside this passage to the secret room, the boy thoughtfully said what they had hidden in such a deep place. A couple of dozen meters away, the boy noticed a room with a throne and a dead man sitting on it, and then a system notification appeared. "You have come across the former Goblin Lord." Seeing the description of the found character, Khan was surprised to think that this was the first time I had ever met a named monster. And then Casper nervously said, "Hey, something's wrong here. Don't you think why someone of the Lord class is here?" Then Tassan asked him what you know about it, and he replied that the Lords are kings of their race, judging by their name. Seeing that the Lord suddenly came to life and reached for his sword, Casper added anxiously that there could be only one of them. They transcend all limits and notions of their race. At the same time, the Goblin Lord took up the sword that stood near his throne and said in his hoarse voice, "I do not feel any sense of ominousness toward you." Raising his weapon to the level of his eyes, which reflected the face of the Tisan, he added, "You are also just toys they have dragged in here, but I am just a creature who has been given the role of a monster here." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, which smashed the room into small pieces, destroying all the columns around him with a shockwave. As soon as the shockwave approached the guy's throat, and he felt a serious danger to his life, he heard the last words from Ha, which sounded like "I'm going to finish you." At the moment of the fatal attack, when he could have said goodbye to his life, Kang Tassan activated the skill of repulsion and received half of the damage and pushed back. After what he had just experienced, the boy thought about the tragic consequences and thought, if I didn't have the ability to fight back, I would have been on the verge of death. What kind of attack was that? The next moment, turning his gaze back to his opponent, Kang Tassan noticed that the Lord was preparing to strike again and then instantly rushed towards him. In order to prevent Ha from attacking again, he crossed swords with him to prevent him from carrying out his plan. Trying to somehow stay on his feet and resist the enemy, the boy thought in confusion, feeling serious pressure from where he got this incredible strength. In the next turn, the Goblin Lord Ha pushed the enemy back and gained the advantage and threw Kang Tassan away from him, but his wave attack failed. Breaking back with his hands and the blade driven into the ground, the boy thought, now my strength is 37 on easy mode, which would be enough to clear all the floors up to the 50th, but now I can barely hold on. Pulling his blade out of the ground and looking up at his opponent, he nervously thought, "Come on, think of your enemy's weapon as a two-handed sword that I can counter. The only thing that comes to mind is that he is less agile because of his size, so my only advantage in a battle with him is agility, so I have to try." Again, he rushed at the enemy, who was sitting still and just waving his sword, and tried to attack him at the moment of the swing, taking advantage of his advantage. Only at the moment he was approaching, the enemy changed the trajectory of his weapon and said, "Well, that's a good idea. But do you really think you're the only one who thought of it?" Noticing that the enemy is attacking with a handle that flies directly at his head, he activated the defensive skill to prevent death. The next moment after he activated the skill, the boy saw his system window shatter and another one appear with the words Ha on it, and he activated a powerful attack. As a result of the hit, the boy sustained quite a lot of damage from just one blow with the blunt side of the sword, and also suffered a negative effect after the hit. Rolling back after an unsuccessful attack on a stationary enemy, Khan saw a system notification above him. "You have received a powerful blow. All your actions are delayed for 10 seconds. Seeing that he was affected by a negative effect that prevented him from fighting, Kang mentally said, "Oh shit. I can't even retreat in this state. I need to hold out like this for 10 seconds. raising his sword in front of him and looking at it under the effect of the mushrooms. The guy could also see the countdown of the negative effect timer above him. Being under the negative effect, the boy mentally said, "Now I have no opportunity to attack the enemy, so I need to use another way." At the same time, he activated the parry skill and then rushed at the enemy, a skill that allowed him to automatically counterattack when the enemy struck. Seeing what his opponent had just done, even in such a critical situation, the Goblin Lord smiled slyly and then struck again with 5 seconds left on the negative effect timer. Repeating his attack, the enemy attacked the boy with a shockwave, and seeing this, Khan in turn, in an attempt to dodge, fell on his back and rubbed his legs. Lying on the ground after losing concentration and having 3 more seconds of the negative effect, the guy gritted his teeth and thought, "Oh shit, my position was broken because I was too focused on dodging the sword." Realizing that he would still have to take blows from the enemy, Kang Tae-san used his defensive skill to provide preventive defense, and then Hegaha delivered a powerful blow. Even after using the skill of sliding and dodging the enemy's attack, which he made again on the ground, Khan took 46 points of damage. As soon as the countdown of the negative effect was over, the boy moved behind his enemy, and then heard a shout from the Casper, "Hey Tessin, can you hear me?" Looking at the tired boy, who clearly had no advantage in this battle, and had to hold on with his last strength, the ghost added, "You can't cope with this yet. Now you should retreat and move to the next floor. You can come back when you are stronger." In response to a remark from his companion, the boy confidently said, "No, I can't afford it. I have to continue as I am." And he was told that you are completely crazy. Trying to bring the boy to his senses, who was not going to back down from an unequal battle, Casper exclaimed that he had forgotten that he was a lord. This was not a creature that a third-floor traveler could handle. Continuing to convince the guy with a face of clear anxiety, Casper added frightenedly, "It doesn't look like this monster is going anywhere." Hearing his friend's words, Khan replied, breathing heavily, "If my priority is safety, I will get nothing. As soon as I leave the 3rd floor, my reward will be drastically reduced. In this maze, you can move freely between floors, but as soon as you step to the next floor, the reward of the previous floor will decrease. You will earn 5 times less experience and gold, and special rewards will disappear." Recalling all the conditions that exist in this place, Tessan mentally said, "If I really want to get everything from this floor." Interrupting the boy's thoughts, Casper exclaimed in embarrassment, "You're too self-confident, and without judgment. You've been working so hard to improve your skill percentage, and now you're suddenly rushing into such an adventure." Hearing the remark from his companion, who was traveling with him through the maze, Kang Tae-san said in surprise, "I don't even know what you're talking about. Everything I did was to cope with this." Having taken the first step towards danger, the boy added confidently, "I have been collecting all the rewards and destroying all the monsters throughout my journey, not to avoid danger. I do all this not only to survive in this maze, but rather to learn from him that I am putting my life on the line in this fight. Everything I do and was doing in this place was not just for the sake of getting better rewards. It was all about increasing my chances of success." The next moment, system notifications appeared above the guy, telling him that you had fought against an invincible enemy who could not be defeated. Your consciousness was unshakable, and your morale was high. Your willpower was high, and all your characteristics were high. During this battle with the monster, you will be unshakable after seeing the buffs he received in the battle against the Goblin Lord, as if Khan gained some confidence in his actions. The next moment after the buffs were activated, the guy looked at the enemy and thought they wouldn't have placed an invincible boss on the 3rd floor, so there was a chance to defeat him. Looking closely at the limbs of the enemy who was constantly sitting on his throne, he thought, "If you think about it, he never got up from his throne. Maybe this is it." At the same time, Casper approached his friend and said the same thing to Tessin, To which he replied, "I noticed that he had no legs." The next moment he began to look around for an effective way to defeat the enemy, and he thought, "I realize that he is the previous lord, and in any case he cannot rise from the throne, so I have a chance." At the same time, noticing that the enemy still did not want to accept his defeat, the Goblin Lord said, "Bugaga, you are a pretty brave warrior. I respect that you do not retreat, and then I will really fight you." Continuing to drill his opponent with his gaze, Hojae added, "So how do you plan to approach me this time, warrior?" At the same time, Tessan used the skill of holding his breath, which activated the start of his plan to destroy the powerful enemy. The next moment, the boy gathered his strength and slammed his fist against the wall, causing a powerful shaking in the room. At the same time, after the impact, the consequences were immediately apparent. All the columns and other debris that somehow held onto the ceiling began to crumble and fall to the ground. When the Goblin Lord saw that debris from the room began to fall on him, he shouted something incomprehensible in his own language. But his face was completely devoid of emotion. He confidently destroyed all the debris that fell on him, thus protecting himself from the collapse. After removing all the danger that was coming at him from the mountain, Hojae said, "You still decided to use your head, but the debris will also fall on you correctly." While the enemy was talking, Khan changed the weapon in his hands to the staff of the first goblin boss and activated the skill to cast a curse of confusion on the enemy. As soon as the curse began to work, the Goblin Lord began to see illusions around him that were supposed to distract his attention and help the boy win. These illusions turned out to be spells of fireballs that flew at him from all sides, and the goblin thoughtfully said, wondering if they would really all fly in my direction. Having deactivated the curse with his own forces, the enemy was able to survive, after which Khan saw the check to apply the curse fail. After the curse was over, the monster grabbed his sword and confidently said, "Nevertheless, no matter how hard you try, you will not be able to harm me." As soon as he said this, he felt a sudden pain in his chest, and Kong Tassan's sword pierced him from the back through the back of the throne. Confused by this development, the Goblin Lord Hojae asked in surprise that you were able to dodge all the debris. "But how did you do it?" In response, the boy said, "It all worked out thanks to the skill of forced battle. No one but you can harm or hinder me." This effect applies to absolutely everything, including debris, even if it falls on us. Only your weapon or something you throw at me can prevent me. Immediately after touching the object on which his opponent was sitting, Khan said thoughtfully, "I wonder if this throne will be an exception." The next moment, a system notification appeared above the guy, saying that you had activated a forced battle, after which he abruptly bounced away from the enemy. Hearing what had just happened, and how his opponent explained it, the Goblin Lord exclaimed with joy, "Boogaloo, that's not just amazing, that's how you use your skills." Turning his head back to capture his opponent's gaze, who was able to surprise and impress him during her confrontation, Hojae added, "This is simply amazing." Standing at a distance from his opponent, who was a serious enemy, Khan heard him add, "I thank the gods that my last battle was with you." As soon as a serious battle broke out between the Goblin Lord and the traveler who was clearing the labyrinth, the ghost was finally able to feel it. It was a rather strange feeling to watch Tessan use only his own characteristics to win the battle, and that is why the ghost was in complete anticipation after the boy's meeting with a strong opponent. At the same time, Casper watched the progress of the battle and thought to himself if it was possible. At the same time on the battlefield, the Goblin Lord Hojae swung his sword and created several swirling streams from his blow. At the moment of the collision, Khan tried to block the enemy's attack, but as a result of contact with his sword, a powerful blast occurred, which threw the Casper back several meters. This shockwave also did not spare the monster who made the first strike, and when the blast wave reached him, it destroyed his throne, shattering it into pieces. As soon as the shock dissipated and Hojae regained consciousness, he exclaimed, "It's incredible. But if you can't get close enough to me, you won't be able to deliver the decisive blow, so what are you going to do?" The next moment, the Goblin Lord made a quick cross-handed strike and sent him flying into the boy's side. "I will make sure that you do not take a single step in my direction." As soon as the ghost saw the measures the monster had just taken, he shouted out to his companion in fright, imagining the consequences. "Hey, what are you up to?" His emotions were quite understandable because Kang Ta-san was just standing there, about to take the blow that Hojae had launched at him, not even thinking of dodging. As a result of the guy's steadfast decision, he remained firmly on his feet even after the attack. However, despite the fact that his body remained unharmed, he received pain from the blow, after which a system notification appeared, telling you that you had taken 462 units of damage and activated your stamina. After activating the skill, an aura appeared around the guy that allowed him to remain invulnerable for a certain period of time. Seeing that his enemy remained on his feet, the monster in turn made another attack and exclaimed in confusion, "I don't understand why you're still here." Preparing to take another blow from his enemy, Khan pulled out his sword Rakiratasa in front of him and confidently said the effect of endurance cancels the deadly attack. Preparing to attack, the guy looked at the Goblin Lord with a stern look and said, "I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. It means that I will be invulnerable for exactly 1 second." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed at the enemy, swinging the blade he had received from Rakiratas. By making 2 consecutive strikes, the guy managed to neutralize the enemy and prevent him from blocking his attack. While Kang Ta-san was making his last decisive attack, his health and mana were steadily decreasing, forcing him to use the potions he had bought at the shop. As soon as the supplies were restored, the boy was finally able to drive his sword into the enemy's chest. But he continued to resist, grabbing Khan's arm and trying to pull the weapon out. But the expression on the guy's face showed that he was not going to retreat, but only pushed harder, driving his sword deeper and deeper into the enemy's flesh. And finally, the Goblin Lord's hands dropped, and Tessin struck again with a lightning strike into the body of his enemy to be sure of his victory. At the same moment, Hojae looked into the eyes of his opponent who was on top of him, looking at him with tired eyes and preparing to strike again if necessary. But at the end of the battle, the monster smiled happily and resigned himself to his fate, feeling his death approaching faster, and said, "Warrior, you have managed to impress me." After these words, Hojae's eyes slowly closed, and his head turned to the side. At the same moment, a system notification appeared above Kang Ta-san, saying you have defeated the Goblin Lord Hojae. Dripping with sweat after a tough battle with a powerful opponent, the boy said tiredly, "Well, it's finally over." After a while, when the guy's body recovered from the complete clearing of the floor, he looked at the rewards and said, "I got a few bonus skills because of the difficulty of the floor and raised the level twice more." The next moment, he caught sight of a system notification that said, "You have activated the soul boost. You have received the skill trigger powerful blow." And Kang said in surprise, "I was able to get the Lord skill using soul boost. What kind of skill is that?" Opening the details of the skill, the guy saw the skill trigger powerful strike mana usage unknown skill. 1% your next strike hits harder. Seeing the details, Tessan said thoughtfully, "So the damage increases in proportion to the mana spent. I didn't think I could get such a skill now." The next moment, he opened the description of another skill, which said, "Skill trigger acceleration mana cost 5 skill 1 you accelerate to the side of the enemy." Kang said in surprise, "In my past life I could hardly get such a skill even if I tried hard. That's why the battle with the Lord was so fierce." After reviewing the main rewards, Kang also received a secret extra for Hojae. It was a potion, and after examining it, The boy said happily, "I was wondering what the secret reward would be, and it turned out to be a skill potion. Very good. Thanks to this, I can rest for the next few days, but I'll save it for now." Also, among other rewards, Khan received a chain of the master that gave a plus of 3 attack points, 3 defense points, 3 strength points, 3 dexterity points, and 3 intelligence points. The next moment, I opened my stat profile, which read level 12, health 430, mana 75, strength 63, intelligence 73, agility 58, attack plus 18 defense plus 12 con, and added at this rate, I will surpass my performance from my previous life when I am on the 5th floor in this mode. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy confidently added, I became much stronger in just a few seconds, as I thought I would, and that's the answer. At the same time, the ghost who was traveling with Tazen said, And you, this one, hearing that he suddenly interrupted. The boy turned his attention to him and asked what it was. Then Casper said to him awkwardly, It's okay, if you're done with the hunt, let's go on. To which he replied, Yeah, but first let's finish the quest. After these words, Kang Tesan went to the 2nd floor to the god's room, and after a while found himself in the right place right in front of the altar. Seeing that his companion was trembling with fear and hiding behind his back, Khan asked in surprise, Hey, why are you so scared? Before he could get an answer, Khan received a system notification saying that you had passed Rakiratus's test. Rakiratus was very pleased with your battles and wanted to give you appropriate rewards. Seeing this notice and the apostle's next contract offer, Khan mentally said to Rakiratus, I knew for sure that the Lord was hiding, and on the 3rd floor, despite this, he gave me a test. Reaching for the no button on the notification, Tessin said, I told you I wouldn't accept it. And seeing this, Casper nervously exclaimed that he would wait until Rakiratus did. But then Kang added, It doesn't matter. Having rejected the offer of the apostle's contract, the guy in front of him saw a notification, Rakiratus's range of influence has decreased. You have received an indestructible shield as a reward. You have received a permanent trigger for the skill of fortification with an indestructible shield. Surprised by the reward, the boy said in surprise as he looked at the notification that the shield had never heard of such a skill before. Looking at the description of the skill and his profile, he was surprised to think that it was like a second health bar. As long as he was active, my health would not be consumed. The next moment, when a curious thought visited his head, the boy added in his mind, Maybe this will be possible too. After receiving all the rewards for completing the god's mission, Khan received the last system message, in which Rakiratus was looking forward to the next meeting. After that, Khan noticed that it became clear around him, and then he was surprised to think that the fog disappeared at the same moment. Hearing his companion's remark, Tezan asked in surprise, Isn't there any need for you to hide anymore? He replied, Do you think your opinion might change after you learn the truth about him? He replied, Maybe. After receiving all the rewards, Khan immediately headed for the next floor, and as soon as he approached it, he was greeted by a system notification that said the 4th floor task begins. Defeat the 4th floor boss to move on reward Ash Backpack's secret reward unknown. Moving on to clear the maze, Kang mentally said, blowing out the words of his friend, the 4th floor Lee Tae-young, who said that this was the floor where the orcs lived. Approaching the door that led him to the next quest, he added each of them was quite strongly built, and their intellect did not lag behind their physical form, usually whole tribes of warriors. I wonder what awaits me here. Opening the door to the 4th floor, the guy said with caution, looking inside, but first of all he said, seeing a bright snow-white tower in front of him, the guy added everything in his head exactly as I was told, after which a system notification appeared in front of him. You have opened the altar of Baltazar. This place was connected with the god, and it was here that the believers in Baltazar built an altar for him. Baltazar can manifest his influence from this place. At the very moment when Khan approached the altar, Casper, the god of victory Baltazar, spoke to him. It is difficult to say whether he is evil or good. It would be more correct to call him someone who keeps neutrality. The next moment, Tassan received a system notification that said Baltazar wants to test the person who visited his altar. If you agree, you will be offered a test. If you pass, you will receive a reward. To which the boy confidently replied, "Of course I agree." As soon as he agreed without a second thought, a system notification appeared in front of him that said, Baltazar is enjoying your decision. Baltazar is studying your battle experience. When Khan saw what was written in the message, he said in surprise that he could study, to which the ghost replied, "Well, if he is the god of victory, he will read your memories and decide whether you are worthy." Sometime later, after checking his memories and studying the battle, Tassan received a message saying that Baltazar offers you a worthy challenge. Seeing this, the guy said unhappily that, again, I had just recently received a letter from Reincarnationstory, to which Casper replied that it made sense. Otherwise, how would Baltazar like you? Immediately after, he confidently added, "Everything is fine. You can take it for the current. It will be easy. Gods generally hate to break contracts. Reincarnationstory, the white crow, is among them." Hearing the words of his companion, Khan reached for the system window and said, "Okay, I'll take this task," and then received a notification, "Baltazar is pleased with your decision." As soon as the quest was accepted, Khan received a system notification stating that Baltazar's radius of influence had decreased. Baltazar received consent from the residents of the 4th and 5th floors 20-1. The next moment, another system notification appeared, informing him that the 4th floor had begun to change. As soon as this notification appeared, Khan felt a powerful earthquake that knocked him down and strange sounds of gears. Not understanding what was happening in this place, the guy got to his feet and shouted in confusion what the hell was going on. When the boy finished speaking, he felt that everything suddenly stopped, and he asked in surprise what had happened, to which Casper replied, "Wow, this is the first time I've ever witnessed something like this." When everything fell into place, the boy headed for the door that led him to the entrance to the 4th floor labyrinth, only to be shocked when it opened and exclaimed the same thing. When he saw a narrow path in front of him with small houses that could not be avoided, he was surprised to see the labyrinth turn into a straight passage. Casper also saw what happened to the 4th floor after accepting the test from Baltazar, and said thoughtfully, "Well, there's nothing to be done. Baltazar was one of those who created this labyrinth, and that is why it is difficult to pass through it, but not impossible." Hearing his friend's question, Khan headed to the first room and said, "I doubt anything will change if I just stand there and watch, so I'd better check everything out right away." Opening the door to the first room that stood in his way, Khan noticed an opponent in it with whom he had to fight and win. The next moment, Tassan saw a system notification in front of him that said an orc armed with a sword had appeared in front of you. After examining his opponent, whom he met in the first room, the boy was surprised to hear that the monsters here were the same. Putting the sword of Reincarnationstory in front of him, the guy mentally added, "If that's the case, he immediately started fighting as soon as he saw me." As soon as he finished his thoughts, he rushed into battle against the enemy, who had already swung his weapon and was preparing to kill the boy in one blow. When approaching the orc, the guy used his bronze shield but still received a message: "You took 4 units of damage." Opening his status window with the parameters, Khan noticed the full health scale and said in his head, "My health is fine. The indestructible shield is the first to suffer." Jumping up after deflecting the attack, Khan did a flip and delivered a chopping blow to the enemy's arm, reinforcing it with his newly acquired powerful punch skill. Seeing that his opponent was still on his feet and continuing to fight, Tessan was surprised to think that in his past life he would have died by now, but this time it was more difficult to say what happened. At the same time, watching the battle from a distance, Casper exclaimed that I think I realized that maybe the point of this battle is to win all the one-on-one fights. And because of this, he also slightly strengthened all the enemies. Hearing this, Kang was just approaching his enemy, activating the skill of a powerful blow. After delivering a crushing blow, the boy knocked the monster to the ground and plunged his sword into its chest, thus gaining an advantage in the ensuing battle. But there was no continuation after this blow. The orc only smiled, after which Tessan received a system notification that said the orc was satisfied with the glorious battle. Immediately after his body stopped moving and showing any signs of life, a new notification appeared. You have defeated a sword-wielding orc. Retreating to his companion with whom he was traveling, the boy said in surprise, "You know, it didn't seem so hard." And he heard in response that there was no point in starting with the hard part. Most likely stronger orcs would appear later. When he heard that the difficulty would likely only increase in the future, Khan smiled happily and said, "There are 9 more rooms left. I wonder if I can break through them." After some time, the boy had already reached the 5th room and received a system notification that said you defeated an orc armed with a sword. Your level has increased, so there were 5 rooms left. They looked quite impressive, but I was in vain afraid of my level growing and my shield with it. Opening the status window and examining the shield indicator, he mentally added the shield increases in proportion to my health. But it is not yet clear, but soon everything should become clear. Sometime after the 5th room was cleared, Khan found himself in the 6th room, where an enemy was also waiting for him, eager for a fight. Sometime after the battle with the 6th opponent began, Kang used his skills to win, using the defensive skill and a counterattack that automatically dealt blows. Having cleared the 6th room, the boy looked at his sword and thought in surprise, "I thought that the difference between me and the orc was quite high, but I could not destroy them in one blow because of the difference in skill." It is obvious that these guys are not just waving their weapons around in battles against me. They definitely have some systematic skills. After making a few movements that he had seen in the orc technique, Khan said in disappointment, "I thought a simple copy would not work." Heading to the next room, Tessan mentally added that in order to acquire the skill, you need to learn from someone at the same time. Casper asked him what you lack in sword skills. Hearing the question from his companion, the boy was surprised to hear him answer, "Yes, but why did you ask me that so suddenly?" And he replied in a nervous voice, "It's okay, let's go to the other room." Moving to the 7th room, Khan met an orc with an axe, who also used a certain technique against him in his battle. In the 8th room there was an orc fighter. Instead of weapons, he had his own gloves for fist fighting. But even so, he could not defeat the boy who visited him. Sometime after passing through the rooms, Tessan found himself in front of a large gate and said in surprise that I had already found myself in front of the boss's room. But I managed to do it quite quickly. Entering the room, Khan said, "If you think about it, how am I supposed to find the hidden room on this floor?" To which the ghost replied, "Who knows? This is the first time I've ever encountered something like this, so I can't help you." After receiving an answer from his companion, Khan, seeing his last enemy on this floor, said for sure that he would have to look around every corner after the boss. Taking a fighting stance and holding his sword out in front of him, the boy mentally said, "The boss is exactly like the one I was told about. Most likely there are no risk factors, which means..." Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly heard someone sniffling and crying, and turning his head in the direction of the sound, Khan saw someone in a witch's cap standing next to him. The first thought that flashed through his mind was that it was some kind of strange animal, but as he cried, He wondered why it had happened so suddenly. Recognizing the person who was standing right in front of them, Casper exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, why are you here? You're still alive." And then the boy asked him if he knew her. Hearing a familiar voice, the girl who was sitting in the corner crying stopped her sobs and turned her head to the entrance and said in surprise that it was a soldier. Abruptly jumping on Kang Taesan's back, the girl screamed out in fear, please save me, take me away from here." Trying to somehow persuade the boy to help her, the girl exclaimed, "The labyrinth suddenly changed, and I was thrown here. When I came to, I found myself standing right in front of the orc over there." Casper said, unable to contain his laughter. "You're so unlucky with your roommate. Do you know that he's the reason everything has changed here?" The girl replied in surprise, "But he looks like he just walked in, doesn't he?" Hearing the conversations of his old friends, Khan took a step forward and thought that this NPC would have the essence of the reward from the secret room, and then said, "I'll deal with the orc first and then come back. Wait for me here." Hearing what Tessin had just said, the girl was surprised to hear that a lone traveler against an orc fighter, to which Casper replied that everything would be fine. Just wait here. As he approached the enemy, who was pointing his sword at Khan, the boy laughed ominously, thinking that this thug did not even look at the girl, so his target was only me. Rushing into battle against the enemy after thinking about the plan of action and circumstances, he activated the skill of acceleration and mentally said, "Then I will respond in kind." After making a few quick moves, the guy managed to break through to the enemy and inflict serious damage. After a few hits on the orc, Khan received a system notification informing him that the orc had switched to berserker status. As the battlefield began to change, Khan instantly jumped back to avoid the swinging blow that he had made. The next moment, the boy decided to counterattack before the monster had time to regroup and used the acceleration skill again. As soon as he got close enough to the enemy, Taesan activated the powerful strike skill and dealt critical damage to the enemy, which was the last one. As a result of the battle, the boy knocked the monster to the ground in a short period of time, after which a system notification appeared above him. "You defeated the orc fighter, you defeated the boss of the 4th floor." Seeing what had just happened before her own eyes, the girl clutched her cheeks in shock and said, "How can a traveler from the 4th floor so easily defeat an orc fighter is just nonsense." When he heard the girl's question, which was not addressed to him, Khan, who was returning, said, "Of course you think I'm a player, not anything else." The next moment, approaching the girl, Taesan sat down right in front of her and looked her in the eye and asked, "And who are you?" In response to Kang Taesan's question, the girl confidently said, "I am Lilith and the one who calls upon magic." Holding a magician's staff in her hands, she added nervously, "I came to this place to learn more about the great mysteries." Hearing what Lilith had just said, the boy was surprised to hear that you had just said magic, and she replied that you must have come from a world where it doesn't exist. The next moment, having created a light effect of magic with her staff, she added, "Not everyone can learn magic, it's an innate talent. I have no talent, but I want to learn it more than anyone else." Having created a magic spell right above her that resembled a fog, the girl confidently added, "That's the reason I came to this labyrinth." Enveloping the room they were all in with a magical fog, Lilith added a labyrinth, which is where I can achieve my cherished dream. After telling her story about who she was and how she ended up here, the girl got to her feet and nervously said, "Thank you for saving me, but I have nothing to repay you. I'm sorry." To which Khan replied, "There is no way." Hearing that there was some way she could repay Khan, Lilith nervously said, "I'm really completely broke, all my catalysts and ingredients." And before she could finish, Taesan interrupted her with the power you have. Looking directly into the eyes of the girl who was kneeling before him and thanking him for saving her, Tessin confidently added, "Magic is something I want to learn how to use." Hearing what the rescuer wanted from her, the girl replied in confusion, clasping her hands to her chest. "I'm sorry, but I studied this at the risk of my life, and I'm really grateful for your rescue, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to fulfill your request." Hearing the girl's answer, Khan mentally said, "So I was rejected by the others to a certain extent, and I was wondering if I should repeat it." But before he could sigh, Casper interrupted the conversation and said, "Why don't you just teach him?" Unable to understand the warrior's words, Lilith asked him what he meant, and he replied, "As you had said, you have nothing but magic, and although I understand how much you value it, in a global sense, it is nothing at all." Continuing to explain the situation that had just happened, Casper confidently added, "Now think about it. Isn't saving your life worth your teaching him magic?" Thinking about the ghost's words, the girl answered awkwardly, "Yes, it is." But then Casper interrupted her and added, "And besides, there is a benefit for you in this as well, how many floors you are ready to go up." When she heard the question, the girl grabbed her face and started to cry again, and Casper said, "Yeah, just as I thought, with your skills, you can't go any higher." The next moment, pointing to Tessin, he said, "But this guy will continue to storm the labyrinth, not to mention that the gods themselves recognized him, and it was because of him that the labyrinth changed so much." Continuing his story about Khan, the warrior confidently added, "I am more than sure that he will be able to reach the very depths, and perhaps even save those who are in the abyss." Raising his hand in the air, Casper added, "So if you use this information, it will be an opportunity for you to learn magic you never dreamed of." Hearing the words of her friend, the girl realized the message and exclaimed that just then the ghost added, "I think this will be a very profitable exchange for both of you." The next moment, having convinced the girl of the need to teach Kangtazen magic, Casper turned his gaze to the boy and asked what you thought about it, and your opinion remained unchanged. Heeding her friend's suggestion, the girl happily exclaimed, "Now I've thought it over a bit. I'll teach you." To which Tessin exclaimed in confusion, "That's good." Hearing that he agreed and was ready to cooperate, Lilith rose to her feet and said, "Great! Now it will be much more interesting to move forward because I'm right." The next moment, with an awkward smile, she added, "But because I was moved to this floor, I can't teach you anything right now. You understand me, right? Since the 5th floor is also an orc floor, it will be the same shape as this one. I will go to my place in the secret room on the 6th floor." To which Khan replied well. The next moment, using the magic cloth, the girl concealed her presence and became invisible, saying, "See you on the 6th floor." Seeing Lily just disappear into thin air, Casper said, "I was wondering how she got to the 5th floor, but it turns out she can use that kind of magic." Looking at the place where the girl had just stood, Khan thought in surprise, "I don't feel anything at all. She can really hide her presence completely. So that's what magic is like." The next moment, turning his gaze to the warrior, Tizan asked, "Oh, by the way, why did you decide to help me so suddenly?" And the warrior angrily exclaimed that I couldn't just be nice. "Why are you complaining when I helped you?" Looking at the disgruntled Casper, who said indignantly that the youth was gone nowadays, I thought, surely his attitude had changed after I defeated the Lord. I wonder why he was like that. Pouting a little at Tessin, Casper said, "You can consider that I just saw potential in you, and it also has to do with my atonement." To which the boy replied in surprise, "What are you atoning for?" Hearing his companion's question, the warrior replied, "Just forget it. From now on I will help you. You're lucky, aren't you?" Kang thought, he definitely won't answer even if I ask him directly. It doesn't matter. As soon as the dialogue about atonement was over and Tessin sat down to rest, Casper began to pick him up, exclaiming, "Hurry up and finish this test." To which he replied, "Let me eat first." Tasting the strange meat, Kang Tae-san thought that Lee Tae-young and Kang Jin-hyuk had passed the first floor, which was a pity, as they could have learned more skills. But no one else tried at that moment. And seeing what the ghost boy was eating, he asked if it was good. Ignoring his companion's question, the boy thought it was worthwhile to analyze the rewards for defeating the boss first. He also received a holy scroll that said a special item that could give equipment a certain power, and he happily added in his head that he was lucky that finding Lilith counted as finding a secret, and the secret reward was as good as ever. After opening the scroll, the boy received a system notification that you activated the scroll engraving the item used on Rakiratas's sword. After applying the secret reward to his weapon, the description of the sword changed to read Ceremonial Sword Rakiratasa Attack. +5 restores 5 health after defeating the enemy when attacking, has a chance to knock back the enemy. When he saw what additional option was added to his weapon, Khan happily exclaimed bingo, considering that it was a complete random. I think I was lucky to get it. After completing all the planned tasks, Tessin immediately went on to clear the floors. Approaching the next one, he received a system notification that the 5th floor quest had begun. Defeat the boss to move on. Reward for clearing the floor: a dazzling decorated blade. After starting the 5th floor task, Kang returned back to the Lost King's shop. Seeing a rather familiar character near him, the man said, "Wow, you're back already," and heard a chaotic noise on the floors, which was another test. "So what do you want to buy this time?" And the guy replied, "First, I want to sell what I've accumulated, and then I want a coupon to expand my inventory." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly caught sight of a product that shone brightly from the shelf, and he wondered why it was there. Pointing to a vessel on one of the shelves behind the merchant, Kong said, "Can I see that bottle over there?" Then looking back, the man answered, "Yes, which one?" The description of the item he was interested in said that it was blessing dust, pollen collected from the wings of fairies, and that it was rumored that whoever used it would receive a blessing with a price of 500 gold pieces. The next moment, after taking the item he was interested in off the shelf, the Lost King said, "Well, as it says here, it gives a blessing, but no one knows if it is true." Recalling the moments when someone had already tried to use this product, the man said that there were those who tried to bathe in it, but they all slipped, while others dipped their zona in it. But as a result, it only began to shine. Then, turning his head to the Casper, Khan asked if he knew anything about it, to which he replied, "I have no idea, I've never bought one." And the boy thought, so it's something no one knows about. The next moment, Tessan himself recalled the information about this product from his past life and mentally said, "In my past life, many people were attracted by the promise of blessings and bought it. But because no one understood how to use this pollen and did not achieve the effect, everyone began to consider it expensive garbage, and that was until I discovered it." At the end of his reflections, Kang asked the vendor how many you had, and he replied, "I bought them quite cheaply, so I only have 3. Immediately after his question, the man said, "Then I'll buy everything from you." Upon hearing this, the man said in surprise that the next moment, taking out all the goods he had and handing them to Tasana, the merchant said, even though they were quite expensive and useless, "Well, here you go." Taking his purchase from the shop window, Khan happily said, "Well, I'll see you next time," and thought the pollen was a blessing in disguise. Its controlling chance for 1 minute at the same time as watching Kang walk away. The merchant exclaimed, "Ah, yes, come back faster." At the same time, the ghost said, "Well, you're not going to tell me why you bought it." In response to a question about buying a saw, the boy replied, "You'll see soon enough, and you'll even be able to check it out for yourself." At the same time, Tessin received a system message that said Baltazakar is pleased with your performance and is waiting for you to give you a reward. Seeing this, Khan thought Baltazar was a veiled reminder that he needed to clear the 5th floor as soon as possible. When Casper saw the notification, he was surprised to hear that you were quite an impressive guy, and the gods were willing to reduce their zone of influence to give you a blessing, to which Khan replied in surprise that interference with the zone of influence was so important. When the warrior heard his companion's question, he exclaimed in surprise that it was not so important that you were seriously asking such a question. The gods only care about their influence. Imagining the big picture in his head, he added that they would never reduce their zone of influence for the sake of the believers who worship them, and that the gods give only the minimum, passing it off as something worthwhile. After talking about the priorities of the gods and his own appreciation of his zone of influence, Casper asked, "Well, you finally realized how much the gods appreciate you." Turning his gaze to the road they were heading up to the 5th floor, the warrior added, "And that's why you can be completely proud of yourself." After hearing his friend's story, Kangtasan said, "I'm only doing the tasks because they give me a reward for them." Entering the door of the 5th floor where new challenges awaited him, the guy confidently added, "That's why I'm doing this and nothing less." Entering the first room that came across his path, the boy saw a system notification in front of him that said an orc fighter had appeared. Assessing the enemy he was about to face, Kangtasan said, "Wow, the 4th floor boss immediately appeared in the first room, but it doesn't matter." Having dodged the enemy's attack and noticed that he had a chance to attack, the boy mentally said, "Well, you've opened yourself up." Approaching the monster with his weapon, the boy activated his skills and noticed a notification. You activated a powerful blow. You activated successive blows. After completing the combination of blows, the boy pushed away from the monster and heard it growl in pain. The next moment, while the enemy was still in a state of shock after Kangtasan's sudden attack, he wasted no time in using a powerful blow on the monster again. In a short period of time, he managed to destroy the first opponent in his path, after which he spoke quite well. But even though he was strong as a boss, I was still able to quickly defeat him thanks to the scroll. Going on to clear the level, the boy opened the door to the exit of the first room and said that if the first room has such a strong monster, it means that the boss of the last room promises to be insanely strong. The stronger the opponent, the more you get. Smiling happily before heading to the next room, the boy said, "I can't wait for that moment. I'm just burning with impatience." After dealing with the enemy in the 5th room of the 5th floor, Kangtasan wiped his sweat and his face and said it was slowly getting harder. Immediately after he said that the difficulty of the clearing was increasing, he happily said in his head, "Yet as soon as I complete the clearing of this place, I will not only receive a reward from God, but I will also be able to learn magic." At the same time, while Khan was heading to the next room, an interesting question came to his mind, and then he voiced it. "By the way, I just thought of it now. How do you know Lilith?" To which Casper replied, "You mean the little one?" Starting to recall his story, he said, "Well, you know how the maximum life expectancy limits disappear in the maze. This girl was already here when I first entered the maze." Recalling the moment of their first meeting, the ghost added, just like the last time, she was about to die on the 4th floor sitting in front of the orc. So the first time we met, I saved her only because I felt a sense of pity for her. When Kang heard this, he was surprised to hear that and said, "But when you first entered the maze, how many years ago was that?" Thinking about the period of time since his first entrance to the labyrinth, the warrior said, "Who knows? Perhaps about 100 years if we take the time calculated from the outside." Then Tessan thought that in the past 100 years, she could not go beyond the 10th floor and learn powerful magic. Recalling the image of Lilith, He added in surprise that although she had come to the labyrinth for this purpose, she had not even achieved a grain of enlightenment because of her small talent. At that very moment, Casper sat down on the guy's shoulder and said, "At that very moment, I really helped, even if it was only because it was so heartbreakingly amazing that she was still alive." As Tezen continued on his way to the next room, he pictured Lilith and Einzal in his mind, and thought to himself, "There are more NPCs here than I expected, not for the sake of conquering the maze, but for their own reasons." At the same time, somewhere on the second floor of the solitary confinement, the door to the room with the goblins opened. The next moment, a pebble flew through a crack in the open hedge and caught the attention of one of the goblins. After that, another pebble followed him, which surprised the goblin because they all came from outside. Unable to leave it at that, the monster went after the pebble, which suddenly flew back out of the room, while Lee Tae-young stood at the very entrance waiting for the next victim. As soon as the next victim left his place of residence, the girl would gag him and then neutralize him. At the end of the sweep, the girl wrote in the chat room, "Wow. You barely managed to destroy everyone by luring them out one by one." To which Kang Jun-kyung replied, "Considering how long it took you to burn the boss alive, you're pretty good at this planning stuff." Well, thanks to that, I was able to discover something as well. When he saw the altar of the god Rakiratas, Kang Jun-ken exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, what have I found?" As soon as he wanted to touch the altar, he received a message from Kan Tessen, who told him not to even think about touching the other gods. "But don't you dare mess with Rakiratas." Hearing the warning, the boy said disappointedly what a loss, and then wrote back that if it was Hyun speaking, then it was worth listening to. After which Lee Tae-young added, "You're also quite strange. Your curiosity continues to grow every day. We were only able to survive because of the advice that Mr. Tessen gave us and the skills he told us about." To which Kang Jun-ken said, "Yes, you're absolutely right, thank you." In response to these messages, a man named Choi Jun-hyun angrily wrote in the general chat room, "Oh my God, stop fooling around." When he saw the question from the easy mode player who dared to question him, the guy was surprised to ask what exactly you meant. Then the man wrote, "I'm sick of you, why don't you just disappear and stop exaggerating?" To which Lee Tae-young added, surprised, "I'm exaggerating." From that moment on, an angry exchange of messages began, in which Choi Jun-hyuk wrote, "Isn't that what you said, that it's so hard to defeat one single rat on the first floor? It's just a regular mob. Why lie? So stop aimlessly bragging in the general chat and exaggerating what happened. Of course, I understand that you cannot meet other people, but could you refrain from saying such nonsense, and can we be sure that you will not meet other people in case you are deceiving us?" When he saw the message from the guy from the light regime, Kang Jun-hyuk indignantly said, "These people are serious now." Having also entered into a dialogue with the impudence, the guy wrote, "Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how hard it was for us to gather our courage to go on? And who asked you to choose the lonely mode? You people chose it. So why are you complaining now?" At the same time, opening the general time, Kang Tae-san said that about a month had passed since we got to the maze. Looking at what was happening there, he thought that now was about the time when everyone from the light and normal modes had settled in. As long as they were careful, they would have no reason to die. But this freedom with the rest of us was becoming poison. At the same time, Casper asked Khan, "What were you doing? Why weren't you going to the next room?" Recalling the approximate picture of what was happening now, Tessen mentally said, "And now they are looking for a way to release the emotions that have accumulated in them. Instead of the many enemies in the maze, they are targeting people from lonely mode who are often seen in the general chat." But according to my memories in my past life, everything was not as I thought it would be, and it was all because of that guy. At the same time, Choi Jun-hyuk wrote that fool like Tae-sang. What is so incredible about him that he says so much, "You're kidding me? This guy is the worst of you." And also about the skills that he tells you about, God endure it for a unit of health. He just tells you to die for what in his listening, to which Kang Jun-hyun replied that you are crazy. Watching from the outside everything that was happening in the general chat, Kang Tae-san mentally said, "I can see everything perfectly." The next moment he began to recall his past life, where he got punched in the face and heard why you kept interfering. Grabbing the boy by the collar, Choi Jun-hyun angrily exclaimed Kang Tae-san, "You rascal, why are you bothering me?" Then, remembering how he tried to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening, he mentally said, "In my past life I was there to limit him, but since I'm not there now, he's definitely already created a guild and conquered the entire easy mode." Imagining this guy as a ruler among a crowd of insecure players, Khan mentally added that to control the masses, he needed an enemy. So he chose people from the lonely regime to play this role. Having imagined the complexity of the maze in his head, he mentally added that people from different modes cannot meet and, judging by his words, it is almost impossible to pass it for those in the solitary mode. To summarize, he thinks that the possibility of retaliation is zero, except that he doesn't know something quite important. The next moment, a message from Kang Tae-sang appeared in the general chat, in which he wrote to see him in a month, to which Choi Jun-hyuk nervously replied that he would. That was the end of the conversation in the general chat, and Kang quickly turned off the system window and walked to the next room, saying, "Now let's go to the last room." And Casper asked what you had just done, and Tae-san replied, "You shouldn't think about it." After a while, the boy arrived at the last room where his boss was, and without hesitation, he went inside. As soon as he did so, he saw a giant monster in front of him and a system notification in front of you, the orc leader Patran. Pulling out his sword with which he was going to confront the enemy, Kang confidently said that he was not even a lord, to which Casper asked why he would appear here. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the monster he was about to fight, and added that the vice chief was no slouch either. Being the final boss, he was quite difficult to defeat, and many of the travelers could not even put up a decent fight. Immediately after these words, he turned his gaze to Kang Tae-san and added, "Only if it's you, then everything is fine." The next moment, the orc leader spoke to his opponent. "Thank you for your fighting spirit. I thought these things that call themselves gods were useless, but this one seems different." The next moment, he smiled ominously and added, "I understand that my comrades have already left satisfied, and I am right." In response to this question, the boy confidently answered, "All the orcs I've met have gone to the next world with a smile on their face, as if they enjoyed it." After mentioning the end of the battle with the monsters, he added, "I understand that you guys are more interested in the battle itself than in winning. Am I right?" Hearing the question from his opponent, the orc leader said exactly that. "And what is the point of killing in general?" Clenching his hand into a fist, the leader spoke menacingly. "We are just slaves who are locked in this place, who have forgotten about the proud battle, and we don't even know when we will be freed." Approaching the boy and putting his hand on his shoulder, the leader added, "Do you really think we will trample on you, the one who freed us and gave us such a noble death?" The next moment, removing his hand from the guy, he smiled slyly and added, "I just can't let this happen." Throwing his weapon over his shoulder and clenching his hand into a fist, the monster exclaimed, "I will not allow it. I must die with dignity, O warrior. Show me all your true power, and grant me a death worthy of a glorious warrior," after which the enemy prepared to fight against Kang Tae-san. As soon as the orc finished his speeches, the boy received system notifications that said, "Patron has activated the charge. Patron has activated the rage. Your target is a formidable opponent." When he heard the request from his enemy, the guy drew his sword and gritted his teeth and said, in general, as I wanted, Sometime after he had dealt the enemy a fatal blow, Khan heard from the leader, who was lying on the ground. "Wow, the difference in strength between us is so great. O warrior, what is your true nature? You are really just a traveler on the 5th floor. You have no true knowledge of swordsmanship, but you can already use the air weapon in a marvelous way." The next moment, recalling a fragment of their confrontation, the leader added, "Not to mention your movements, they are exactly based on your own experience." The next moment, the orc leader laughed loudly and added joyfully, "It was a glorious battle, and a death worthy of a warrior," disintegrating into small particles, after which, as he lost in battle, the monster spoke in conclusion, "Go on, O warrior, achieve your victory." The next moment, Khan was faced with system notifications. "You have defeated the 5th floor boss. You have successfully completed Baltazar's test. Baltazar is very pleased." The next moment, he felt something squeezing his waistband and saw new notifications that said, "Baltazar's zone of influence has decreased and you have received a morale belt. You get a new permanent trigger skill proof of victory. In the description of this skill was written, you can choose one characteristic, and it will constantly grow." Thinking about how exactly this skill works, the guy said that it means that every time I win, the characteristic increases, then I will choose mana. The next moment, after completing the god's task, Khan saw a system message that read, "Rakiratus offers you an apostle's contract," to which he replied, "No, not anymore." When he saw the characteristics of the belt he received, Khan said in surprise, "The gods really do give good rewards," and then exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, what is this?" "As many as 2 chests," to which Casper replied to him, "In one of the below is a regular reward, and in the other seems to be a reward from a secret room, so the layout of the maze has been changed, they moved the rewards here." Opening the first chest, Khan received a system notification of the 5th floor's basic reward of a shining decorated sword attack, +5, then the guy thought it had the same attack as Rakiratus's sword. The next moment he opened the next chest and took the sword in his hand. He received a notification reward of the secret room, then self-sacrifice, you can accumulate health and store it. Then the ghost said, "You have received the secret reward of this floor without doing anything." Making an incision in his arm, he saw that the sword had absorbed 20 units, after which Tessin asked in surprise that something like a potion would be very useful in an emergency. But that was not all. Picking up another thing. The boy received a notification award for covert exploration clothes. Dark Traces stealth lasts for 1 second, recharge 1 hour, to which Tessin joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, it's the same robot invisible." Using the effect of the item, Khan asked the Casper what he thought of it, and he replied with astonishment, "Wow, if you don't have the detection skill, no one will find you." In response to his friend's question, the boy confidently said that the robe would be quite useful in many situations in battles. Immediately after taking up his sword, he confidently said, "Well then, let's go on an adventure." Looking at his friend, Casper exclaimed joyfully, "You changed the type of weapon, and now you will walk around with 2 at once. That's cool, my sword art was a staircase," to which Khan replied in surprise, "Your sword art?" In response to this, the warrior confidently replied that it was the art of the sword that I personally developed on the basis of the sword skills of the Cavert Empire, and because of this, I was called a master of the sword, to which Tessin replied, "You can teach me, I want to." In response to the request, Casper replied, "I don't think I can right now with your current characteristics. You will probably die if you use it." After which the boy asked, "I will die, that's for sure. The art of swordplay. Now my strength is about 150 units. It's not enough." In response to his companion's question, the ghost replied, "Just think of it as a high-level skill, but if it's you, it can be done and everything will be fine. But for now, You'd better concentrate on getting even stronger and prove yourself to me, and then I'll leave you everything I have as a legacy." After a while, upon arriving at the desired level, Khan received a system notification that said the quest of the 6th floor had begun. Defeat the boss to move on to the reward scroll engraving Secret Reward Unknown. Walking through the swamp to clear the floor, the boy thought exactly as Lee Tae-young had told him, that it was difficult to get through the swamp. The next moment, noticing one of the enemies near him, he mentally added, and she also mentioned that the swamp does not work on local monsters. Immediately after, another ogre came out from behind a tree, and Khan said in his head that this swamp only restrains and slows down the player's movements. As soon as he finished his thoughts, a couple of enemies ran right at him to deal with the strangers. When he saw a couple of enemies approaching him, the guy spoke in frustration quite deeply. Having changed the weapon in his hand from a sword to a staff, he confidently added that this was not a critical problem for me. When the enemies approached, Tassan used fire magic and sprayed flames around him, frying the enemies a bit and forcing them to retreat. At the moment when the enemies were in a state of shock, Kang quickly approached and grabbed one enemy by the neck after he received a notification. The swamp did not stand in the way of your victory detection skill, increased to 4%. As soon as the enemy was immobilized and deprived of the opportunity to dodge, the boy struck with his Rakirata's blade. When Khan dealt with one of the enemies, Casper said that he grew by one after defeating a fool, not a skill, which is more important. "How did you know that the bit also counts as an enemy?" To which he replied, "Well, something like that." The next moment, Khan looked back to where the already frightened enemy was behind him, and looking back scared him even more. When he noticed that another enemy was standing behind him, the boy said, "What are you doing there?" As a result of the battle with the enemies, Khan destroyed about a dozen man-eaters he met in the swamp and defeated them all with the magic of fire. Walking along with Tessin through the swamp, Casper said in frustration that it was too easy for me, and I was bored, and he heard in response, given all the tests I had already passed, ordinary monsters were simply no match for me. Having traveled some more distance, the ghost suddenly saw something interesting ahead of him and exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, just look at that." Seeing the brick pushed out of the wall, Khan said disappointedly, "Just brazenly left a mark." To which Casper replied, "Well, stupid monsters would not understand that this is some kind of sign, so Lilith turned out to be a smart girl," he realized. As soon as Kang took advantage of this hint and clicked on the brick, a staircase appeared in front of him, leading him up to the entrance of the building. When she heard that her tip worked, the girl looked out of the door and exclaimed, "You're here in a second, oh hello, welcome to my secret room." As soon as Kang Tasan and his companion entered the secret room, they saw a girl sitting on her throne looking down on them. Not realizing what it was, Casper asked in surprise what you were doing, and I exclaimed joyfully, posing like a great magician doing something like this for the first time. Immediately afterwards, the girl added, "Well then, let's start by explaining what magic is." And the warrior approached the boy and said, "Don't play along with her weirdness." Continuing to explain the basics, the girl demonstrated a magic trace and said that unlike a skill, you cannot just learn magic. You have to learn it from someone or earn it. That's why things that can't be done with skills are possible with magic, such as controlling fire, changing space, or overcoming time. The value of magic is enormous. Immediately after that, the girl smiled slyly and added, "By the way, since I am a teacher, it turns out that you are my student, so I am right, so you should treat me with respect." And in response, she heard from the Casper, "Why are you behaving so pompously?" Hearing the girl's request, Kang thought to himself, if I can learn magic just by politely addressing her by her title, that's good enough. And then the master said, well, hearing what he had just said, Casper exclaimed in displeasure, "Hey, what are you doing? Stop it now." When the girl heard that the warrior was against the guy addressing her by her title, she said disappointedly, You're so mean, but anyway, magic is a real mystery, as you might have guessed. So what do you see here? Hearing the question and looking at Lilith's hands, Tezin replied, I see only a sphere of fire, and she added that this is exactly what those who do not have magical skills say, that they see only a natural form, but with the rest you come from a world without magic, so it is expected. After telling us about the basics, the girl added, and finally, the way to learn magic is quite simple. You just need to make a deal with the god of magic. In my case, the god of magic found me and offered it to me. In response, Casper said that there were no cases of gods personally teaching someone, only Lilith, and that was because her thirst for magic was so great. After hearing a short story about how to get magic, the boy raised his hand and asked, Wait, then I also need to sign a contract with the god of magic. And then thought, I've already rejected several contracts from the apostle, so a new contract sounds kind of dubious. In response to the guy's question, Lilith put her hand on his shoulder and said, No, you don't need to. You have me, or did you forget? The next moment, the girl touched his chest, and then a system notification appeared in front of Khan saying, You have been infused with magic by a poor soul who wants magic. You have received magic. Passing on the skill of magic to her savior, the girl joyfully said that this is how those who have magic can pass on their teachings to those who do not, and this can be called an advantage that the labyrinth gives. The next moment, Khan received several more system notifications that said magic skill 1% you can use magic. It seems now you can only create sparks. We have received a magic gift. You have received magic extraction. After passing on her teachings to Tessin, the girl again created a magic sphere in her hand and asked what it looked like now. Looking at the flame that Lilith held in her hand, Khan replied thoughtfully, It definitely looks different now. The next moment after his words, the guy mentally said, I feel something I've never felt before in my past life. So that's what this magic is like. And then he heard the wonderful preparations for the ending. And now we will officially begin. Raising her hand in the air, the girl joyfully exclaimed, Now I will teach you various ways to learn all kinds of magic. So now the first tip is the easiest way to extract magic from an object that already contains magic, such as a staff or a tool. Following the girl's advice, Khan took 2 magic staffs from his inventory and placed them in front of him and began to draw magic. Upon completion of the extraction, the boy received a system notification. You have gained the skill Fireball. You have gained the skill Random Psychic Attack, after which he said in surprise the staffs turned gray. The next moment, the guy activated the Fireball skill right in his hand and then said in surprise, So, how does it feel to hear Lily say you're doing great? The second way is to learn magic from someone who already knows it, or to pay tribute to God to learn it. But the second method is possible if you are a contractor, so it is not suitable for you. And that's why instead of you, I will pay tribute to the God myself to learn the skill and then teach it to you. You just need to give me the materials for the tribute that you get from the floors. To which Kang replied, We will do that. Hearing that the boy had agreed to her adventure, the girl joyfully exclaimed, It's so wonderful, I can finally learn new spells again. And then Tessin asked if I could learn the ones you already know, like the invisibility spell. When she heard the student's question, she nervously replied that it was certainly possible, but it also had its price. Recalling the methods of learning her spells, the girl said sadly, I didn't learn the other spells myself. I received them. That's why I can't teach them to others on my own. I have to offer the gift to the God of magic and ask for his permission. Hearing the girl's story, Khan asked in surprise, So if I want to learn a spell that you don't know, I'll need a double equivalent offering for you to learn it and then teach it to me. Thinking about the offering, Tassan asked what exactly I could use as an offering, to which she replied weapons or armor, but it should be something valuable and unique. At the same moment, Hearing about something special as an offering, the guy pulled out all the equipment he had and asked what about this. Looking at the items Khan offered, the girl said thoughtfully, "Well, it might work, but it's not enough for even one spell." Hearing this, the boy asked in surprise, even considering that there were so many of them. Then the girl said, "Yes, it's magic. Usually quantity is not enough. Only value is important." Then Tessin took his pendant and asked about this. Looking at the item the boy was offering him, Lilith said thoughtfully, "Isn't that a lord's item? How did you manage to get it? It's probably an entry-level spell." To which Khan replied rather stiffly. After that, demonstrating his mare Rakiratas, he asked what about this and heard a worried voice say, "Oh, he'll definitely appreciate it, but you'll deal with the consequences. He'll probably give you a low-level spell with thoughts on how to trick you." Hearing about what could happen to him during the sword offering, Khan said in surprise, but Rakiratas might even like it at the same moment. The girl whispered to the warrior, "This is the first time I've seen someone talk about God like that, and I heard him say that he's always like that." Then the boy took out the last valuable item from his inventory and asked, "Well, finally, how do you like this?" And then demonstrated an old wooden staff that gave 3 points of magic. Seeing the item that Kang had, the girl happily said, "Oh, this will be very good. And maybe you can ask for a spell for a beginner with it." Tessin asked thoughtfully. "It's on the same level as the Master's necklace." In response to this, Lilith said, "The concept of the offering itself is different. The gods love things that are associated with them." And then, having received the staff in her hands, she said, "Great, then let's use it." When she heard that he agreed to give the object as an offering, she said, "Great. Then what kind of spell do you want to receive?" Using the ceremony of offering gifts to the god, the girl, spreading her arms, added invisibility to a high level, so it is not yet possible, but all other spells are available. Standing in front of the guy who had to choose the desired spell, Lilith happily added, "You already have a fireball, so the frozen arrow is similar in ability to the fireball, but their attributes are different. A basic search can tell you how many enemies are in the next room and where they are. And there is also a concealing curtain, which helps to be less conspicuous and not attract attention." The next moment, pointing to the icon of the last skill, the girl said disappointedly, "And the last one is the creation of provisions. Its meaning is fully consistent with the name. It creates porridge and water, but they have no taste." Thinking about the desired spell, Khan confidently pointed at the icon of one of the bottom and said, "I will learn the creation of provisions," to which the girl replied in surprise that I thought you would choose a freezing arrow. Then Tessin answered, "I'm not limited in time. I can come back here at any time, and arrows often get caught in staffs." And Casper added, "I agree. It's still better than goblin meat, right?" In response to the boy's request, the girl, preparing to perform the ritual of offering, said, "I understand. Then wait 1 minute, please." After completing the preparations, the girl began to read the lines of the spell in an incomprehensible language, after which a strange, foggy cloud appeared above her. Looking closely at the big eye that appeared in that cloud, Tessin said in surprise that he was smiling. After a while, the staff began to disintegrate and move to the other eye, after which the ritual of offering gifts was completed. As a result of these actions, Khan received a system notification stating that you have received the production of provisions. The initial spell of production of provisions costs 5 units of mana, produces a small amount of drinking liquid and edible solid. When she saw that it was over so quickly, she was surprised to hear that he had given his consent so easily, expecting that she would have to go through some difficulties to get it. And she heard that it was difficult. The gods tend to be unnecessarily worried when it comes to the people they choose, sir. The warrior also went through some difficulties when he tried to learn magic. And then Casper said it was a little different from my case, wasn't it? The number of gods who hate this guy can be counted on one hand. After that, the girl asked if there was another spell you wanted to learn, and I replied that there was one, but I don't have anything to offer now, so I'll be back a little later. When she heard that he would return to her later, she exclaimed joyfully, "Okay then, we have an agreement. I will try to follow you slowly. Then I'll see you later, and don't forget to bring something worthwhile," to which Kang smilingly said goodbye and understood you. See you soon. Moving a little further away from the girl's secret hiding place, Kang decided to test his magical skills and created a fireball in his hand. Releasing the magic spell into the ground in front of him, he said in surprise, it was definitely much better than before. Hearing his companion's words, the warrior said confidently, "Now all you have to do is keep clearing floors, and if you come across some good equipment on the way, you can go back to Lilith and learn new magic." Noticing that Khan was not listening to him, Casper looked at the system window he was looking at and said, "What are you looking at again?" "General chat, wow, your maximum indestructible shield has increased dramatically." Continuing his monologue and trying to push the guy to act, Casper said, "Stop checking him out. Let's hurry up. I'm going to die of boredom." Opening his eyes and then whimpering and seeing Kang undressing, the ghost exclaimed in fright, "What are you doing here? What are you up to this time?" While his companion lost his memory from the shock of hitting a tree, Khan confidently said, "I need to get something else." When the disappointed warrior came to, he said that it was a skill again, but did she really need to take off all her equipment? And was told that of course there was a reason for that, so just watch in silence. Being completely unprotected, the boy began to wait for a monster to appear to get the skill, and then he noticed one near him. At the same time, the man-eater wandering through the swamp also accidentally noticed a man who was completely defenseless and looked like easy prey. Without hesitating for a second, the monster immediately rushed at him with his trident to take advantage of this great opportunity. Seeing that the trident was heading straight for him, Tessin intercepted the weapon right in front of him and directed it so that less damage was done, after which he received a system notification: you received 20 units of damage. After throwing the enemy back against him after his failed attack, Khan received a system notification: indestructible shield strength 15 out of 35 points left. Looking at the guy who had just deflected the attack, Casper said in surprise, "So you took an attack that would have dealt you 50 points of health, but with the rest you got only 20. What would it give you?" And then a notification appeared in front of the guy: you received less than half the damage. Your health level does not decrease from the first attack. You have received a permanent trigger of the skill to completely nullify the first attack. At the same moment, noticing his partner's confusion, Khan turned to the ogre who was getting to his feet and said, "When I'm attacked, being completely defenseless, I won't take damage that will reduce my health." Seeing that the enemy drove his trident into his chest, which did not create any effect, Khan added that you only need to fulfill this incredible requirement, after which you received a notification and activated the complete nullification of the first attack. The next moment, he grabbed his enemy's weapon and threw it against a tree near him, after which he received a new system notification: you have defeated the ogre. Having completed his plan to acquire a new skill, Khan smiled happily and said, "I should be grateful to Rakiratas for giving me such a skill with a shield, and what do you think?" In response to his friend's question, Casper nervously replied, "Well, how can I tell you? It's just a crazy skill." Recalling all the moments when this skill saved him, Khan reread its description again: permanent trigger skill, complete nullification of the first attack, completely nullifies the first attack of the opponent. This skill can only be used once per battle per opponent. When he finished reading through his new skill, he mentally said, "Nullifying the opponent's attack completely corresponds to its name. No matter what attack the opponent uses, It will disappear as if it had never happened. And it's not that the attack will be blocked or dodged. It will just feel as if the attack never existed at all. Remembering his fight against the S-ranked defensive type enemy he had to fight, Kang added in his head that regardless of the opponent, they would not be able to react to this skill. Looking at the description of the skill that Kang Tasan was considering, Casper said thoughtfully, "If you didn't have an indestructible shield, you wouldn't be able to get it. I'm right." To which he replied, "Well, then you'd have to try hard." The next moment, the guy took out the entire sword of self-sacrifice and restored the shield and thought, "In my past life, I really went through a lot of difficulties, and after hundreds of tests and thousands of attempts, I could barely get it." The next moment, looking at another skill he had gained, the description of which said, "Trigger skill strength mana cost 5 units damage from your opponent's next attack will be halved." Khan said, "I'm lucky that the shield doesn't count as health. So I learned other skill." After reviewing all the skills that his partner had acquired, Casper said, "Now I understand why you wanted to get it so badly. And now let's continue to go down." Hearing the question from his companion, Khan went to the place where he had used the fireball and said, "Not now. This is the same nullification of only the first attack. I'm right." Hearing the question from Kang Tasan, the ghost nervously asked, "This can't be. You also tell me that the second attack and the next ones are zeroed out as well." Watching the guy heading into the room with the enemies without any equipment, Casper exclaimed in fright, "Hey, is this even possible? You've only taken 20 damage so far, and your indestructible shield only gives you 35. You can't block 2 attacks, can you?" Imagining a situation that could happen to the guy, the ghost exclaimed that if you were hit twice, your indestructible shield would fly off and you would take direct damage. In response to his friend's concern, Khan took out a magic saw and said, "Everything is fine. I have this in stock." Watching Kang falling off the purchased fairy pollen, he said in surprise, "This is just garbage that was sold to you under a pretty wrapper." After completing all the preparations for the new skill, Khan confidently opened the door and headed inside the cannibal camp. Looking at the enemy already heading towards him with his weapon, Casper said in surprise, "You mean this saw will solve all your problems with the volume of your shield?" The first time, Khan activated the skill to completely nullify the first attack, which made the enemy's first attack do no damage at all. Continuing to watch the battle, the ghost thoughtfully said this attack cannot be called real if you want to get a complete nullification of the second attack. You need to miss at least 2 more attacks and not lose health. At the same time, using the pollen of the fairies, Kang maximized the chances of probability and received the first attack, which dealt 17 units of damage. When he saw what had just happened, and that the guy still had 18 points left, he was surprised to hear what happened. At the same time, looking at the angry enemy who was eager to finish him off, Tessan thought that the attack involved a lot of checks, precision dodging, defense, and finally luck. Looking at the enemy who attacked him again, the boy mentally said, "According to the system, incoming damage has a random range of 10%. If the attack is 30 units, it has a range of 27 to 33, which depends entirely on luck." Having blocked the enemy's next attack, which dealt him 18 units of damage, Khan said a second. Having remained unharmed after a couple of enemy attacks, Taesan said in his head, "However, the blessing pollen gives the effect of controlling probability for 1 minute. If I use all 3 at once, I will receive the least amount of damage." After surviving a couple of enemy attacks, Kang Tessin received a system notification that said your health level did not decrease from the second attack, and you received a permanent skill trigger to completely nullify the second attack. Immediately after gaining the skill, Kang dealt a powerful blow to his opponent, which was no longer necessary, and he saw no point in leaving him alive. As a result of a kick from his foot, he launched the ogre somewhere into orbit, after which a star flashed behind it. Seeing what happened to his opponent, the guy said awkwardly, "Oh, I almost underestimated the force of the blow." And Casper nervously said, "Oh gods." Going on to clear out the enemies that were still on this floor, Khan destroyed another ogre with his swords. After the battle with the enemy was over, the boy received a system notification saying that you had accurately attacked the weaknesses of your opponent. Seeing a system notification that said you had gained the continuous skill of hitting vital points, the guy exclaimed happily, "Finally, I have this skill. It requires a grind to learn, but due to constant testing, I didn't have time for it." Hearing his companion Casper speak, of course, this is one of the main skills for breaking through the initial floors of the maze. If your skill increases, you will be able to deal almost 3 times as much damage. Arriving at the door that led to the last enemy on this floor, Khan said thoughtfully, "The 6th floor is coming to an end. Only the boss is left before I go inside." Kang Tessin took a comfortable seat and used the newly learned skill of making provisions and created a glass of water and a bowl of porridge. Sitting down by the wall with the provisions, the boy tasted a spoonful of food and said thoughtfully, "It tastes like porridge. By the way, I wanted to ask about random mental attack spells. If I use them repeatedly, will they improve?" To which I heard yes, but not with the result you expect from them. The next attack will work only after the first one ends. Hearing the answer from his friend Kang Tessin, he created a fireball in his hand to keep warm and said in disappointment, "As I thought they were working consistently." The next moment the boy plunged into memories where he asked Lilith, "By the way, I wanted to ask you a question after all. Here in the maze, magic is considered something like a skill. Am I right?" Thinking about her student's question, the girl replied thoughtfully that it was a little different, but you are close to the truth. Deciding to try to do some research on the magic he wields, Khan cycled in frustration and said, "I imagined a sharper form, but it doesn't seem to change at all." Hearing his friend's dissatisfaction, Casper said that what you were trying to do was high-level magic, and if magic could be controlled so easily, spells would not have ranks. The next moment, using his magical abilities, the boy received system notifications and you activated the fireball, which was duplicated 3 times. Immediately afterward, he threw them into the ground in an attempt to recreate his idea in a different way. Looking at the effect created by the fireballs, the boy thoughtfully said, "Even if I create a similar effect as I did with the skills, won't I be able to create new magic?" After some time of trying to create something new, Casper tiredly flew near Khan and yawned sweetly, saying, "Aren't you tired over there?" and was answered with a smile. The boy said, "These spells don't combine until I give the order. They just hang there." And then he created more fireballs in his hands. Trying out more and more new methods of using spells and constantly researching them, Cat wonders what's going on in his head. The next moment, he fired another fireball spell from himself to test some of his guesses and observations. Watching the ball of flame he released in an arbitrary direction, Tessan said in his head, "It definitely has a different power when it flies and when it stands still." Thinking about the new experiment he wanted to conduct, the boy thoughtfully said, wondering if it would work, as he heard from the Casper what exactly you were talking about. Without answering his friend, Khan pulled out a mana potion from his inventory and used it to create a fireball again. After releasing it into flight, the guy started to chase it to test some of his guesses. Using some of his physical skills, Tessan managed to successfully deflect the magic spell he had cast, then stopped a few meters ahead of him and began to make new preparations. With every second of approach, the atmosphere was becoming more and more oppressive, while Kang Tessan had already created a new fireball spell in his hands. Making a slight wave of his hand, the guy caught the bullet with another newly created one. Seeing this, Casper exclaimed in amazement that they were still connected. Then Khan again recalled his dialogue with Lilith, where he said, "I want to ask you something. After all, here in the labyrinth, magic is considered a kind of skill." To which she replied, "Not exactly, but something close to the truth." At the same moment, Khan began his testing again. He released the connected fireball again and overcame the flight to connect it. This was repeated several times until the connection reached the fifth connection, after which the experiment came to an end. After completing a certain number of combinations of the fireball skill, the guy fired a charge at the wall, followed by a loud explosion. As a result of this experiment, after receiving a system notification, "You received the skill Burning Fireball." Kang Tasan joyfully exclaimed, "Just great." After completing his preparations, the boy finally opened the door and entered the room of his boss, who was on the 6th floor. This enemy was a man-eating fighter, a serious enemy with a red color that was different from the rest of the usual ones, which were green. The next moment, as soon as the perfect moment to attack appeared, Kang used his newly acquired Fire Blast skill. Immediately after activation, the monster noticed that a giant fireball was hovering right above him and slowly descending towards him. Seeing that the enemy had put a block over his head, Kang Tasan snapped his fingers and said, "No, I will not allow you to do that." After activating his skill, the guy received a system notification and activated despair and activated insanity. These effects could be clearly seen in the mental state of the enemy. Crouching on the ground and grabbing his head, the man-eater had no choice but to accept his fate under the influence of terrible emotions that did not allow him to think rationally. The next moment, his entire body was covered by a giant fireball, controlled by Kang Tasan from a distance. At the same time, while the enemy was in the magic spell of the burning ball, the boy continued to cast spells. Receiving notifications, you activated the fire blast, you activated the powerlessness, you activated the confusion. Looking at the poor enemy who was unable to resist the guy receive system notifications, Ogre took 49 units of damage. Ogre took 50 units of damage. Check passed. Ogre fighter received arson status. Watching the battle from a distance, Casper said sadly, no matter what he tried to do, he was mentally overwhelmed and under continuous attack, he could not do anything. A few seconds into the single-player game, Kang Tasan received a system notification saying that you had defeated the 6th floor boss, the Ogre fighter. At the end of the battle, the boy created a small light on his finger and said, "Up until now, I have only used magic as a support due to various limitations. But at the current level, I will be able to get further thanks to this." To which Casper replied, "But you know that there are people who have achieved this, and it is not impossible on the lower floors." The next moment, the boy received system notifications. You defeated the 6th floor boss base reward scroll engraving secret research reward. You received the staff of the Ice Heart magic plus 6 mana costs. One for each spell. Looking at the description, Kang said thoughtfully, "Looks pretty useful. I think I'll put it in my inventory for now." The guy also received a fighter's necklace that gave 3 points to strength and 1 point to dexterity, and after examining its characteristics, the guy thoughtfully said, "The Lord's necklace is still better. It's interesting, and what I had previously farmed is enough to learn a new spell if you sacrifice everything you need to go and find out." In response to his words, Casper said disappointedly, "I thought you would finally go down further. You are very economical and deliberate." To which he replied, "But there is nothing wrong with that, I'm right." After a while, Khan arrived at Lilith's secret hiding place and handed her the warrior's necklace and started the ritual of offering. As a result of the offering of a certain rare item, the girl was able to give him the ice arrow skill, which he wanted to receive in exchange. After receiving a system notification about the acquisition of a new skill, Khan heard from Lilith that the skill transfer was completed, and then he looked at his hands in surprise. The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl, Taesan said in surprise, "But I didn't know that such small safe zones would appear after clearing the floor. I thought it was just another room," he said. I'm a master at finding places where monsters can't get to. After the transmission and a short dialogue, Khan wanted to try out the skill, and after using it, he received a system notification that you had activated the ice arrow. The next moment, approaching his comrade, the warrior said, "You're thinking the same thing as me, so surely with the sentence, it will be quite possible." To which Khan replied, as I thought at the same time the girl asked in surprise what the two of you were talking about. The next moment, Casper said, "Do you want to go out for a while?" To which she replied, "Yeah, okay." And then Tison demonstrated his new fire flash skill that he had learned. Seeing the scale of the boy's skill, Lilith was shocked and speechless. Then Casper said confidently, "How could Tison learn this without any help?" The next moment, running up to the boy, Lilith nervously asked how you were able to learn a high-level fire blast spell in the last 100 years. In the last 100 years, the only low-level spell I was able to learn was invisibility, and he replied in surprise that it was so difficult. Hearing the surprise in Khan's voice, the girl exclaimed in confusion, "Of course, in magic, the difference between spells and their ranks is incredibly high. Spells for beginners only imitate magic so that they can be placed in staffs, but high-level spells cannot be placed anywhere." Falling to her knees and crying because of the guy's perfection, Lilith said sadly, "How the hell did you do that?" To which he replied, "I want to show you like it's no secret." Hearing the proposal to teach her high-level magic, the girl exclaimed, "Are you really an incarnation of an angel, or do you want to become my teacher?" To which Khan replied, "I'm not sure if I tell you. It won't help you." A few seconds after Kang told her how to cast a high-level spell, the girl was stunned to death by the information she had received. Thinking about the method of obtaining high-level magic that Kang had been able to learn on his own, the girl said, "This is the best reaction in this case." Surprised by the girl's reaction to the way she was getting it, Kang asked her if she was capable of learning it, and she answered obviously, because mages never undergo any kind of weak strength training. "But still, thank you very much. I had no idea that there could be such a difference in the judgment system. Now I can test everything in different ways, but it recovers quickly." After saying goodbye to the girl after providing new evidence for the research, Tessin said, "I'll see you on the next floor, and don't forget to bring things for the offering." After saying goodbye to the girl, Kang Tasan went to the boss's room, and from there to the stairs that led him to the lower floors of the maze. During his journey to the 7th floor, the boy opened the system window of his characteristics, which read, Level 18 Shield 39 Health Points, 725 Mana, 104 Strength, 161 Intelligence, 79 Dexterity, 122 Excellent Condition. After evaluating the indicators of his current profile, the guy mentally washed most of my characteristics are superior to those I had in my past life. After a while, having reached the passage from which a bright light was visible, Khan received a system notification. "The task of this floor has begun. Defeat the floor boss and move on." Then the ghost said, "The 7th floor seems to be coming to an end, and now it will probably be possible." Hearing his companion's words, Kang smiled joyfully and looked at him and asked, "You will finally teach me your sword skills." In response to his friend's words, Casper rose into the air and confidently said, "What I will teach you is the art of the sword of our empire, the Karvut Empire, a country where power and strength are honored." Recalling the moments of mockery of the weak, the warrior added that this is why they consider the weak to be useless, because they believe that the weak are great food for the strong. The imperial family was not much different from the others either. I used to stick daggers in the necks of those who shared my blood and fought for the succession to the throne. I had 6 brothers, and only I survived. Recalling the moment he received the crown, Casper added that everyone in the maze wondered how I was able to survive in a world full of ambitious people. Putting on his bloody crown, which bore the marks of his brothers, the prince added, But still, this was my one and only world. But at the moment, even if I dream of going back, it is impossible. Even if I want to save that world, I no longer have a chance, which is why I leave at least some memory of my world. Having transformed from a young prince into the ghost he is now, Casper added, "This is how I do my atonement." After a while, arriving at the empty room, Khan said, "This place looks like a great training room." When the warrior heard that they could start training here, he said that if it was an art from such a special world, then the specialization inherent in the power was simply not there for them to protect. The best defense is offense, and they use a special method of attacking the place where the opponent's sword will be to neutralize it. To which Kang replied that there are certain types of attacks that cannot be blocked. In response to his friend's question, Casper replied that my fencing was definitely enough to outperform these blows. So what are you going to do? Without even thinking about his comrade's question, Khan smiled happily and said confidently, "I see no reason to refuse." Having received the consent to accept the skill, Casper touched the boy with his hand and said, "The growing storm and scars that resemble the marks of giant claws of a sword that cuts through thunderstorms are the only memory that remains of my world." The next moment, seeing the true image of his traveling companion, Khan received a system notification that you had met the owner of the Thunderbolt sword and learned the Thunderbolt sword skill. After gaining the new skill, Khan mentally said the following, after which his thoughts turned to the words of the Casper who said, "Now you can go and try the skill." Looking at the description of the skill he had just received, Tessan saw a high-ranked skill, the Thunderstorm-cutting sword, with a skill of 0%, the art of the sword that was passed down to you from the ruined world, only one person possessing it, and then said the skill was 0. Looking at the description of the ghost speech skill, the skill should have been 100%, but I'm not alive. I only got permission to transfer the skill itself, to which the guy replied that he would have to work on it himself. The next moment, deciding to help his companion a little, Casper exclaimed, "I'm trying to go a little further, so listen to me carefully." Waving his hands to create more furor, the ghost said it was not about blocking the attack, but more about reacting to it. Only when you adhere to this concept can it be called a sword that cuts through thunderstorms. At the same time as you attack the enemy in the chest, bend your arms and move to the left. And at the same time, Tessan obediently did everything the ghost told him to do. When the boy performed the required stroke, Casper added, "You can do it if you use the flexibility of your whole body." Following all the instructions of his comrade Khan, confused in his own square, said, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Seeing that their progress was stalled, the warrior grabbed his head and exclaimed nervously, "Oh shit! I couldn't even imagine that it was so difficult to explain the art of the sword in words and that we would be stuck with this. It's not that you don't have the talent for it. Usually one shows the other the techniques and explains the process, but we don't have access to it, so it's much more complicated. You just don't have enough experience yet." After hearing the ghost's words, Khan asked if it could be said that mastery is also a certain form of experience, and he heard the answer, "Well, it's something you need to get on your own, so it's a kind of experience." The next moment, Kang remembered the moment when he defeated Hojae and received the reward for the victory, and said, "I was wondering what kind of secret reward it would be. This is a skill enhancement potion. Great. I won't have to work hard for the next few days." Immediately after, he pulled this item out of his inventory, the description of which reads, "Potion of skill enhancement increases the skill of one skill by 5%. After using this item, Tayson heard the question, "Do you really think it should work?" After using the potion and directing the skill to the desired skill, the boy received a system notification, "You have used a skill increase potion." The skill of the sword that cuts thunderstorms has increased, after which he saw in his memories the movements of this fencing. Immediately after he realized everything he needed to do, Kang Tasan perfectly repeated every fencing move that they wanted to teach him. At the same time, the ghost of a warrior who saw how skillfully Khan demonstrated his own skills somehow remembered himself, interrupting the memories of his friend, who was immersed in memories and noticed himself in Tayson's movements. The boy said confidently, "Well, it worked." Seeing that he had mastered his art after using the mastery potion, Casper shed tears and said, "Thank you," and was answered by something he said, after which he added nothing. After completing the basic skills of the Thunderbolt sword technique, Kang arrived at a shop to buy some goods and handed the boy the sword he requested. The shopkeeper said, "I have no idea why you're buying this junk." Watching Tessin carefully inspect the purchased goods, the Lost King added confidently, "But if you have a reason for it, then fine." After making sure that he had bought everything he needed in the shop, Khan threw a rusty sword over his shoulder and said happily, "Well, I'll see you next time." After a while, having fought against the enemies on the 7th floor, Kang heard that to really understand the art of the sword that cuts through thunderstorms, you need a real battle. And that's why you bought that bad sword to train on mobs, and it significantly delays the process, but you're good. At the same time, using a new sword technique, the boy mentally said, "I can see all the ways to respond to an attack." Having read his enemy's next movements and anticipated the trajectory of the strike, Khan applied an aura in advance, thus taking away the enemy's ability to attack. When the enemy lost his ability to conduct offensive actions, Tessin struck the enemy in the neck. Noticing a gap in his opponent's defense, Kang crossed his swords and prepared for the next counterattack. With just one swing of his sword, the boy dealt a fatal blow, after which he received a system notification that you defeated the ogre warrior, and your skill with the Thunderbolt sword increased by 1%. Seeing his friend's skills, Casper exclaimed happily, "That was pretty good. But I think you could have moved better if you moved your wrists 3 centimeters, which I will remember the response from Khan, who was wiping sweat from his face. Taking a short break after the battle with the enemy, the boy happily said, "This battle should have lasted much longer, but thanks to the cutting thunder sword technique, I managed to get through it much faster at this rate. I will fly through the 7th floor." When a new battle against the enemies began, the ghost of a warrior watching the battle said it was important to move on, but at the same time to take steps back in time when you retreat to the left. Put your foot forward a little more. Noticing some mistakes in the movements of his ward, whom he was teaching his own technique, Casper added too much backing up. Even your steps when retreating should be used to attack. When the boy crossed his swords with the enemy, the warrior said, "On this occasion, you must press on the enemy even harder. Press harder, pile on him with all your weight." At the end of his training in the Thunderbolt sword style, Kang lay down to rest by the fire he had made and fell asleep very quickly. At the same time, Casper, who was standing guard, looked at the boy and said, "Of course I knew it might be a little strange, but he really is quite unusual." Concentrating his gaze on the smiling face of the resting Khan, he added in his mind 12 hours he spends in battle. 6 hours he spends practicing the art of the sword, and only during sleep does he rest. The next moment, he suddenly remembered Tessan's words when he asked him if he was tired, and then heard him say that it was tiring. "What are you talking about? It's fun, isn't it? It's better than just repeating the same techniques over and over again. I'll try a little harder here." Immediately after mentioning these words in his address, Casper joyfully said, "It's easy to say whether most people think so, but I wonder what kind of life he had." But it didn't matter. He was still kind of strange. And then he settled down on the guy and decided to take a break as well. After some time off, Kang started training again, this time picking up stones from the ground to serve as a target. Throwing a handful of stones up in the air, the boy quickly moved around the square and struck a precise blow, chopping each one and honing his accuracy. And so it was that a few days passed since he managed to master the art of the sword that cuts through thunderstorms. After completing his training, the boy spoke confidently, now with better control. Immediately after looking at his hands, the boy mentally said, "I can respond properly to the attacks of my enemies, but what is it that feels like something is missing?" At the end of his thoughts, Khan noticed the enemy nearby, who was getting closer and closer with each passing second, and that's when he found a solution to the problem. As soon as the enemy caught his eye, Tessin thought, "Instead of going deep into thought, I should practice more." Before he could finish the thought, he heard, "Now close your eyes." Unable to understand the sudden order from his friend, the boy froze in place and then obediently listened to the words of the Casper. The next moment the ghost said to him, "Now move forward slowly and smoothly, step by step." Using his senses and feeling certain images in the road in front of him, the guy heard, "You need to empty your mind and follow the path of the sword." Having noticed the enemy in his cognition, whom he felt even with his eyes closed, Khan felt reactions based on your own premonition. Rely on your feelings. Maintain the animal stance. Keep moving forward. Following all the advice of his mentor, Kana managed to use his senses to strike the man-eater with powerful blows, even with his eyes closed, leaving him no chance. Attacking with his swords, Tessin created the feeling that a dozen other fierce beasts were attacking the enemy with him. Each of his blows felt as if it were not he striking with his blades, but wild beasts that were tearing into the flesh of the enemy. After completing the battle and receiving system notifications, you defeated the ogre warrior, and your thunderstorm-cutting sword skill increased by 3%. Interrupting his student's words, Casper confidently said, "This is the first sword of the art of wielding a thunderbolt-cutting wolf's fang." Immediately after pointing to the defeated monsters, the warrior ghost added that there are still many more swords that you need to learn, but you will not succeed with these weaklings. Even if you were on the 10th floor, it would be difficult to teach you out of luck. At the end of the sad news about the impossibility of learning other techniques, Casper happily added, "But you did great. I'm very impressed with how you learned the first Tisan sword." Hearing these words, Kang looked at the skill progress and saw a high-level skill sword that cuts through thunderstorms, skill 12% sword art, that was passed down to you from the destroyed world. Only one person learned it. At the same time, somewhere on the 2nd floor, Lee Tae-young, having lit a fire and prepared to eat goblin meat, said sadly, "This makes me sick to my stomach." Starting to nibble on a piece of meat, the girl added, "I still don't dare to eat human-type monsters, but the food rations are too expensive, and I miss food from Earth." Recalling the delicacies from her world, the girl mentally said pizza and cheese corn, how I would like to eat it at least once more, and anything but this horrible thing would be just fine. Sighing heavily because she had to spend her time here and eat monsters to survive, the girl sadly said she wanted to return to Earth. Suddenly, the next moment, system notifications appeared in front of her, making a lot of noise and waking her up, and she screamed out in fright. Right in front of her, the system window said the beginning of a special mission to return to Earth in a week. Everyone will be returned to Earth, survive, and return. The reward will depend heavily on your performance from this mission, cannot be abandoned. Immediately after receiving this system notification, the girl moved to the general chat where Moon Jae-oh-sung wrote that it was really seriously just great. Rejoicing at the system notification, the guy happily added this task, "It's not a hoax," to which another guy added, "We can actually turn around and leave this terrible maze." Interrupting the joyful conversations of the other players, Kang Jun-hek joined the discussion and said, "I don't think everything is as great as it seems, do you?" In response to his question, the other players exclaimed, "Of course this is good news, we're coming home, how can anyone not be happy, we're coming home?" To which he nervously replied, "No, sorry, you misunderstood me. Recalling the reason why he was so concerned, Kang Jun-hyuk said the reason we came here from the very beginning was because monsters invaded the earth. Recalling the reason why they all got into this maze, all the participants of the survival sighed heavily and frightened. At the same time, opening the general time, Khan could see the messages pouring in, one after another, with players writing anxiously. But we've become stronger, so we should be able to cope. I wonder if there are any canned goods left on Earth. We can even eat rice. I want canned corn. At the same time, while watching the chat, the boy was practicing the ice arrow he had recently learned, as his skill level was at 1%. Noticing that he was doing something else while practicing, Casper asked him, "You're always watching the chat while you're practicing magic. What's so interesting about it?" And Tessan replied that it seems like they'll all be out soon. Hearing his friend's words, the ghost asked him in surprise what you meant by the place that the broken people defend, and he replied, "No, I meant something else." Immediately afterwards, using the same technique to create a more powerful spell, Khan used an ice arrow and launched it at the wall. Seeing the result of the magic attack, Khan happily said, "You'll know everything when the time comes, and from now on, I'll try to conquer the maze even faster." Thus, after a short period of time, Kang Taesan found the secret room and cleared it and opened a chest containing a secret reward. After opening this chest from the secret room on the 7th floor, the boy received a system notification that said, "Reward for the agility rune, your agility has increased by 10 units. Also, after a short period of time after defeating the enemy, Teasen received a system notification the boss of the 7th floor elite ogre was defeated, after which he said it was not difficult. As a reward for completing the 7th floor, Kang Taesan received worn earrings that added 10 points of mana to his total supply. As a secret reward for clearing the level, he also received a clean leather armor that gave him 6 points to defense and 2 to agility. After returning to Lilith and handing over some of the items he received, the boy received a system notification you learned a new spell. Basic detection identifies the area you can only detect the location of objects. At the end of the magic offering, the girl asked him awkwardly, "When are you going to learn new spells?" And he replied, "As soon as I learn all the ones you know." Sometime after learning the new spell, Khan went to clear the next levels and decided to look into the chat room, after which he heard you, and still continue to look into the chat room. What is going on there? It's called an addiction. You know, silly. In response to his friend's question, Khan said nothing special, just that there was one idiot who usually stands out in the chat room by calling others names. I'm just sure that he is going crazy now because he did not expect such a future at all. At the same time, trying to somehow bring the boss to his senses, one of his subjects said to the boss, "What should we do in case they come for revenge?" Continuing to enjoy his time in the maze, as well as learning new skills and cleaning the floors, Kang happily said he could sooner see the 8th week begin. After a certain period of time, the boy stepped on the ground of a new place and received a system notification. The quest of the 8th floor begins. Defeat the boss of this floor and move on. The reward for the Marne rune task is secret. At the same time, as soon as Tessan was on the new floor, a bird with a nest near the entrance headed in his direction. Trying to protect his eggs, the bird went into battle, but he did not go unnoticed. Seeing the enemy Khan coming towards him, he made quick jumps to meet him. Intercepting the hostile bird in the air, the boy said menacingly, "Hello, if you decide to just greet me when I appear on a new level." Immediately afterward, he struck the enemy with a powerful blow to the spine, knocking the monster that was heading for him to the ground in flight. Landing softly after the aerial battle, the guy received a system notification that you defeated the Markanda, after which he said the monsters in this place act according to their instincts, which is why catching them is easy. I would never have thought that the art of swordplay could be useful against animal-like monsters, and Casper replied that it was really, well, primarily designed for fighting people. Hearing his friend's words, Kang created a fireball spell in his hand and said, "Well, I plan to clear this place out as soon as possible anyway, so it's perfect for learning something new." Confidently walking along the road, freezing and burning all the monsters that came at him, the boy spent only his mana, but the time saved in battles justified such measures. Continuing his way forward to a certain place in the labyrinth, the boy said in surprise, "You know, this is surprisingly quite comfortable." After crossing a certain distance, the boy found a certain place in front of him that was somehow separated, and inside it was an altar of the god filled with water. Seeing the strange object they approached, Casper said, "Oman is the god of trials. He tests travelers when they discover new strengths and talents. He is just the god you need right now." The next moment he received a system notification that said, "Oman wants to test who arrived at his altar, and Oman will decide on the reward according to your performance." Without even thinking about the offer, the boy smiled happily and confidently said, "I see no reason to refuse." Immediately after accepting the challenge, Kang Tasan received a system notification that said an additional quest had begun. Oman is preparing a challenge for you. The next moment after receiving the message, the boy saw that a water dome was beginning to envelop them, and Casper was surprised to hear that the wall was made of water. Upon completion of the formation of the arena for the battle, an enemy appeared in front of Khan, which was also formed from water, after which a system notification appeared, "Oman's test, prove your strength." Jumping back sharply after the enemy appeared on the battlefield, Khan mentally said, "You need to keep your distance and gather the necessary information first." Expecting the enemy to attack, he noticed his movements and wondered why he was so slow. Immediately after rushing towards the enemy, Khan shortened the distance and blew off his head, after which he received a system notification that you had passed the first test as a reward for your agility. Immediately after defeating the enemy, Tasan noticed that some of the water had poured out of the altar again, and as a result, a new rival began to form. Seeing that the water again took the form of a fighter, the boy thoughtfully said in his head that such monsters would continue to appear. Feeling the increased strength of the new enemy who opposed him, Khan was surprised to hear in his head that this one was much stronger than the previous one. By pressing on his opponent and throwing him back, the guy managed to take his opponent's head off and then added to his head. But despite his strength, he still remains quite slow. After receiving a system notification saying that you have passed the second test, you receive an additional point of strength as a reward for this, after which Khan said, "I think I'm starting to understand what kind of test this is. Such a growing test." Hearing the verdict, his friend Casper said confidently, "You're absolutely right. It was a test for adventurers from the first and second floors with an average level of strength." Watching Kangtasana go through another water soldier from the third round, the ghost added, "Thanks to this test, you will be able to determine which floor suits your level." After hearing a detailed explanation of what exactly this test was about, the guy smiled happily and said that it was just great for me, and he was curious how far I would go. After defeating the enemy of the third round again, Khan received a system notification saying that you have passed the third test. Your intelligence has been increased by 1. It didn't take long for him to destroy the fighter from the fourth battle, and then the system notification said you have passed the fourth test. Your agility has been increased by 2. After completing a series of easy victories, Tessin saw the system notification shadow strikes a sharp blow mentally said at this level, they also begin to use skills. But even this did not become a critical problem for Kang Tesan, who decided to confront the enemy with a cunning magic spell by canceling the ice arrow. The next moment, he aimed his spell at the enemy. Noticing that a magical attack was flying at her, the shadow tried to block it with his weapon. But she failed. Her body simply froze, after which the arrow easily destroyed the opponent, and then a system notification appeared. You have passed the 6th test, and your mana has increased by 2 points. Looking at his status window and noticing the full supply of mana, the guy was surprised to hear my mana is restored after each test. It's pretty good that there are no limits. And it is thanks to this that I can test a lot of different things in this place, after which he used his burning ball skill and passed the 7th test, for which he received 3 points of power increase. Seeing that he had already defeated 7 opponents, Kang mentally said, "Now the enemies of my current floor will begin to appear," and then activated the confusion skill. By using the confusion skill on the enemy, Tessin was able to easily attack the shadow with an ice arrow and win. Immediately afterwards, he received a system notification: you have passed the 8th test. Your mana is increased by 4. Then the guy thought everything is still quite easy, looking forward to the next development that, when he saw that the trials had stopped, Khan stood at the altar and said in surprise, "I don't understand why my enemies don't appear anymore." When Casper saw that the test was over, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and exclaim, and I think he realized how ridiculous it was, and then the guy asked what exactly happened. Then the ghost replied that Oman's level of challenge is no higher than the floor on which the adventurer is located, and if you want to continue the challenge, he will have to pay a price for it, and it seems that he is not ready to reduce his zone of influence for this. When he heard this news, the boy was surprised and said that no god had ever shown such a thing before, and he was told that you are unique, and that there should be a gap between these gods now. They are under pressure, and he wants to see your potential, but he does not want any losses. Hearing his friend's words, Tessin sighed in disappointment and said, "This is going to take too long, so I'd better go on with the maze." Just as he was about to walk away from the altar, God finally made up his mind, and he received a system notification. Oman's zone of influence has decreased. Oman is offering you an intensified test. Seeing what had just happened, Casper laughed again and said, "What a circus this is, I just can't believe it." After accepting the continuation of the challenge from Oman, Kang Tessin received a system notification. Oman is experiencing mixed feelings about the challenge. Oman, prove your strength again. Noticing that a new opponent was beginning to form, the boy happily said in his head, "From now on, I can see shadows from floors I haven't reached yet. I'm looking forward to it." The next moment, the boy rushed into battle with his own and 2 swords, as well as psychic spells to impose negative effects on his opponent. After a while, he received a system notification: 9th trial passed. You have activated spiritual growth reflexes, skill increased by 3% agility. Then he said in surprise, even spiritual growth activated. Immediately after defeating another opponent, the guy said to his friend in surprise, "Hey, this is all very cool and all, but what the hell is this thing?" Looking at the next opponent who appeared in front of Tessin, Casper said thoughtfully, "It doesn't seem like they take everything from just one person, but they also have their own history. Most likely, these are those who have been tested and failed, those who have a contract with God, and ultimately, those who have fallen down and sold their souls to stay alive." Continuing the story of the shadows, which had their own specific features and different behaviors, the ghost added that they were nothing more than shadows of different warriors. Lost in the endless story of the maze, immediately after the end of his companion's story, Kang used the skill of Fire Blast on his opponent. Having launched an attack on the enemy, the guy noticed that the enemy was even able to dodge it, and therefore needed to use a new technique. After spending some more time in the test room and defeating several enemies, Tessin prepared to use the psychic spell of madness. Having reached the next stage of the test, the boy won with the help of 2 ice arrows that he fired at his enemy simultaneously. While fighting the new enemies, the guy said, "So you're saying that they're not just toys of the gods? Each one of them has their own unique moves. Their fighting styles are different too. I'll remember that. Starting the fight with the shadow of the 13th floor, the guy felt a dangerous maneuver and a blow from the enemy that forced him to dodge. Then he thought they were gradually starting to show strength. After dealing with the 13th enemy very quickly, the shadow of the 14th appeared. Then Kong thought, while I was using the skills, this shadow relied too much on them, and that's why its movements were a bit strange. Having dealt with another opponent who placed great emphasis on his skills, which left many gaps in his defense, Tessan mentally said this shadow was much easier to finish off than the previous one. Continuing to pass the Omen trials, Kang Tessan finally managed to get to the 15th trial where he met the shadow of the corresponding floor. After analyzing the enemies he had encountered from then on, the guy thoughtfully said in his head, starting with this characteristic, enemies now have the same level as me, or even higher. However, even this was not a problem for him, and using the skill of Fire Blast, Kang easily dealt with the enemy from this floor. Continuing the fight against the same enemy, he activated the acceleration skill and also activated the powerful strike skill. As he approached the enemy and defeated him by blowing his head off the stoves due to the effect of surprise, the boy mentally said, I have a lot more tricks up my sleeve. After the battle was over, Tessan received a system notification that said the 15th test was completed. Your strength increased by 6, your dexterity increased by 5, your mana increased by 4, and your spiritual growth increased by 4. Watching the new opponent form in front of him, the boy thoughtfully added, if I were to make a brief assessment of all this, I would say that I have added about 60 units of characteristics, or is this not fun? Hearing his friend's admiration for his results, Casper said awkwardly, it's all possible only because of you. You're a madman. I wonder how strong you'll be by the end of the test. During one of the battles, one of the enemies wrapped the guy's body in an attempt to make a precise attack, sacrificing himself to win the war. However, after exchanging blows with Kang Tessan, he saw that he had failed in this attempt. And as a result of this attempt, the guy received a notification that you had activated the nullification of the first attack. Seeing what had just happened on the battlefield, Casper said he wanted to do mutual destruction, but he was unlucky and failed completely, after which Khan received a system notification that you had passed the 18th test. When a comrade again defeated his opponent, the warrior shouted this nullification. You know that cheating. The system notification appears only after you have already been attacked, so as long as your opponents have no idea about your nullification skill, they will not be able to react in any way. The next moment, a shadow from the 19th floor appeared against the boy. The warrior of this place wielded an axe and immediately forced the boys to defend themselves. Trying to somehow restrain the enemy's onslaught, Tessan received a system notification that your opponent is an impossible enemy to defeat. Then he spoke up, and now they are also voicing negative predictions, but I don't really care. Immediately after activating all the buffs of the world, Khan received system notifications. The test has passed. You have not executed your faith in yourself by going up against an invincible enemy. You have activated an unobtrusive duel. The thirst for battle is activated. You have activated contempt for the strong. As soon as he activated several effects that reinforced him, the guy said in his head, well, to put it in a nutshell, after so many trials, I'm just overwhelmed with reinforcement skills against dangerous opponents. At a random moment in the confrontation, Khan received a notification that said the shadow had activated the storm. Seeing the skill used by the enemy, Khan mentally said, this is a skill that can force your body to take cover and strike at 270 degrees, but it also has its weakness. Instantly moving behind his enemy's back, the boy mentally said, he can't stop now, and his back will be exposed at that moment. As soon as the guy had the perfect moment to attack, he gripped his two swords tightly in his hands and activated his acceleration skills and a powerful blow to attack the shadow in the back. Upon completion of this fraud, he received a system notification that the 19th test was completed, after which he thought, "Now I can easily get rid of him thanks to the reinforcement." After some time, the shadow of a soldier from the 20th floor appeared in front of the boy. As soon as the enemy appeared on the battlefield, he immediately activated his absolute victory skill to quickly gain an advantage and triumph over Tessin. However, unfortunately, this skill did not work. Khan received a system notification that the test was passed. "You have passed the test thanks to your perseverance." Then, pointing the sword at the opponent, he said, "Yes, this is exactly the difficulty I expected." Seeing that the enemy quickly approached and reading his attack, Kong-Tasan activated the deflection skill to avoid critical damage. But at the last moment, after the enemy's attack failed, he did not hesitate to punch the boy in the face, causing him an unexpected blow and sending him to the side. Having managed to stay on his feet after the unexpected greeting, Tizen activated his madness skill to throw the enemy off balance and concentration, but he did not succeed. The enemy activated his retaliatory strike skill, which repelled the boy's attack and also threw him a few meters away, causing some damage. Wiping his bleeding nose, Khan mentally recited this countermeasure skill that pushes the enemy away at a distance proportional to his own characteristics, which I myself had gotten quite late and still had not much health left in the shadows.